Hello there, and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I thank you for tuning in on game day. It's 10 a.m., but it's football time here for us Pacific Northwesterners. As Seattle is heading out into Tennessee to take on the Titans, the lowly 1-9 Titans can't overlook this game. You can't take anybody lightly in the NFL. Everybody got to get up for every given week, and hopefully that will be the case today. Got some somewhat surprising last-minute inactives here coming from this game a little bit, which will make this a little bit more interesting as far as this game goes. But I do thank you guys for watching today and tuning on in on this early of a day here for us. 10 a.m. is not too early, but it's weekend. We all sleep in, huh? That's the way that goes. Really, if you can, do me a favor and hit that like button walking on in the door. And we've got the game starting up here in just a moment. So I want to send a shout out here to the sponsor of this show, which of course is going to be the Sleeper app. Sleeper has been so kind as to sponsor us throughout the course of this year. It's the number one sports app rolling right now. It's my favorite. You got more options here, in my opinion, than you get in other places, more kind of flexibility to do different types of picks and put them in. I'm an over-under guy myself. You might be a fantasy, weekly, daily fantasy. Get into basketball, pair it with football, get a bit of both on your ticket put together. But put your sports knowledge to use. Go get yourself some money. Use my code today, NEST, and they will match you up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100. All as well. In addition to that, you can just for creating a login, get a freebie $20 in your pocket for merely creating a Sleeper login. So that's up to $120 from me to you through the Sleeper app. And you support the show at the very same time. Terms and conditions do apply. Please see their site for details. You can see here I've got Darnold going over 1.5 passing touchdowns, Walker over 58.5 rushing yards, Barner after his 10-catch performance last week, over 25.5 yards. And I think Tony Pollard is going to be worked out of the backfield today by the Titans. So those are my picks. That's how I've kind of put this one together. Please do utilize Sleeper today. And thank you to them for sponsoring the show. Much, much, much appreciated. Much appreciated. Whoa, look out here. What's going on now? What's happening here? Let's get let's get our thing up here, shall we? Get the game up, see where people are at today. It's good to see everybody in the house. Hope you're all having a good one. Free Truth. Hello, William. It's good to see you. Seattle KO, Seahawks. Let's go. Adam Baum, Cetus. What's up? What's up? Oli Sasquatch. Hello. Go Hawks. Let's get it today. Brockton Townsend, 348. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I can smell 150-yard game from Walker. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks. I like that. Brock. He's due, man. He is due for a big breakout game. And it seems like things have been coming together bit by bit more and more for him this season, especially in this new scheme that he's operating within, that maybe he's starting to kind of understand and get it better here through the year. And Macdonald, of course, said he's going to look to up the ante, up his opportunities, give him some more chances. And that would be really cool to see. Really cool to see. He might just go off today, Brock. Well said on your part, man. I like it. You saw I did have on my sleeper picks just a second ago, Brock, to your point. I did take the over on Walker on this game at 58.5. I thought that was a pretty easy pick for this one, I'm guessing they're going to get after him here today on this one. I'm guessing we're going to get after him. But thank you, Brock. Thank you for starting us off right here. Appreciate you. We do have inactive wise in this one. Milroe will serve as the third quarterback today. Jared Ivey inactive. No surprise there. Ernest Jones inactive today as far as the injury report goes. So I had seen earlier, it looks like they had Tyrese Knight also inactive, but we'll have to fully confirm that one as well here in a second. So a little bit of an strange call there, but I think some of this is less to do. If this was a playoff game, you probably would play Ernest Jones, but I think the coaches have done some math on this one to believe that they can get this game without having to necessarily run him out there today. I know it's super confident in the Hawks to be able to operate in that fashion, but probably could also help give him a week off on the knee and getting that all straightened out. CK Hawks, how you doing? It's good to see you, Sean Lee. Hello. Let's dominate, says CK. I like it. Pacific Northwest Paul, birthday and game day. Let's hope for a nice, fun game and get back to winning. Let's do it. Happy birthday to you, Paul. Hope it's a great one. Joe 420, let's go Hawks. Let's go. Chat about. Hello. Good to see you too. Carmen, hello. Well, got all our peoples in here. It's good to see. Brian says from Durham, North Kakalaki. Go Hawks. Oh, thank you, that Brian. Oh, I hear that's some beautiful country out there, North Kakalaki. Dazilla, Separando. Let's go Hawks. Let's go. It's gonna be a battle today, says Sean. He's worried a little bit. He says we're gonna have to fight this one off. Maybe so. Addicted to Hawks. Go Brandon. Go 12s. Go 12s. Brian Myers. It's showtime. Go Hawks. Taylor, let's just get JSN 250 yards. Need him to get the record this year. Yeah, let's get it. Let's get it. Space. Hello, hello, hello. Go Hawks, man. John Crum. I am 98% sure we will get the win. The other 2% is worry of the trap game. That's about where I stand too, John. I feel about the same. I feel like confident in this, but I'm also like, man, do not take this team lightly. Sean's got 44-6 Hawks. Let's go. 5-10. This is my birthday today, too. I want a dominant win. JSN getting 125 yards would be great if K9 Sharps could get over 100 yards. That'd be great, man. Happy birthday, says he. We got the kickoff a little short here, fielded at the 11-yard line by the Titans, where he'll bring it back to about the 33-yard line. Very short kick there by Myers. But thank you, Shezzy. Happy birthday. Got a few birthday folks in the house. A couple. President, good morning from Alaska. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. Let's go. North Carolina to Alaska. Why is Abel playing? I don't know. He's a tough SOB, I guess. I would have thought you would have rested him, Jose. 1st and 10 here. Cam Ward's going to come out under center. 2 tight end look here for them. And I'm expecting a lot of that today with some of their injuries to the receiver position. Hand off inside here to Pollard. He will get whopped good there by Uchenna. Manages to fall forward for a couple of yards. Titans coming into this game were going to be down Calvin Ridley, their number 1 wide receiver. There was some question about Alec Ianamore, a very good rookie for them. And it does look like he's out as James Proche, the second, is out. So down their top 2 wide receivers at this point are the Titans. It's going to have to get done with Van Jefferson, Chimeri DK, and Brashosh. 2nd down and 7, shotgun look here for Cam. Tight end rolls. He's going to try to scramble with this, and he is going to have a nice little scramble here, getting past midfield as Cam on the play. 1st down. Middle of the pass rush, just open up a lane there for him. And you do have O'Connell starting for you at inside linebacker there. He took the fake by Cam Ward and left his feet there. 1st down and 10. 13:41 to go in the first quarter. First opening drive here for the Titans. Back under center. Back to the 3 wide receiver look here. Hand off inside to Pollard. He's captured quickly, then brought down. Couple yard gain on the play on inside run. Pistol look formation for the Titans. 3 wide. We're going to go with the fly sweep here, and this is going to go for a decent little gain of about 6 or 7 yards there. So bring up 3rd down and short. Both Tyrese Knight and Ernest Jones out today, so Patrick O'Connell, your 3rd inside linebacker in the rotation, is going to have to fill in here for them. They're going to call it a 3rd and short 2 here. Or back in shotgun. He's dropping back to throw. He's going to look over the top here. Woolen out there in coverage, and he is tight, and Woolen wasn't allowing an inch out there in coverage. They go over the top on a 9 route there to attack Woolen, and he was all over it. Looks like the Titans are going to be willing to go for it here. They get Woolen matched up in the slot here, interestingly enough. So they're trying to, I think, get him aligned in the slot there, but that's going to be a tough route for them to beat him on, where you just go with a fade right out of the slot. He can run step for step with you. 4th and 2 for Cam Ward here. Ball on the 42-yard line into Seahawks territory. Play action pass. This is going to be complete and brought down. Sorry about that. Handoff here on 1st and 10 after the completion on 4th down, and they'll get a short run here for about a yard or two. Second down and 9. Blitz here by Seattle. Picked up well. Drake Thomas got eliminated on that blitz. They're coming back around here, and he's going to be sacked, and then he's going to – no, he's not. He gets it thrown off as he's falling to the ground and able to complete the ball for a first down to the tight end. So Ward showing some of the elusiveness he brings into the pocket here. Moving around trouble. Leonard was doing a good job containing him, but nobody else kind of was able to step up into the pass rush lane there on the outside. Just too much time there for in coverage to have to stay in coverage there by the Hawks secondary. Long opening drive here for the Titans. Eating up almost 5 minutes of the clock here. Ball down to the 21-yard line, just pecking away. Play action pass. He's climbing, and he's going to throw this one away with Byron Murphy bearing down on the backside there in pass rush. Ward able to feel that pressure and just sort of throw it last second there. Murphy looked like he was about to do some damage. Sorry, that was Peely. Peely getting some pressure there. Second down and 10. Cam goes back under center here. 3 wide look. Pitch play out wide here. Boye Maffe's all over that one on Pollard. We do have a flag on the play. Kind of a fast flag there. Seattle lined up offsides. Oof, boy, tough opening drive here for the Hawk defense. This is not locked in. Did you line up offsides? I'm guessing we're not going to get an actual replay to see what happened. Five yards, 2nd and 5. 9:50 to go. Titans bleeding some of this clock early on here. Come on, D, get off the field. Dropping back to throw is Cam. He's looking. A little bit of pressure, able to break the pocket, able to scramble for the first down again. Second time this drive. Seahawks pass rush just can't get there right now, and then Cam can just kind of decide to run when he wants on this drive. So they're going to say that he slid feet first, and that's going to have him back at 3rd and inches on this. Cam back under center here. Hand off into Pollard. Pollard runs right on through for a first down here, 2 or 3 yard gain. Good opening drive by the Titans. They're being patient and just sort of taking it to the Seahawks defense bit by bit. They're going to end up with this ball about half the quarter. 11 play, 58-yard drive is taking up 6 minutes and 35 seconds off this first quarter clock. Fly sweep here. Marcus Lawrence says no, no, no. He was standing on business on that fly sweep. He was right there on the edge, said, no, you're not running that at me. I don't think so. Especially when you're going to unblock me. Get out of here. I'm a vet. I've seen this a million times. Nice play there by Lawrence. Second down and goal. Loss of about 3 or 4 yards on the play. Ward back in shotgun here. He's checking the play at the line here. Dropping back to throw. Whips it underneath here. Easy completion on the Hawks defense. What are we doing here? Are we just not covering, guys? Like, what is going on? Everybody just sat in the middle of the field and nobody picked up anybody in the zone. Seahawks defense is kind of sleepwalking here to start this off. Definitely feels like a 10 a.m. defensive start here. They might end up with this clock for the whole first quarter. Come on, D. Third and goal. Ball all the way down to the 3-yard line now. Fake pitch. Looking. He's going to try to scramble this as Ward gets around Uchenna. Can't get around O'Connell as he's trying to scramble and get to the end zone, and he will not get there. See what the Titans decide to do here on 4th and goal. Nice stop there. Good job by Uchenna to get out there in pursuit. Good job, too, by Uchenna not to grab him by the back of his horse collar. There can be he had his hand right onto the back of that, where if he grabbed it and pulled, that would be a flag. He managed to control himself there and not do so, which meant kind of losing the tackle, too, because that was just one shot to tackle him. Smart play there by Uchenna. Titans are indeed going to attempt here a 22-yard attempt for Joey Sly, 19-24 in the year. Hold is down, kick is up, and kick is through. So the only team in the NFL without an opening touchdown on their opening drive will continue to be so for the Titans. But a good opening drive controlled the clock against the Hawks there for first downs. That'll definitely do for them. Koken, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I owe you one from the member stream. Let's whoop ass. Let's do it, man. Let's do it. Thank you for the dono, and let's get on this team today. Come on. Let's get on them. Let's take care of business. Let's wipe away all those memories of last week. Beginning new. 9 minutes. 9-minute drive there by the Titans. Woo. Appreciate you, Koken. Adam Baum, thank you for the $5 donation, Adam. Let's not play to their level. We need to crush them. Appreciate the content, B. Brings up this old note, this old Conan quote, Adam.
Crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentation of their women.
I want to hear the lamentations of their women today, Adam. I want to hear the lamentations of their women. Don't play with your food today, Seattle. Crush the skull, snap the windpipe, and let's take this thing home in the third quarter. How's that sound? Huh? How's that sound? Appreciate you, Adam. Thank you, man. Go Hawks, bro. Servy, thank you for the $2 donation, Servy. Hope last week ended the K9 touchdown drought. Go Hawks. Yeah, he's been vultured a lot this year by Charbonnet coming in there and taking those carries down by the goal line. And I think you're touching on what somebody else was saying above on this, that K9 does feel due. Feels due for a big game. Feels due to be able to go out there and make something happen here that's beyond just kind of the 90-yard, feels like 120, 130 is kind of sitting there, or even 150. Somebody was mentioning earlier on the survey. I could certainly see today be the day that happens, as this is a Titan defense that you can certainly get after. They got some players here and there, but you can get after this defense. Appreciate you, Servy. Thank you. Joanna. Thank you, Joanna Naylor. Thank you for the $5 donation. Says today, I want Sam Darnold to be Sam Dirt. If the throw isn't there, dirt it. It's a great thought. And this is something about kind of correcting things that we say this is correctable last week in Darnold's game. And I spoke to kind of the specificity of that, be it using your legs or throwing the ball away, and having that as sort of an instant response when you find yourself in the moments of these key plays where things have broken down, your initial reads aren't open, you're kind of sitting there in the pocket a little bit trying to make something happen. I think he's got to recognize this has been a little bit my kryptonite here so far, and I've got to try to rectify that and rectify it by, making those one of two decisions: dirt it or run it today when it's not there. Don't force things to happen. Start getting in the habit of this being what you call upon kind of in those moments when that situation goes like that a little bit. We definitely will be looking for that today, Joanna. That is for sure. We'll be keeping an eye on to see how he does in these kind of moments when it does go like that. Because as we say, can't make a bad play worse. All right, this is going to be fielded here by Cody White. Cody White is going to be brought down after a short gain, about to the 27 or so. Kind of stole that one from Rashid a bit and brought it up, but not a bad return. Thank you, though, Joanna. Love it. And I agree with that 100%. Mungles, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I've never heard a 1-9 team glazed. Shake my head. Are they glazing them on the telecast? Well, they're trying to hype up this matchup. They don't want people tuning off. So they're trying to be like, but you guys don't know about them. They've been an inch away on every game. It's one of those things, Muggles. Thanks for the dumb no. Appreciate you. Looks like we got an injury on the field. All right. They didn't show who was injured, so I don't know. Or they're just going to commercial. Hey, sweetie. Hey, how you doing? You come hang out with us today? And you gonna grace us with your presence? Yeah. Come here. Come here. Come in. Looks like Chaz Surratt was injured during the play. So kind of scary. Hopefully Chaz isn't too injured here, because we have in this game right now not a lot of depth at the inside linebacker position. So Surratt's one of your inside linebackers here. Hopefully he's not too injured there on the kickoff return. That's a little scary. Joanna, I'm sorry, John, your username looked different this time. So I thought it was like, well, maybe that's Joanna Naylor. It's like, maybe it's his wife. My bad, man. It's 10 in the morning. My eyes are not reading well. It all went, for some reason, your username looks differently. I don't know what YouTube did, but it changed all these usernames up now to where it like adds numbers after your username. So I thought it was somebody different than my normal John, man. I didn't know. Oh, Cal the House. Hello, Industry Word. Thank you for the $5. Happy Thanksgiving, and a big happy Thanksgiving to everybody out there. I hope you're having a great one. You as well there, Cal. And able to hang with the family and be able to eat a lot of good turkey and mashed potatoes. And, I'm a roll guy myself. I have about 5 of those little holiday rolls, a little bit of butter. That's how I got to roll with it. But it's good to see you in the house, Cal. Thank you for the dono. Appreciate you. I'm sorry, John. That was my bad. I blame the early morning start times. I like the Seahawks defense, John. I'm still not quite awake. I'm still putting it together here. Like pumpkin. Charles Surratt's going to be helped off the field with a little bit of a limp. Special teams guy for your Seahawks, but also Patrick O'Connell stay healthy in this game. 1st and 10 for the Hawks. Sam under center. He's going to hand this off to Walker. Walker getting loose here on the first carry. Making a little something happen with a nice little 9-yard run there. Right at the first down marker. Outside zone, baby. Edge just gets way too wide there for the Titans. Cross is like, I don't even have to block you. I'll just let you widen yourself out there. And then, oh, we got a flag already. Oh, it's on the Titans. Personal foul on the Titans. I don't know what they did. They're calling it on Jihad Ward, the linebacker. I don't know what he did exactly. They really suck at showing you replays in these games now. Like, I don't know why they don't want to ever do it, but they will never show you a replay of what happened. 15-yard penalty, though, whatever he did. Must have talked bad about one of the officials' mama. This goes all the way up to the 50-yard line, though, after that run. 5:37 to go in the first quarter. Back this up to the 48 of the Titans after that penalty. Sam back under center. Titans loaded up the box for Bear against the run here. Sam is going to have to just dirt this one. There you go, John. You asked for a little dirt, and you got some Joe Dirt. Good job there by Sam. He was looking for Jackson Smith on a little drag route across, and Jackson was covered up. Nowhere to go there. What's the matter, kitty? Second and 10. Darnold will go into shotgun here. Titans going to bring a blitz, it looks like. Darnold has a chance to see it coming. He drops back quickly, catches the blitz nicely, gets it to Barner there for a gain of about 7 yards. Good job by Barner there. And a really good job by Sam there to recognize that blitz and throw it right to the hot. Throws it to the hot right where the blitz is coming from. Just how you teach these quarterbacks to do. Because where the guy's blitzing, space is being vacated. You can attack that vacated space. 3rd down and 4. Seattle on the outer edge of field goal range here. 3 wide receiver look plus Kenneth aligned as a wide receiver here. Jackson will move into trips. Seattle had a false start there. Just what you don't want. False start by Charles Cross. Third down and 9. Tennessee's threatening with the blitz here. They fall out of it, bring it from the other side. Sam finds Barner out of the backfield for a first down. There we go. Nice job by Sam. You get him an outlet here too. So love it from Kubiak's standpoint. Too many times last week on the tape, there was no outlet for Sam. There was no way for him to be able to just, okay, pressure's here. Initial reads aren't there. Do you have a guy you could just kind of throw it to out of the backfield a little bit there? Barner just a little chip and get out into space into the flat. And he's nice and wide open there to be picked up. Titans drop to depth and coverage. First down. Nicely done. .352 to go here in the first quarter. Get an I formation look here from Seattle. Hand off here to Walker. Walker dances through the first little bit. Boy, how did he even just get up there for a gain of 2? I don't know. That thing looked blown up in the backfield and found a way to just kind of get around the edge for a yard or two there. Pretty remarkable yard or 2 gain from Walker. Gray's able playing for Seattle today, surprisingly enough. He is out there. Tough dude. Okay, kitty. Got a little fake fly sweep here to Rashid Shaheed. He's going to keep it. So Rashid gets it on a fly sweep, then a fake back to Walker the other way, coming back the other direction. He'll get himself just a couple yard gain here on the play. Let's bring up 3rd and makeable. 3rd and about a 5-ish or so. Sam, quick snap. Drops back. Tries to get it out there to Walker. Walker can't make the play. Tennessee Titan defender was very close in coverage. 4th and 5. Interesting decision to go that way with it. Ugh. Kind of an ugly 3rd down there. I don't know why you're looking to go to Walker. You got Cup, you got JSN, you're going to Walker on the flat, tightly covered. Kick here by Jason Myers will go up and through. So Seattle does tie the game back in this one after a nice little drive. Yeah, that was a terrible pass, Adam. I don't know what it's a terrible pass, and then decision making wise, why are you going there with it? What's taking you there? Interesting. Serby, thank you for the $2 donation. X Factor today and Shadur number 12 in week 12. You watching? Who's the X Factor today? Well, I mean, the X factor today is O'Connell being able to hold up an inside linebacker. I mean, you're your 3rd Mike. We need him stable, and he doesn't have to light the world on fire, but we definitely need him to play competent football out there. When you're down to your 3rd inside linebacker, it tends to be a little bit dicey. I haven't really been tracking the whole Shadur thing. I know it's really captured, Serby, a lot of the imagination of the NFL public, and it's Deion Sanders' son and the way the Cleveland's treated him, and there's a lot of kind of intrigue out there, I think, nationally, in this kid and what he's got going on. But I got to say, for me, I just, he's a 5th round quarterback. So once you take the name out of it, I get that, but I don't spend too much time with the 5th round quarterbacks. They're like 3rd in the depth chart. I know for a lot of people it is super interesting. Don't get me wrong, but just from my perspective on it, that's just like, no. There's a reason he went in the 5th round. I think some people are trying to sometimes operate as though he's a great player waiting to happen or something, or the NFL just did him so dirty with it. But it's like, I don't think they did necessarily. I think he's, I think he's better than Dylan Gabriel. Don't get me wrong there, but that's more about the bad draft choice of Dylan Gabriel than anything else, and taking him in the 3rd round or something like that. But yeah, we'll see if he gets a start there. Can't be worse. I'll say this about Cleveland and bringing him out there. And I don't know as much about where he's at game wise, but can't go worse than where you've been at the quarterback position this year so far, right? Something to be said in that. Yeah, something to be said in that, huh, Kitty? So we got a tie game here. Both teams offensively driving down, getting themselves a field goal to start this off. Nice to see Myers get this a little bit deeper than he did last time. Oh my gosh. What a kick by Myers. It grounds right there at the 3-yard line where the kick returner picks it up, and then it bounces out of his hands. He's already at the sideline, so it bounces out of his hands and goes out of bounds. Myers, with his new kick rule, has continued to be a problem for kick returners with the way that he can kind of just knuckle that ball from that distance. It just came in at a weird, awful job of really kind of tracking the ball of the kick returner. Like, he just didn't seem to have a real good feel for where the ball was coming. Part of that's probably how Jason's kicking it there. So the Titans are going to be lined up on their own 3-yard line. Seahawks special teams continues to be a major strength of this football team. Heavy look here from the Titans. 3 tight ends. They're going to hand this off inside here. Pollard will spin around in the hole there and fall forward for a couple yard gain, 4-yard gain or so. Nice job. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. This is another close call with that Sam interception, almost a pick 6. Yeah, he's careful with the ball here, buddy. Careful with the ball. Just getting a little weird in some of the gameplay at times with Sam on some of the stuff. Like that there where you're just you drop back on a 3rd and 5 and you're just instantly going to Walker without looking to see where things are at. Handoff inside again here. O'Connell does a nice job of filling the hole and making the tackle. We do have a flag on the play. Eamon Wari also there to help out. O'Connell greeted him, though, right in the hole. See what Mike does here. If he you only get half the distance on this if it's against the Titans. And right now the officials are checking, and Mike's trying to think about what he wants to do here. Personal foul. Chop block over there on the Titans. That penalty will be declined. You're only getting about 4 yards on a penalty there, and you're giving them another replay of the down. Rather than do that, just get him into 3rd down here. Understand why Mike would do that. Good job by O'Connell there. That's your 3rd string linebacker, inside linebacker, being instinctive and getting into the hole. 3rd and 3. 1:14 to go in the first quarter. Seahawks threatening a blitz with Eamon Wari down around the line of scrimmage here. 3-4 look from them. He's going to fall out into coverage. Ward's going to try to run this again. No, wait. He's got a man wide open up the football field for a nice gain. Seahawks in coverage have not been tight today so far. Way too many open men for Ward to throw to here. And he keeps breaking the pocket. Like they're going to have to get down something here to kind of figure out that too. They're not keeping him contained. And the second he breaks the pocket, he's got somebody wide open. Got to keep it clean here, Keon. He's got to play clean football. That's the big part of this puzzle that Sam's got to understand. Got a flag on. Looks like too many men in the huddle there for the Titans. So that's going to be a 5-yard penalty and back them up. 32 seconds to go in this first quarter. Seahawks defense is just not quite there yet up today. I don't know if they're maybe still a little sleepy here, but come on, D. Under center, here's Cam. Hand off outside zone. Cut back inside. Big hole. Gap overrun there by the Hawk defense. Too much pursuit there. We do have a flag. Maybe that's why. Takata's insisting it's going to be on the Titans. And indeed, it is a hold on the Titans. Well, I guess that's why you got so much wash out there. There you get Skoronski. He's dealing with the big cat there. Yeah, he kind of panic grabbed. It wasn't a big grab, but it looks horrible to the officials because his hands are here, and then suddenly he reaches up to the shoulder to pull back Leonard in. And that will be the end of this first quarter there as the time will tick out after the penalty. But Titans will be backed up. First and 25, I think, to start this out next quarter. Keon, we gotta get them clean this up, man. I agree with you. The close calls, this stuff, too many picks in recent weeks. All the more reason you dropping back on a 3rd and 5 and just sort of blindly deciding you're going to throw it is not the best of ideas. Not the best of approaches there. Yeah, one quarter quickly down. That thing was 36 minutes. We had a quarter's toast. That's a fast-moving first quarter. That defense on the field, too, for 11 minutes and 23 seconds of that first quarter. Josh Jobe is out there. Yep. Want to see good defenses, Hunter. Tired of seeing being saved by penalties. Amen, man. Sean, we got this. We got this. Be right back, folks. Make a little more coffee. Come here. Come on, Z. Come on over here. If you can, hit that like button for me, guys and girls. I would appreciate it. Thank you, Robert, for reminding me of that, brother. Good to see you. Please do hit that like button. Helps the channel grow, and they've got Seahawks fans out there right now looking for game content, game action, game coverage. Yo, dude, stoked for the Eagles, Cowboys, cow clowns. Let's go Birds today, man. Let's go Birds today. You guys are probably going to get that one. Got to stop the run, Paul. Doing pretty good in the first, but they're definitely controlling the action. Feed me. Thank you for the $2 donation. Dude, the ref is totally trying not to laugh. I saw that he was kind of breaking up there. Like, what was so funny? Blair must have said something to him. Thank you, Feed me. All right, we got 1st and 25 for the Titans. Seahawks are going to show a pressure-based package here from the rip. They're going to bring 5 in. Titans are going to try to run this. Nice hit in the backfield by Drake Thomas. Good defensive effort all around there. You have Witherspoon getting into the backfield, setting a hard edge, and then Drake able to knife back there and able to clean this thing up. Very nicely done by both those two guys. Loss on the play about 3 yards, 4 yards there. Titans are going to have 2nd and 29 now. Cam and shotgun, 3 wide. And the Titan tackle false start like a mofo. So be completed out into the flat for a short gain. Maybe about 8 or 9 yards there. Tell you what, the left tackle jumped his happy ass very quickly off the snap there before the snap came. 3rd down and 19. Chaz Surratt has been ruled out for the Hawks, so an ongoing situation to monitor right now is no Chaz, no Tyrese Knight, no Ernest Jones. 3 inside linebackers injured here. 3rd down and 19. They got Eamon Wari playing like a linebacker on this play. They're going to go with the bubble screen. Seahawks attack it well. Still keeping his feet. Oh, my God. Is this guy going to get this? Eamon Wari tracks him down across the field. You ain't faster than me, son. You ain't faster than me. Tajay Spears with a pretty incredible run there. Looked like he was going to break this back across the field. And you just see Nick Eamon-Wari just say, no. I got 4.37 speed. I'm going to go get you. Bad tackling on the play by the Hawks there. Eamon-Wari able to finally come around and rip him down there and bring this into a 4th and 7. So good defensive stop by the Hawks. Defense, get this back to the offense now. Come on. Here's the punt. Rashid Shaheed back, waiting. He's got a little room to work with here. Up the field nicely. Good cut back inside, still keeping his feet. He'll be brought down at about the 34-yard line, 33, 34-yard line after a nice return there. Seahawks will take over with just their 2nd possession of the game with 12:44 to go here in the 2nd quarter in what is a very fast-moving 2nd quarter here. Ski Nation, thank you for the $5 donation. Ski. He says the fact that we have been showing Ski says the fact that we've been showing our butts for this long against the Titans is extremely concerning. Yeah, it's early here. It's 2 drives of the Titans. You got them stopped in the first one, so you want to see them, clean that up. But it's early. I mean, we got 3 possessions in the game. I think the fact the clocks move so fast makes us feel this is deeper in the game than it kind of quite is, It's not quite, that, but see what we do here. 2nd drive. Would like to see a little stay with the run here with Walker. Make sure that they actually take that away and stop you. Don't get too pass happy for the sake of pass happy. Titans are bringing some pretty good number of bodies down there into the line of scrimmage too, which is probably pushing Kubiak a little bit on that first drive to throw a little bit more. Well, let's get a nice, well-run touchdown drive here, Ski. I think that would calm down things quite a bit. But you did score in your first drive. I mean, you were able to move the ball a bit. Penalties did help a little bit, but you got a little bit of movement too. Thanks for the $5, man. We'll get this together. We'll get this figured out. Even Warrior with 5 tackles already. Not too shabby. We're not done yet, Free Truth. Let's go. Michael says more Rashid backfield options. Break opens a play. I like him back there. That little fake to Walker, something they can definitely utilize into the future there for sure. Demon Warrior. Myers might be a Pro Bowl this year. I mean, I know the kicking hasn't been supremely accurate necessarily per where he's been at times in the past, but what he's done on kickoffs, not to be undersold. All right, we've got Darnold under center here now. 2 tight end look from the Seahawks. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 guys around the line of scrimmage for the Titans. They're going to go with a fly sweep to JSN. He's got some guys out in front of him here a little bit. Cuts it inside. He's going to gain about 4 or 5 there. Second and 6. Darnold back under center, 2 tight ends. Play action pass. Drop him back. He's going to flip this out in space here. Get this to Arroyo. Arroyo will be drugged down just short of the first down. We might be into barnyard mode here. 3rd and 1. Right at about a yard here. No barnyard. A little bit too far for the barnyard, I guess. Charbonnet in the backfield here. And they're going to try to push Sam. Sam's going to push forward. We've got a false start, it looks like, on Seattle. Man, that seems to be a big problem on these kind of plays with the tush push for us. We've had it a couple times. We want to get moving just a little too early. Zabel gets tagged there for going a little too fast. Looks like a pretty good call. Looked like you might have gotten a little bit early there on that one. This will take it back to 3rd and 6. Sam and shotgun. Mirrored stacked receivers on both sides. Now JSN goes in motion. Turn into a trips look to the far side. Sam dropping back. He's going to heave this one up over the top. Jackson Smith with a catch. Jackson's going to walk his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Seahawks. He sees one-on-one over the top with Jackson deep, and he's taking his shot. We've learned that about Sam Darnold. And he saw that, and you could, if you look closely and you zoom in, you can actually see drool coming from the mouth of Sam Darnold as he drops back and sees JSN with one-on-one coverage over the top. JSN with the subtle little push off too. It's not the full push off that doesn't get called. I learned this was a Doug Baldwin move that goes back to Tyler Lockett. In fact, it wouldn't be a surprise if Lockett kind of taught him the move. You get deep in coverage, you back up because you're tracking the ball and you know you can get your speed up at the end to catch back up to the ball, go make the reception and get in the end zone, and the extra point will be up and it will be through. So what you do as a receiver is you slow down a little bit into the defender. Right? You're thinking like, I could run out to this, but I could just jog it. So I don't have to run hard. So I know at any point I can go out there and get it. So he slows a little bit back into the defender, and then you see the arm come out here. And the way that the officials call this is if you lock out like this, then you're going to get offensive pass interference. If you can keep it in like this, and I'm telling you, I learned this for years in watching Doug Baldwin, who trained it kind of down to Tyler Lockett, and Tyler was able to master this. If you can keep your hand, I know it seems silly, but you keep your hand right in here, and then you're not even really getting a huge push off. Just it's a feeling the contact and keeping the defender away from the ball. It's a same kind of thing you do like a post up almost, where you're just kind of blocking the defender from having a pathway to go there and make a play on the ball. And then you're tracking it the whole way. It's part of that subtle skill of receiving is great ball tracking, the ability to track the ball, place yourself in the right place to make the catch. Also time when it's coming in, high pointed. There's a lot of things with it. But that type of stuff where you can track that ball, you're not searching for it. You're not trying to like find it late as it's dropping down. You're like, oh, it's going to go right out there. I can slow down this way, speed back up there, and go make the catch. Very subtle little skill to the receiving position. Certainly something that JSN has, but a lot of little subtle things there from Jackson on that play, on top of just taking the top of the defense off and catching the Titans, trying to play to the first down marker there, right? That's why you end up with JSN one-on-one. They're trying to squeeze down those routes to the 3rd and 6. So you get one-on-one with Jackson on the slot, and he's able to take the top off the defense. Brian, well said, man. Nice pocket from the O-line as well there. Very, very, very well done. Very well done. That'll do, huh? Tell you what, Sam is aggressive, man. He will go for it. he'll let it rip. Cat's coughing up a hairball over here. That catch was so good, my cat has to cough up a hairball. B-Ballin, Hawks Nest would like to see some Arroyo being used. What do you think? Yeah, I would too. And they got him a catch here today. I think you got to. I think with Arroyo, you understand from a Hawk offensive perspective. And Kubiak, I've got a lot of different things I'm trying to utilize here. There's so many balls to go around, but I think having some structure within the week that you have certain plays that you can go to him in the course of the game to look to get him some targets, especially when it comes to getting him mismatches and down the field. That's been a bit of the pathway of us finding some headway with him is let's get him matched up on a linebacker or sometimes even an edge and allow him to be able to, at that point, be able to work and have a supreme mismatch where he can attack that. You try to do that a little bit. Some of it's going to be hard with where the targets are with the team a little bit there. But yes, getting him a little more acclimated in this offense, especially if it's a day where you don't have as much footing going well. Here's a return by the Titans kick returner. He gets it up to about the 30-yard line where he ran out of bounds there. Hawks, that's what have I missed? Is Megan? It's good to see Megan in the house. We do have a flag on the play here on the kick return. So opening game, long drive by the Titans to start this out. Megan ended in a field goal. Seattle answered back with a field goal drive of their own. Defense was able to get a stop on the last drive, back to the offense pretty quickly. And then the offense just took a shot over the top with JSN for a 63-yarder touchdown reception. That's pretty much it. Rank says JSN's hands are like magnets. That is true. All right. 3rd drive here for the Titans. 3 wide receiver look here for them. Cam dropping back to throw. He's under pressure. He's being blitzed. Hall lets him go. Brian Hall. Can't speak. Sorry. Derek Hall had an opportunity of Cam in the backfield, just slid right through his grip. Luckily, Byron Murphy was there to save the day a little bit as he was gathering back up into the front of the pocket. The thing with Derek sometimes is the finishing of the deal, the tackling stuff that shows up in the run game, for instance. It's a little bit of a struggle for him at times. 2nd and 7, 10:24 to go here in the second quarter. Titans, heavier front here. They're going to hand this off and wrapped up in the hole. Nice job in the hole there. Tayakata making the play up around the line of scrimmage. There's your free safety making a play in the run game around the line of scrimmage. Yes, sir. This will bring up 3rd down and long. See if Mike gets into his bag here. Throws a little bit of some simulated pressures at the rookies. This is where you You'd love to get him maximally confused. Third down and 8. 3 wide. Shotgun look here for Cam. They are indeed showing 5 guys around there. 6-man kind of drifting around behind. Here comes Witherspoon to blitz. They're sending it. Witherspoon all over him, and he goes down. There's nowhere to go. No hide, no refuge, no sanctity for you. Byron Murphy and Devin Witherspoon closed that pocket down and said, not open for business today, Cam. How about Byron standing up at the snap as a spinner in the B gap, and then you bring Witherspoon through the other B gap. So you're not bringing Witherspoon off the edge, but through the B gap. Byron standing up in the B gap. Pass rushers standing up all over the place. Brilliant play call there by Mike Macdonald, but this is what you love about him. He gets in these 3rd and 8s, and he takes it to the offense. He doesn't sit back there and go, 7 in coverage, keep it cave. Rashid takes it back on a short punt here. Rashid, nice return. Takes the short punt, and then with some urgency gets up the field, making not messing around, not going sideways, just getting right up north and south after it. And he gets a nice 15-yard return here on that for Rashid. Even more than that, that's maybe a 20-yard return here, just about. Very nice return for him. Very strange short punt there from the Titans. That looked like that was both short and low. All the way down to the 26-yard line of the Tennessee Titans now. 8:48 to go here in the second quarter. Seattle with a chance to start to put a stranglehold maybe on this game. Darnold going back under center here. He's got a 2 tight end look to one side of the football field. Jackson and Cooper over on the other. Sam will change the play here at the line of scrimmage. Hand off to Walker. Walker dancing around traffic. Pulls through the first tackler just to kind of barely get past the line of scrimmage there for a gain of about a half yard. John, how many sacks and takeaways we get today? We'll probably get about 5 sacks today with Ward. He holds on to the ball. 5 to 8 sacks. I'll go 6 because he's going to hold on to the ball a little bit today. It's kind of the nature of what Cam does. And it works. He makes stuff happen off script really well too, but there's the downside as well. Shotgun look 3 wide for Sam. Arroyo, his only tight end, goes in motion here. Sam dropping back to throw. He gets it into JSN. JSN tackled after the catch quickly, but he will get another first down. Nice job by Jackson. You're trying one-on-one with press coverage there. Good luck. I mean, I'm like Sam the same way Sam is here, but I'm all right. I can go after that. Like the play call too, just an in-cutting little slant route there to Jackson. Didn't run as many of those kind of plays last week as we really could have. All right, 3 tight end look here on 1st and 10. Pitch play out to Walker. Walker loses the first man in space. Nice little juke there in space. Kind of dead-legged the guy a bit and was able to then get to the edge and go get himself 3 or 4 yards. Another run where there didn't look like there was a lot there for Walker and made something happen. Clock rolling here in a very fast-moving first half. 6:57 to go in the second quarter. Seahawks up 10-3. Knocking on the door here. Sam under center. 3 wide. Walker in the backfield. Sam dropping back to throw. Look to Walker. There we go, baby. Finds Walker in space. Love that play from Sam. And again, you see an adjustment from Kubiak. Already we've seen this early in the game with him getting it out to Barner. Having a tangible security outlet option to be able to be utilized. You know, have a guy that you can lean on with this to make it go. What are we doing here, kitty? Okay, I'll get you taken care of. Hold on. I can't do that. I can't do that part. Okay, there. I know. 3rd down and goal, Barnyard out here. Do we have another flag from Seattle? They're going to call this on. They're going to say this is on Seattle signaling us on Tennessee like they jumped off sides. Did the Barnyard do a hard count? Is that what happened here? The Barnyard do a hard count? I guess he did. The Barnyard doors are open even when they're not open, even when you ain't snapping it. Yeah, they got him to jump. Jeffrey Simmons, the vet, too. I love it. That's smart. You know, you got these defenders thinking Barner's just going to do the first signal, the first look, he'll snap it there. And instead, you give a little bit of hard count. So an instant first down there for the Seahawks. Love it. Smartly done. Ball down to the 2.5-yard line here. Heavy look from Seattle. Hand off here to Walker. Walker swallowed up in the backfield by multiple Titan defenders. That was going nowhere. Loss of 2 or 3 yards on the play. Looks like you had about Lucas and Bradford both completely whiffed on their blocks at the snap. Bradford did okay, but he had no sustaining there on that. He just slid right off to the inside. Second down and goal. Ball at the 6.5. Back under center is Darnold. Cooper Kupp goes in motion. Darnold, fake, looking, breaks the pocket here, still looking. Throwing back late, ball will be tipped up in the air dangerously. Incomplete. Wish he would just run it sometimes. Just use your legs and take the 4-5, man. Take the 4-5, Sam. When he's trying to force it late, this is one of those positions where I go, don't do that. Don't do the forcing late thing. It's a good throw, actually. That's on Barner there, by the way. That hit Barner right dead in the hands. So Barner's got to make that reception. Certainly don't allow the thing to be tipped up. So not a bad decision or play by Sam there. That was more of a drop. Boy, do you get nervous when that happens. Delay a game here. Things have gotten a bit sloppy down on this end last few plays. They were not aware of the play clock at all on that one. It's going to make this hard. Take you back to about the 11 yard line, man. I cannot speak this morning. .452 in the second quarter. Seahawks with a 3rd and goal from about the 11-yard line. Sam and shotgun. Drops back to throw. And he's just going to kind of try a back shoulder throw there that wasn't going to work to JSN. This will bring up 4th and goal. Be balling? Yeah, exactly. I want to see him get like 3 targets a game. And that's, to me, something that you can work through a play. I mean, if you're going to get a guy in the second round like him, you look at as a mismatched weapon and a guy that can you can isolate against defenders. Wouldn't you think that that's ideally what you're looking to do throughout the course of the season with a guy like that? Doesn't have to become the number 1 tight end. Doesn't have to do all the stuff Barner does, but that you have these packages in there where he becomes kind of the primary option for a few of these plays throughout the course of the game. And I'd like to see that too. We got 1 so far this game. Let's see if they put more through. The 30-yard kick is going to go through by Myers. Seattle will take a 13-3 lead here out the gate. But yeah, I feel the same way on that. Patrick, Colts do look tough, man. They're going to be tough. They're looking good. We got early scores here. The Colts are up on the Kansas City Chiefs 14-6. The Pittsburgh Steelers are up 14-7 with no Aaron Rodgers. Cincinnati up on New England 10-7. Baltimore down to the New York Jets 7-0. They can't lose that game. Minnesota down to the Green Bay Packers 7-3. We'll be playing the Vikings next week. The New York Giants up on the Detroit Lions 17-7. How about Jameis, huh? Jameis out there looking to eat dubs on Detroit. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $10 donation, MJ. Well, I did something I said I would never do again. I bought a jersey of a player on a rookie contract. Welcome JSN number 11 to the jersey rotation. Let's go, man. Let's go. Hey, that's a good buy to me. That's a solid buy. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say he's getting a second contract here. MJ, you got that guy for at least another 4 years minimum. But congrats, hell of a purchase there. Question now is, was it throwback? Was it rivalry? Was it just regular home? You know, which was it at that one? But thanks for the tenor, man. Let's see if it begins a run of luck here with him. Look, doing pretty well so far. 2 catches, 74 yards in the first half for him. So not too shabby as we started this out, man. Derek, the Seahawks Lightning. Derek, the Seahawk Lightning. Thank you for the $2 donation. So sorry, B. Us Dereks have a hard time finishing. Well, it's the way it goes. It happened for a lot of guys. It happens to a lot of us. Oh. He gets back there, man. But sometimes it's like those guys are greased up like a pig or something. Just he slides. I've seen him slide off so many times. Even when he gets both hands on it, just sometimes can't quite wrap up and pull down a little bit there, you know? He's wrap and pull. Thank you, Derek. Sanchez in the house. Good to see you, Sanchez. I want to see a commitment to running the ball today. Agreed. Yeah, me as well. We've got 10 passes to start things out, 7 rushes. But definitely staying committed to the run would be a good thing. You're not necessarily running with a great amount of efficiency so far, but let's stay with it through the course of the game, Sanchez. Let's make sure that they're stopping that of us, that we're not finding success with all 3 backs or something, you know. Nice kick here by Myers, picked up on the roll and taken out of bounds about the 26-yard line, 26, 27-yard line there by the Titans, where they will start out. Got to run the ball today, Sanchez. Got to find balance today. As much not just in how you play the Titans, but to get back to just, this is how we win games. This is the blueprint. This is the model. This is the standard. This is how you set it up ideally this offseason when you put this team together. Got to keep to that commitment. Agreed 100%. Sanchez with another $2 donation. Thank you for that, Sanchez. Red zone offense needs to improve. It does. And certainly, I think we've had some issues at times, that penalty stuff down there when we get down there. You can't back yourself up a 5 yards, a 10, another 5 yards. Like that's not going to work. 1st and 10 here for the Titans. Back under center here is Cam. He's got a heavy amount of Seahawks right there in his face, and he just dirts that thing up as he did not like what he was seeing. He's pointing at something. Do we have a flag here? No. Red zone offense does need to improve. Seems like, too, we really do struggle down there in running the ball. You felt it on that one play where there was a couple of whiffs of the offensive linemen and multiple guys penetrating the backfield on Walker. Just a bit of a struggle down there in running the ball. Too many guys kind of losing blocks, which just doesn't help because now it has to all be about the passing down there and what gets the job done. That's a hard way to live down in the red zone. 2nd down and 10. Another blitz here. They might have gotten in Seattle here a little bit. No. Great play out in space by Witherspoon. He cleans it all up. That looked like trouble. You had a blitz going on a screenplay. That's usually about a time where you can find yourself in a predicament, but Witherspoon able to go out there and rally up in space and make a nice tackle. That's what he does at his size. Great play by Devin Witherspoon, who's having a really good game here to kick this off. 3rd down and 9, only a yard on the play. That looked really dangerous there for a second. Eamon dancing around the A gap here. A lot of blitzers standing up. This is where you're trying to throw a lot at the rookie quarterback and make him think here. You're bringing the blitz again. Boy, they are dialing it up here. And that's going to be completed. Broche with the catch. Tight coverage. Good throw by Cam. He put a heater on that one. First down. Ball around the midfield marker there after that throw. Cam goes back under center here. Hand off. Leonard Williams drags him down just as he gets past the hole. 2-yard gain. Thank you again, Sanchez. Appreciate your donations. Titans 12 carries, 36 yards, only a 3-yard carry here so far for them. So Seattle doing a good job of hemming up the run. Ward's the leading rusher here for the Titans. So of those 36 yards, 21's coming from Ward. 2nd down and 8. Quick pass here, completed. Brought down just short of the first down. Drake Thomas in coverage. So bring up a 3rd and 1. $2:14 to go here in the second quarter in a fast-moving first half. Titans just going to let this thing clock down to 2 minutes, I guess. Okay. Feed Me, thank you for another $2 donation. Feed Me says, I love it. We have yet to see a sharp run. Yeah, it's true. We got Walker 5 carries, Rashid with a carry, Jackson with a carry. So not yet bringing out Sharp, and this is matched up a lot to what we had heard from Mike Macdonald saying he was going to get Sharp some more opportunities in this game, or Walker some more opportunities in this game, and it made a lot of sense. He's just been the more effective back this year overall, and probably has earned the right with the home stretch of the season where you don't have to do the load management stuff as much with him. You can just let him loose, let him free, let him run. Yeah. Sanchez, thank you for the $10 donation, Sanchez, and all of your support today, brother. Appreciate you. Let's get a little pause on that one for those donations. Thank you for that, man. Appreciate you. He says, real talk. Russ has to retire at the end of the year. I don't know how he watches film and thinks he looks good. Plus, he'll have more time to be unlimited on Cameo. His Cameo. Russ, I think he does do Cameo, but he does it for like it's for charity and stuff, which is cool. Russ always awesome with that stuff. I totally get where Russ is coming from. Oh, you poor thing. I totally get where Russ is coming from to try to reclamate this. And indeed, you know, you've got players like his former teammates out there talking about him playing himself out of the Hall of Fame. And that just has you all the much more pushing to make sure you can maybe get one more year to kind of lock yourself into that and be able to get that chance. But, you know, and we'll see where all that stuff plays out long term. I think he's a Hall of Famer, you know, regardless long term. But he's had a lot of opportunities here now. You've had from the Denver to the Pittsburgh to this offseason, all the teams in the world out there that could be looking at you if you were a viable option from them, from what they were seeing on tape from you, and that you still have it, or you still just put them in the right place, and no teams were really kicking the tires on you. You had to kind of accept to go to the Giants team that already had the Jameis Winston there, was just kind of like, let's reinforce our quarterback position here a bit. And I just don't know where he looks at this point and says, let me keep doing this. Does he want to go be a backup somewhere? I mean, and then even then, is he looked at as even a high quality backup at this point, Sanchez? Because if you're going to the Giants this last offseason, that's the NFL telling me maybe not. Perhaps no is the answer there. I think it's like you say, the end is kind of come here. It's troubling that it's got to be this way. I love Russ and would love to have seen him get one more kind of chapter to his story. But it is kind of what it is on that one a bit. We've got 3rd down and about a yard here for Cam Ward. Play action pass. He's dropping back here. He's going to flick it off his back foot. And Uchenna Nwosu down the field covering a tight end tight. Tight end not able to bring it in. I think that was that Gunnar Helm down there that he was on, the rookie. Not a bad job there by Uchenna, considering he's an edge out there covering 15 yards down the field on a go route. No surprise here. The Titans are going to go for this as they did earlier in this game. 1:54 to go. Uchenna, unfortunately, is down after the play. He's reaching down for his foot. Hopefully he's okay. And we're going to go to commercial break. Man, that sucks. Hopefully Ochen is okay. Thank you again, Sanchez, for the donation. I agree with you. It is time at this point. Bear with me 1 second here. I'll be right back. Mark Sanchez in the house. How's it going, Mark? Says Brandon Ayuk's situation is crazy. DK was never like this. No, DK was never a problem when it came to his contract, and it was not going to be kind of like the situation with San Francisco. And the Niners are in a weird place right now where they've got their coach doing as good a coaching job as he's probably done since he's been there, but they've got an aging roster in certain spots. They've got some kind of malcontents now from the other spots. I mean, Brandon Ayuk isn't even the only receiver that they're not, having issues with. Like Juwan Jennings is probably also out there after this year. And they just strange with what's going on with the Niners. I don't know if this is a situation where the owner just has buyer's remorse with all the money that he spent on all these contracts, and that they're just kind of looking for a way to get out from under that Ayuk deal. It's going to be contested with the union, I'm sure. It's going to go through a whole kerfuffle. And it's not a great look by the Niners because teams just don't tend to do this type of stuff. Oh, I see. He kind of planted his foot weird running down the field, did Uchenna. He's standing up on the sideline, though. He looks like he's okay. 4th down and 1 here for the Titans. Handoff inside. Come on. Oh, I think he might. Oh, they got him short. Good mark for the Seahawks there. They got him short. They corralled him in the backfield. Somebody had their hand around the running back's waist and was kind of holding on to his waist. And then the running back kept pushing forward. Great job. Great stop. Mike Macdonald pumped up. Brandon Peely in there at the nose tackle position, holding it down on the play. Come on, give us a replay on this thing. Let me see what happened here. Yeah, Peely, great job of not getting moved an inch there. He was just a wall down there. They single blocked him with the center, and he walled up. Drake Thomas in there to clean the play up. That was the guy coming in from behind. Great job by Brandon Peely. 4th down stop by the Seahawks, 148 and a chance to just bring this game heavily into Seattle's favor here if they can get some points before this half. Handoff inside, Charbonnet. His first run of the game, he's going to fall forward for about a gain of 1 or 2. Get back over to this dono in a second. I want to talk about that situation here at halftime. 1:35 to go. Clock continues to roll. Seattle taking a little bit of their time here. They have 2 timeouts. Not in a tremendous hurry, I suppose. Wanting to make sure that this half ends on this possession. They do get the ball after halftime as well. So shades of last week where you're looking to kind of steal a possession here as much as anything else. Sam back in shotgun 3 wide. Cooper Kupp goes in motion prior to the snap. Seattle taking a lot of time here. Sam dropping back to throw. Flips it out to Charbonnet out of the backfield. Charbonnet, nice run by Sharbs. He gets up the field quickly and then out of bounds after a 12 or 13-yard catch and run. First down Seahawks with a minute to go here in the second quarter. Okay, let's go with a little bit of urgency here now, okay? We got past the first down mark. Let's Let's get going. And Sam, good adjustments from him in this game. A little bit more willingness to work down to the flat route read, to the security option read, which wasn't as much in play last week, partly because it couldn't be in play. You were chipping guys and trying to take care of that pass rush of the Rams. Just didn't have those guys you could move out into space for Sam to be able to utilize. Dropping back to throw here on 1st and 10. Whips it hard through there, trying to find Shaheed. That ball will be knocked down in the passing lane. Sam tried to dial up the RPMs there and fit it into a tight spot. This is where I'd love a delay. We don't run many delays, but a delay out of shotgun here. Tennessee's going to be expecting the pass all the way, I would think. They got a too high shell look. That's just what they do. They go to the draw. Love it, baby. Love it. I called it. Let's go. First down, run by Charbonnet for 12 yards. That away, Cougs? You just know they're going to the cover 2 shell there. They're going to the pass all the way. It is maybe that freebie 12 yards there, and they're not going to be thinking it. Clock winding. Hurry up here for Seattle. Sam dropping back. Whips it here under JSN. JSN turns around here, flips this field outside, and somehow gets out of bounds. I don't know how he did on that play. He started inside, danced a little bit, then cut it back outside, and he just kind of confused all that dancing, all that mamba. He had that Titans player just hypnotized. Just, I can't tackle you. What are you doing? Gets himself out of bounds to the first down. Seattle maintains their 2 timeouts. Into field goal range here against the Titans already. 31 seconds to go in this opening half. Ball at the 25. Sam in shotgun. Dropping back to throw. Gets it back in here to Cooper Kupp. Cooper with the catch. He'll be brought down short. Timeout. There we go. Nice 11-yard gain there for Seattle. They're going to get themselves in a position here and take a shot or two down in the end zone. You like that? Ball sitting on about the 13-yard line. 1st and 10. Sam dropping back to throw. He finds JSN. JSN tries to get out of bounds. We'll see if they say he got out of bounds. They do not say he got out of bounds. Seattle will have to call their last time out there. Jackson was fighting like hell to get out there. Just could not get out of bounds. We got a Titans player down on the field here for them. So, Mark, I agree with the whole thing. That you go back to this, and I said this about both Brock Purdy and the Ayuk situation, which is that these are both contracts you just don't sign, and I didn't think that they should have done the Christian McCaffrey extension. And the money I think that this Niner team has given out the past couple of years, I think this is why you have an owner who's probably pushing to eat the $100 million that they ate this year in dead money to get out of from Hardgrave contracts and Malik Collin contracts, guys that still could play in the sport, but they were just like, we need to pare this money down. And with Ayuk, you went through that whole training camp of, unsure of what you're going to do with him, whether you're going to give him the money or not. You didn't want to give him the money. You were going to trade him. Then you weren't going to trade him. They were not in on the deal. And it's another place where I say, this is where you learn from your competitors. You learn from your rivals in this division and how they've done it wrong, how not to do negotiations. You got to go in and you either pay the player or you trade the player. You can't do this middle ground route that we see teams like Niners have done, or like we see the Cowboys have done and try to do, where it's like they're trying to stretch everything out and play the game. You play the game and you might end up just burning the player out. You might end up, getting him sold off of your program to where even if you get the deal done, the dollars that you want to get it done to, you have a player that's still a little bit bitter and angry at you for it. You don't want to create the bad blood when it's not necessary. Decide to either pay the guy, give him the money, or don't. It's kind of an either or. It doesn't mean you have to give him all the money, but it does mean you have to be careful when you get into situations of having a hold in training camp lasting well into 3 weeks. That's an impasse. That's a situation that's begging you to look at it and say, we gotta pump this one a little bit. You probably could have gotten a first round pick for him. And with Brock Purdy, it's going to be, I think, the same way, where they're going to have buyer's remorse on this deal as well, looking at it in retrospect. And you go, yeah, you should probably not have given him that money. But good news is this is going to help us out with the Niners because they're doing a lot of things really right. They're drafting pretty well. They've done a reasonably good job of bringing in some young talent that can help them around the edges of some of the guys that they've lost. They've had a good year this year despite all of the injuries, but yet they do have a little bit of a situation here with their cap and how this all will kind of go down the line a bit with also losing players. Like you're going to lose Ayuk, you're going to lose Jawan Jennings, you're going to come back next year, and Ricky Parasol and a rookie wide receiver are going to be your 1-2 options, with a George Kittle getting very old, with probably a Trent Williams retired by that point, with maybe a Christian McCaffrey retired by that point. If not retired, heavily reduced from what he's been. They're in a bit of a predicament, the Niners, right now. The timing of stuff and the way that it's working is not the best for them on this. And the Ayuk situation is a weird one. Reportedly from Jesse, he was talking on the roundtable that essentially, he was talking on the roundtable that essentially Ayuk had been healthy for weeks and weeks and weeks, and that Niners just weren't activating him. It's like they were trying to hold him off for the offseason or something. Which, again, if that was your decision, if that's what you're trying to do from a Niner standpoint, and you're getting cute with it like that, much like those negotiations, that means you've gotten cute multiple times over with this Ayuk situation from the training camp to this, and now it blows up in your face. Baker goes down for the Titans. Titans are down some cornerbacks with less. L'Jarius Sneed already on the IR. They moved Roger McCreary to the Rams at the trade deadline. So much like their receiving core, their cornerback room is getting a little bit thin. Just a little thin. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Our O-line is getting rolled. Not their best day so far. It's been good in pass protection, I think, for Sam for the most part. But yeah, as run blocking goes, there aren't any really holes. You're not getting any real push. 2nd down and 9, 16 seconds to go here for Sam Darnold. Probably tries to take a shot here into the end zone if he can. We're going to have a flag on Seattle here. They're going to get Abraham Lucas for a false start. Just about every offensive lineman for your Seahawks in here, outside of Oluwatimi and Bradford, have a penalty in this first half. Good timing, Sanchez, for your donation. As we see in this first half, maybe not their best game so far this season, this offensive line. Pass pro's been okay. They don't have a quarterback yet, don't have a quarterback sack on 14 dropbacks, but come on now. Sam, flush from the pocket. He's going to throw this into the back of the end zone away, and we got a flag on the play. Good amount of flags this first half, trying to hit Shaheed there. Looks like it's going to be on the Titans. Holding. No, it's on Seattle. Jeez. Oh, no, it's holding on Seattle and holding on the Titans. Offsetting penalties. A replay of 2nd down. So you got one more play from a Seahawks perspective here. 9 seconds to go. One timeout, but you basically got the one play here. And then it's a field goal attempt. Let's see what Kubiak's got drawn up here. Tough spot of the field to kind of get your shot taken. You get the cover 2 on the back end. Titans aren't doing a lot of blitzing in this game either. I don't think they're going to do so here. 3 wide for Sam. Shotgun look. Drops back to pass. He's going to heave this up and over. Ooh, he almost fit that into JSN. Boy, that was a JSN able to almost make that catch. He extended up in the air, made the grab. But a good job by the Titans defender of pushing him out of bounds as he's floating through the air to not allow him to have a pathway to get his feet in bounds. Jason Myers will come out for a short field goal attempt. He's made 2 today from 47 and from 30. This will be from 36. Hold is down. Kick is up. Kick is drifting right. And it'll stay inside that right upright. And Seahawks will take a 16-3 halftime lead here as things end up winding around into the right direction when it's all said and done here. So certainly some folks would probably want to see a little bit more from this offense and from this team, but a good job overall defensively. And I'll take that as a first half. Able to come out with the nice, comfortable lead here. You also get the ball after halftime. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you, man, for all of your support today, brother. Awesome as ever. Mac Jones is objective evidence for Purdy being a bad signing. I just want the Bills to trade for Shanahan. That would be awesome, man. I would love that. I'd be so happy to see that, Sanchez. I agree. I hadn't thought about how much I want to see this happen now, but I think we had talked a little bit about it on the roundtable. Maybe let's do it. That'd be great. And yes, it's that you get lost in what your head coach does and what he's got an ability to do. And when you have with Brock, is Brock came in at like I don't want to call it the perfect storm, but he came in at the perfect time for a guy like him to be maximized by Shanahan because of the fact that you had so much talent on that football team. You had so many guys he was coming into. He's throwing to so many guys that were creating separation on the routes and making with it then Brock look really, really great. And it's not that Brock wasn't also doing some things to help and he's a gamer and he's a guy that understands how to play the position. Don't get me wrong there. But is he separating? That's to your point, Sanchez, when you can go and find a guy like you can find a guy like Mac Jones who can give you 90. Well, he's not going to give you the scrambling. He does have more arm talent than Brock. Brock's got more mobility, but the bottom line is that they give you basically equivalency in play. And yet you're getting this for pennies on the dollar with Mac as opposed to what you paid Brock. And so you look at that and you go, okay, this is where we've got to be smart about recognizing how good our coach is at maximizing quarterbacks that maybe are not the most ultra talented, that he can get a lot of things cleaned up in his play calling and his diagramming of certain plays to get that guy to be made to look his best. So to me, you go one or two routes if you're a Niners team with a Shanahan, or you're just any team that has Shanahan as a head coach. You're either going to get by with less, a little bit of what you would give with a Mac Jones, where we're just going to build up the whole rest of the roster big and mighty, and we're going to spend all our money over there, and we're going to go cheap at the quarterback because we can get by there. You be like a real trendsetter in your outlook of it. Or you go heavy for the real ultra talented guy. But I think if you're overpaying for a kind of middle of the road dude, that's not the right assembly for a Shanahan team, for a Shanahan Niner team. You're just not, you're really not going to get enough for as much as you got to pay out. What is he at? $53 million per year, Sanchez? It just doesn't, it's one where the Niners get a lot of things right, but boy, they also don't see certain things as clearly as you would expect them to see it at times too. And we would see. We would have to see on that. It'd be interesting to see if Shanahan would be open to that possibility, if they're open to that possibility where, you're offered a first round pick plus by the Bills, probably take like first and a second or something. If Shanahan be willing to do that, hard to see Shanahan being willing to leave San Francisco for Buffalo. That's the tough part there. You talk about going from one culture to the next, but I would love to see it because he is a hell of a coach. And if they ever do get this quarterback position really figured out for him, that Niner team is going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. And I still don't think they're going away exactly, but they've made it harder for themselves to get back to contending status with some of these contracts, some of these negotiations, and then just some of the timing that's going on at the same time. Banker Elpris, thank you for the $2 donation. Says if paid to cover Browns or Jets for 1 year, who? Jeez. It's a good question. I think I would go with the Browns banker. And the reason being is that I just think that neither team's got a lot of hope at the moment, but the Browns, I think, have actually a pretty good head coach. He's a head coach who has continued throughout his whole time there to never have a viable quarterback in Stefanski. And I think he, to me, gets a lot of pass because of the fact that he just does never, not only does he not get a quarterback, like not only does he not get his guy, he's got to make do with guys like Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders and Joe Flacco's. I mean, the endless litany of names that have come through there that no head coach would be able to work with, which just means if they ever do get some kind of viable quarterback there, that'd be fun to cover them because they'd probably be a pretty good team. The other nice part with the Browns banker is that they get 2 first-round picks in this upcoming draft. Because of the trade with Jacksonville last year, the trade back, they've got 2 first-round picks. So they've got an ability here to build things up from an exciting standpoint this offseason. Maybe eventually start to now get yourself out of the Deshaun Watson contract. Potentially maybe make a move with a Myles Garrett, get picks back. I mean, they'd be in a position potentially, your banker, if they were smart, where they have the 2 first-round picks already, and then they go and they move a guy like Myles Garrett for multiple first-round picks in addition to that. Imagine all of the ammunition and what you could do with that ammunition if you just stock up on those picks. You're not doing anything with Myles Garrett anyway. So why not? Whereas with the Jets banker, it's just a can't get right organization that's still in the process of not getting things right. Their process seems to be a bit broken. The ownership seems to be bad. They don't seem to have a plan in what they're doing. The Browns at least do feel like they've got a plan. It may not be the best plan, may not be a great plan, but it is a plan. I don't know if the Jets actually have a plan. They just feel like a team reactively year by year that just kind of goes in the offseason. They're like, well, let's try this. No, that didn't work. Let's try this. Jeez, that didn't work. How about this? Nope. So I'd go Browns. That'd be pretty easy for me with the Browns. Jets are in trouble shape. They don't have their quarterback. They got to rebuild their defense. They're probably moving on from the defensive players. They don't want to pay this offseason. The offensive line's had a lot of investment, but it has not exactly paid off for them. They just dumped a bunch of guys. Now, they do have a couple first-round picks too, but they don't have the fun first-round picks like I feel like, they do have, they're all right. They did get a couple first. They got the Colts and they got the Cowboys. They'd be kind of fun too. Both will be a lot more funner to cover this year, banker, than they would be in prior years. I will say that. Because at least there's some now hope for both of those teams with just the draft capital they have, at the least. At least you can go, okay, well, we got at least this to kind of build off of to feel good about. Slowby One, thank you for the 8 months as a Hawks Nest member. Do you think the Cowboys re-sign Brandon Aubrey? Yeah, he's a weapon for them. He's been a great kicker for them. They're going to have the cap space, and I would estimate that there's little reason to move off him at that point. I don't think that we would necessarily look to grab him. I think that we're going to run with Myers for another year on his contract right now. He's got one more year left on his deal. You got to eat dead money to move off of him. I don't think the team's going to be particularly interested in doing that. I think they just roll with him for another year. But yeah, I do think that the Cowboys probably just re-sign Aubrey and call it a day there. They'll have the cap space to do so. And they don't have anybody really coming up contractually wise right now, I don't think, on that team that they have to. It's kind of the benefits of not doing the Micah deal is now you got some money for signing an assembly of guys rather than just kind of one guy. Yeah. I don't think we got any kind of chance in him, that's for sure. And thank you again for the donation, Sanchez. Well said on your part about Mac, man. This is exactly what I think about it. It's objective evidence for that Purdy contract not being good. And I come back to it again, saying, you're going to pay a quarterback. You're going to pay a quarterback high watermark money. I'm not talking the Sam Darnold deal. I'm talking the Brock Purdy deal. I'm paying a guy well over $50 million per year at the quarterback position. I need to know what I get, and that guy needs to be a differentiator. He needs to be a separator. He needs to be a guy that can elevate the cast around him, not expect the cast to elevate him. Too many of these contracts given out to too many of these quarterbacks need the cast to elevate them. They're being paid like they they fly on high, when in actuality, they need those guys to lift them up. And that's just to where these teams, we've seen many teams in the league get it wrong, and even teams with a smart quarterback coach like Shanahan still end up getting it kind of wrong. Still can't quite see it. It's a tough position to evaluate, but I can't agree more thoroughly in that got to be careful on these, and these teams just aren't careful, and it ends up costing them because if you're not in the Brandon Ayuk contract right now, right, Sanchez, and you've got that extra first round pick plus maybe in tow back from it. If you're not in this Brock Purdy contract coming up and you ate that money this offseason, how much money would you have going into this next offseason to be able to go out and really do some damage and really add onto this team and really then reopen your Super Bowl window back up? Instead, you're going to be back in somewhat of the same kind of scrambling mode you were this offseason. Maybe not as much dead money, not to the same degree, but it ain't going to be inexpensive either. And you're not going to be just sitting on loads of cash to go buy whatever you want to go buy. And you got a lot you're going to need to get fixed. Pass rush. Where's your linebacker room? As both Will and Mike, as far as how Warner comes back. Offensive line needs help. You're going to need to go get some wide receivers. You might need to go get a left tackle. You might need to go get a starting running back. You might need to go get even a tight end, depending on what goes on with Kittle. It's not going to be easy when you're limited on your funds a little bit, which is where they'll kind of be on that. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $5 donation. Martin, it's not been great, but it's a halftime lead. We get the ball to start the second half, hopefully get another score. Most important thing, get the win. I want blowouts as well as anybody. It's the NFL. It's hard to get blowouts. I know we've gotten used to having 30-point burgers putting up on bad teams this year, and that's kind of been a bit of the standard, so we'd expect it in one like this, but easier said than done at times with that. I will take a 16-3 lead coming out of halftime on the road, 10 a.m. game. I'm okay with that, especially with getting the ball at the start of the second half, like you mentioned, Martin. Definitely not been super clean. There's some things here that are, issue-wise, and it's mainly to the offensive side of the ball. Run blocking's not been great. Pass blocking's been good. But it's, you're doing fine. It's fine, kind of, so to speak. I mean, if you look at the offense, you don't have one punt in that first half. It goes field goal, touchdown, field goal, field goal. So your offense is scoring every time they touch the ball. We can kind of pick at the nits a little bit to this and say, well, this could be better. That can be better. This is, what are we doing here with this? But overall, everything considered here, I think we'll take it and now come out, put this thing to bed. Go get a scoring drive, a touchdown drive, and this game's, for all intents and purposes, over with at that point. Especially if you can take a lot of time off the clock. Well said, Martin. The most important thing, just get the dub out of this. Just keep stacking these dubs up here. Take care of the teams you should take care of. Cool Breeze. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel, Cool Breeze. I appreciate you for that. We'll be doing a call-in show this week for members of the channel. So next Saturday, we'll be doing a call-in show, and looking forward to that. But that will be up over on, actually, I might have that over on the regular thing where you guys can just normally see it. I'm not sure if I'm put on the community post or not, but please be on the lookout for that. Cool Breeze. We'll get the Monday morning PFF scores off to you under the community post as well to you guys for that. Appreciate you though, man. Thank you for becoming a member again of the channel. I know you have before too, Cool Breeze. You're awesome for that. Awesome. Appreciate you. Guys can for me again too today. Hit that like button. I know I ask that a lot, but that's a big deal here for the channel. You help me out tremendously by doing so. People looking for hot content right now online on YouTube. And when you hit that like button, it says, check out this guy. Cool Breeze, how many catches does Shaheed have for us so far? 2. Seems like he only gets end arounds. Yeah. Yeah, you're not utilizing him a lot here yet so far. I think last week they had a little bit more of him being acclimated in, and you had that one where he took the top off last week and he was on that go ball. If Sam Darnold just puts it out in front of him a little bit, that might be his first touchdown catch with the Hawks. But he's making an impact, at least as a punt returner, and I think he will, as the weeks go along, Cool Breeze, get more and more kind of acclimated in. YouTube adding 3 ads, is that diabolical? I'm sorry about that with the ads. I have it turned down to a minimum, but they sometimes override it. So I set it up to where it should be just visor at the front and the back, but sometimes they will just decide to throw stuff in even when I don't tell them to do it. Sorry about that. Definitely try to keep those down. Good to see you, Cool Breeze. Joe says, I need 22 yards from Cooper and 2 receptions from A.J. Barner. Barner's going to get the receptions. We'll see on Cooper. There's times with Cooper, it seems like we kind of forget about him a little bit. This ball will be bounced to Rashid Shaheed to start out the second half. He'll bring this up and he'll be pulled down quickly just passing the 20-yard line, about the 23. Like Spike. That's right, Dozilla. Thank you, man. Moo Breezy, how's with Tony Horton? Haven't heard much from him recently. He's on IR. He's been injured. I think Moo, this would be one of those things like Ernest today, where if you're in a playoff game, if you had injuries at the receiver core aside from him, I think you would probably see him as the guy out there playing. But they're being careful with him. 1st and 10 with Sam under center here. He's going to change the play at the line of scrimmage. A lot of tight defenders down there. He's going to go play action there. Understandable. Steps up in the pocket under pressure. He's got JSN down the field. JSN cuts loose. JSN still fighting. Pulls his way out to the 20-yard line. JSN with another big play down the field. Jackson continues to be unguardable. Great job of pocket mobility there by Sam. It's more subtle pocket motion than anything else. Feeling the pressure, stepping up into the pocket, keeping his eyes down the field, and finding Jackson for a perfect throw down the field there. But it's that stepping up in the pocket, not letting the pressure just get to you from a Sam Darnold perspective there that made that play happen. Heavy look here, 3 tight ends, pitch outside. Charles Cross leading the way out in front. Walker, a little bit of space to work with here. He'll get himself about 5 or 6. Oh, you love to see Cross out there in front. Jackson over 142 yards receiving today with just only a little bit more than a half a play. Him and Sam, what a connection between these two, huh? Titans down cornerbacks, man. They don't have the guys to cover Jackson right now. 2nd down and 4. Seahawks offense trying to take it to this Titans defense and put them away here early if they can. 2 wide receiver look. Play action pass. Sam dropping back. Hits his man in the back of the end zone. There we go. Jackson Smith and Jigba wide open in the back of the end zone there. Straight drop back there. No play action. Just a straight drop back to let Sam get really quickly into the pass, where you don't have him turning his back then to the play. Just straight to the drop back, kind of a fake play action, and they get it right to Jackson. Jackson with just a grade A release. He sidesteps the release to the outside, gets the defender to drift to the outside with him, then cuts it back inside to set up the post route in the back of the end zone. But it's the initial release to get the defender to sidestep a little bit sideways to where then he can cut that thing back up. Great job by Jackson Smith and Jigba. Got a flag here on the extra point attempt. Jackson 6 catches, 155 yards. Woo! 2 touchdowns. He's like, oh, Jonathan Taylor's MVP? Oh, Jonathan Taylor's MVP? Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, really? Are you sure? Are you sure? 5-yard penalty against Seattle takes him back 5. Jason Myers able to still punch through the extra point. Seattle taking a commanding 20-point lead, 23-3. Very nice throw there by Jackson in the back of the end zone, or Sam in the back of the end zone as well. He even started to put together a pretty good day here. 11-17, 195 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, 143 rating. And Jackson, yes. Max, thank you for becoming a new member of the channel. Max, appreciate you for that. Again, do keep an eye on your community post. I'll be putting out the PFF grades from this game tomorrow, Monday. And then we've got the Saturday call-in show. If you guys want to call in and chop it up a little bit, talk this team. 14-11 says Art. 14-11. Jordan, screw it. JSN's down there somewhere. He does do that. He's one-on-one down there. I got him. Jose says, do we only have one receiver? When you have this good of a receiver, you don't need any more. It was play action. It was kind of like a soft play action. He didn't go full on extended. He kind of got himself turned around really quickly on it. It's a half action. That's what I'm going to call it. Half action. So this is man and Jigba Largent. Very good at football. Very good at football. I'll be balling Hawks Nest in order. Who are the greatest wide receivers in Seattle history? Well, Largent's definitely the lead dog there for me on that one. My pecking order would probably, I think Doug didn't have as long of the career, I think, quite as Tyler did. But I would probably go Doug, Tyler, Brian Blades. I would probably go Brian and then probably DK. That'd be my pecking order probably. You could talk me into DK being flipped over the top of Brian Blades. So maybe him even at number 4. Seahawks with a quick striking drive, 3 plays, 76 yards, only consuming 1 minute and 41 seconds off the clock, culminating with a 13-yard touchdown reception by Jackson Smith-Njigba, who's having another monster day today. In fact, maybe the best day of the year here for him. Kickoff at the 1-yard line here, taken up by DK. He'll be run out of bounds there by Pritchett after a moderate gain. He's half a Pro Bowl. Jackson getting all-pro and triple. He better be an all-pro this year. Oh, sorry. Scoreboard's a little off. My bad. Defense must be demoralized by now. It's the thing with wanting to get up on bad teams early and not let them have a chance. Seahawks bringing a blitz here. Ball tipped up. Great job there tipping that ball up there. That slowed that whole bubble screen down. Seahawks had a blitz there where, again, the bubble screen could potentially be kind of lethal to you in that kind of play. But a great job by the blitzer there to get his hand out there and tip that thing up. Guy still was able to receive it, but had to wait for a second as the ball kind of hung in the air there. Second down and 8. Seahawks bringing some pressure here. Eamon Wari is going to blitz here. Looped up over the top. Ward kind of feeling the pressure here. Just tries to lollipop that one over the top to the running back leaking out into space, and just throws it over the top of his head. Strange throw there by Cam. Looked like he had a clear pathway, and he wasn't under a lot of pressure. They picked up Eamon Wari nicely on the blitz. Third down and 8. Mike's definitely been giving Ward a lot of different pressure looks. He might be blitzing as much as any time we've seen this year so far. He's doing it again here on this play. Ward under pressure. Ward trying to break the pocket, and he will not. The big cat is on him. He pounces. Just as Ward looks like he's going to potentially break the pocket there, able to jump on top of him and bring him down. The pressure look again. Eamon Wari being sent on the blitz. And Eamon Wari being sent on the blitz is a Mike, basically, there. Leonard and him kind of run into each other on a loop. And then Leonard just bounces off of him and then finds Cam Ward out in space and brings him down. Great job by the defense. Just what you want to see after that touchdown drive. Get it right back to the offense. Put this team away in full. Here's the punt by Hecker. Got Shaheed here. It's a little bit of a deeper punt. Shaheed tries to break it up one way, and he's going to get pulled down to the ground there after a very short game where Seattle's offense will take over. There you go, man. Hopefully they are demoralized. You get up on these teams. We do have a flag on the play. You get up on these teams. You take away that spirit as much as anything a little bit. I hope JSN's career is here forever too. Perspicarious. Holding on to Seattle. Let's take him back 10 yards here. Why not Galloway? Galloway was great. I'd probably still have him at about 6. I don't think he was better than Brian Blades. I don't think that he was better than DK. But again, too, he had a little bit of the shorter run here versus a guy like Blades who played pretty much his entire career here. So, this is where it gets into the tough part about how much longevity, John, matters over impact for a shorter period of time. So I know that Galloway's a lot of fun, don't get me wrong, but in Brian Blades, you have a guy that played his entire career here, almost 10 years he played, 7,600 yards. Joey Galloway played in Seattle for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. So half the time he played in Seattle. He went for 1,000 yards 3 times, missed it another year just barely. But from my standpoint, at that point, I've got to give the nod to me to Brian Blades for doing what he did longevity wise. Different types of players, but this is the hard part about these kind of conversations. One guy's here for 5 years, one guy's here for 10 years. Shouldn't the guy that's here twice as long as the other guy, especially because he has more production, end up factoring more? And then the other argument would say, well, no, it's the other guy was more impactful in the shorter time, and that should carry more of the weight. I think person by person, it sort of differs in who gives weight to the longevity versus the impact thing a little bit. Oh, yeah, and B, JSN contract deals, 10 years, 700 million, 500 million guaranteed. Oh, Lord. It's true. Chad Hart, thank you for the $5 donation, Chad. Brando, I have the option to change from being a member instead of being a patron. I'm not trying to be cheap ass. I just can't afford both. Oh, I understand, man. It's kind of set up to do one or the other. Either one, both of them get the same kind of benefits, Chad. So it's, they're basically equivalent of which one. I prefer patron if you can stay to the patron side, because YouTube takes its little bit of a chunk out, on the member stuff, where patron takes less of the chunk out. But either way, definitely don't expect both on that one, Chad, for sure. But thank you, man. Appreciate you. Good to see you in the house too, Chad. You're having a good one. And thank you, man, for all your support. First down play here for Sam, dropping back to throw. He's going to whip this up over the top here and just kind of throw it away to Barner out there in space. A little bit more pressure there, was kind of bearing down there. Seattle is not trying to run the ball, I'll tell you that. They're willing to let it throw here. Second down and 10. Sam and shotgun on second and 10. Finds Jackson, Smith, and Jigba again. Jackson drugged down after a 7 or 8 yard gain. Just sat down wide open. Over 163 yards now receiving for Jackson. Third down and 2. 10:55 to go in the third quarter. Jackson now most single season yards in Seahawks history, passing DK Metcalf at 13:03. Sam dropping back to throw, whips this through. Cooper Kupp. Yeah, looked like Cooper might have had a chance there with that in his hands. I can't. Hot pass coming into Cooper Kupp and couldn't reel it in. Ooh, defender might have gotten a little bit of a hand on that. Sam might have gotten a little bit behind. Yep. Sam, it's a catch that definitely Cooper can make. But Sam got that a little behind him on that rather than a little bit more out front and giving him a bit more chance, take the defender away from the play. Michael Dixon with the punt here, his first one of the game. This will drive back DK to the 13-yard line. He'll have some space to work with as it was a big punt. He's coming up the football field, and we've got trouble. He's got space to work with here, and he might run this back all the way for a touchdown. He will indeed. Dixon just outkicked his coverage there, and DK was able to make him pay. DK is a very good punt returner. Touchdown, Tennessee Titans. Yikes. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation, Jordan. Teams are going to have to stop loading the box. It's just ignorant at this point. JSN is going to exploit one-on-one or one-on-two. You'd think eventually that would be the way this works. Bad job by the Seahawks kick punt return unit there. They just completely left that open to the edge. They widened that. They let him have that edge opened up there for the reverse in the field there. Right as you're just about to potentially put this team away, man. They come out and they answer back and bring this back close, 23-10. I think eventually it's going to have to be the case. Certainly some of the struggles in running the ball, as you have here and there a little bit today, and not been bad. You actually gotten some headway here, but obviously it's a lot of times too where it's just things are closed up. We are still seeing this with the Titans where there's a lot of the bringing the congestion up around the line of scrimmage and it being hard to find much headway when you got to do that. It's hard to run the ball when there's that many bodies down there. The brass tacks of it. It would be nice to be able to find a little bit more, but they're just basically begging for you to throw the ball. And this is probably a game why we see the Hawks right now with 20 passes with Sam versus only 11 rushing attempts so far in this game. Is that this is how Kubiak is also feeling, which I can kind of get, but definitely can't forget about the run as well. Still got to stay with it to a degree. I'll be right back. One sec. We'll see when there's going to be a team that makes the adjustment, Jordan. The Rams did it last week, I'll tell you, and that's part of their ability to keep Jax a little bit more into wraps than some of these other teams have done so. But to your point, this has been what we've seen time and time again from these teams over and over again this year. See how the Titans play this on this next drive a little bit. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. No garbage time points. Get the D they're due. It's the only crappy part with this is these kind of scores this defense has had on them this year outside of their control, be it an offensive touchdown or a punt return like this. It all ends up counting on the defense's points per game, essentially, which I really don't think it should, but it does. But maybe the offense could get a nice long drive here and wear this Titans defense out, give the Seahawks defense a chance to get their blow. That wouldn't be too bad either here, would it, Sanchez? Don't like the punt return, but at least that one way to turn this back around from that bad punt return touchdown. DK with his second punt return for a touchdown last 3 games. Dixon not being particularly careful with them on that one, out kicking his coverage like that. You love the boomer, but you also like to see there to be a little bit more height under that punt, give his team a chance. All right, here's the kickoff to Shaheed. He'll field it at the 5-yard line, bring it up from there. Shaheed will be brought down about the 26-yard line where Seattle will take over with 10:18 to go in the third quarter. Thank you, Sanchez, for that $2 dono. Appreciate you for that. Thanks for all of your support today, bro. Kind of wonder too, Chaz Surratt's a really good special teams player for you, missing on this play, not out there on the field. Or that might have impacted some things a little bit. Two tight end look here for the Seahawks on first down. The give is going to be to Walker. Walker through able to brace through. Nice run there by Walker. Fights through the first tackle and gets upfield. Nice gain. His best one of the day there. 19-yard run there by Walker. His two best runs have been on outside zone. That was well blocked up. Both Jackson Smith and Gray Zabel with some really good blocks there to allow him to get through. Nicely done. 9:45 to go in the third quarter. Seahawks up 23-10 here. Quick snap. Walker again, back in loose, back in the open field again here. Nice 10-yard run here. They're going to push the pile about 12 yards when it's all said and done. Back-to-back nice runs by Walker. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Cooper Kupp with a pancake. Abraham Lucas with a great block. They're getting after it on this drive here a little bit with these first two runs. And already to the Tennessee Titans side of the football field, the 44-yard line. I formation look here from Seattle. Tennessee counting with a 3-4. Play action pass. Sam gets it out to Walker here in the flat. Walker, a little bit more space to work with. Walker down the football field to the 20, the 15, and he's run out of bounds at the 14-yard line. A play set up, it looked like the whole way to just throw this ball to Walker, leaking out of the backfield off of play action. Robbie Oots out there in front. 3 touches for Walker and right up the football field, using him like a weapon. Good job by Oots to get down the field there and make that nice block. Quickly up the field are the Seahawks on 3 plays here. 83 total yards for Walker in this game. Another I formation look. Charbonnet in the backfield. Play action pass. Out to Jackson. Jackson turns around a little bit, able to cut this back outside and turned into a nice little 4-yard gain there. Didn't look like there was a lot to be had there on that play. He was able to kind of twist it to the back outside off the cut and go get himself a couple yards. Jackson, 8 catches, 167 yards receiving in this game so far. Second down and 6. Clock rolls, 7:35 in the third quarter to go. Condensed split here from the Seahawks with a 3 wide receiver look. Hand off here to Charbonnet. Charbonnet bouncing through. Charbonnet keeping his feet and going and getting the first down. Nice job by Charbonnet there. Looks like they were going to have that clogged up after a couple of yards, but just kept just chugging those feet and keeping his balance as long as he possibly could to fall forward for an extra couple of yards. Charbonnet running well here. 4 carries, 30 yards here for him in this game so far. Seattle finding some footing around the ball in this drive too, which is really cool to see. First and goal for the Seahawks. Heavy look here. Hand off here to Charbonnet. Charbonnet busts this outside. Might have a little bit of space to work with. Charbonnet gets it inside the end zone. Touchdown, Seahawks. Charbonnet quickly scooted his way around the edge there. Didn't have a lot of space to work with, but the Seahawks got some good seal blocks there to that side and able to free him up around the edge to bust it in. Cody White out there as the lead dog, able to get a beautiful pin block there on the safety. You've got Barner down there laying a really nice block on the edge. Look at Barner controlling the edge down the football field and doing so to allow Charbonnet to tuck it just inside the pylon there, rounding that edge. What a wonderful answer of a drive by the Seattle Seahawks after the punt return by the Titans. And the extra point will be up and good from Myers. So 30-10. Seahawks retake their commanding lead. Not just a lead, but a commanding lead with 6:40 to go in this third quarter. Peter, thank you for the $5 donation, Peter. Defense can keep us in games all the way to a championship. Offense doesn't have to be elite. Don't pile up the turnovers, and anything is possible. Beautifully put, Peter. Beautifully put. And of course, I can't agree more. And that this is at the heart of the issues with Sam and these interceptions. And last week was a great game to really show this. Whereas with one less interception, you probably win that game. Just one less of the 4. And what if you could eliminate all of them? What if you could eliminate 3 of them? Do you win that game even a little bit more comfortably at that point? Maybe. I'm not saying you would for sure, but possibly. So, you've got to look at this team and understand what you are from Sam Darnold's perspective and what's required of you from Darnold's perspective. He's got the ability to go out there and throw for the 300 yards. He's got the ability to throw it all over the field and make every NFL throw. But you got to play within yourself, and you got to understand that the requirement for this particular team is not for you to have to be Superman. The requirement for this team is for you to manage the game. You're going to do more than that. You're not just going to be a pure game manager, but by and large, that's what you're being asked to do here. With your special teams, with your defense, lean on that. And this is that part that is, to me, and you speak to this, Peter, this is the part of this that's controllable. It's not outside of his grip. It's not some hole in his game. It's not some missing part of quarterbacking that he can't grab a hold of. I think that he's made a representation of that today. I think he's taken more throws into the flat. Some of that's probably some of the scripted stuff up here from Kubiak as well, but we've seen him throw some balls away and dirt some balls. Here's the uptake here on the kickoff up to about the 32-yard line. Nehemiah Pritchett will make the play there. Cody White will. No, it was Pritchett. No, that's Cody White. Sorry. Flag on the play by. We'll see if there's maybe a hold here. But I agree. Play your defense. Play to the strength of this team in total. Make your plays when you have some opportunities, but don't press. And value the ball. Value not turning the ball over for this particular team especially. Not every team would be this way. If you have a bad defense, you may have to score more. You may have to be putting up more of those points. But you got the D, then you go the other direction with it, to your point, Peter. Well said, man. Very well said. No turnovers today, up 30-10. There's been no turnovers for the Titans. You're up 30-10. It's bad on a Titan team. Don't get me wrong. It's I think you're doing this offsides on Titans there. 5-yarder. Love it, Peter. Don't have to be elite, man. Just be consistent. Get out, get your points when you can get them. Take your shots when they present themselves, and don't press. 1st and 10. Seahawks bringing the blitz right off the jump here. We got a flag on the play. See if we get Uchenna back on the field. He had a little bit of a foot thing here early on this game. Offsides. False start, by the offense of the Titans. Come on, kitty. We're not going up. We're not going up. We're not doing that. Yeah. 1st and 15. Ward, 12 of 7, 17, 111 yards here. Dropping back is Ward. Nowhere to go. He's going to throw this out into the flat to Tajay Spears. Gets banged down. Drake Thomas came in there and gave him a nice hello, Daisy. Drake Thomas just flying around there like a torpedo. Woo! There's your hit of the week right there. Got a flag? Legal contact by the Seahawks. That'll be an automatic 1st down. Who did they get this? Who did they hit with this one? Josh Jobe. Will be the guy that they target on this one. Jobe made contact with him past 5 yards. That's going to get called. Didn't even need to really do it. Third quarter total yards, Seahawks with 158, the Titans with -6. First and 10 here. Seahawks again bringing a blitz. They're going to run up the gut for about 2 or 3 yards there. Byron Murphy, Derek Hall in on the tackle. 5:31 to go here in the third quarter. Second and 7. Seahawks again showing a blitz. They've definitely blitzed today more than I think they have all year. They are giving it to Ward. 5-man fire zone blitz coming this time. He's got a man wide open, hits him over the top, the tight end. Chig Okonukwuwu gets out there. I think just nobody really picked him up in space. Yeah, he just kind of leaked out there in space and nobody picked him up. Kind of a broken play. Titans got a drive working here. First and 10. Trying to keep themselves in this football game. 4:34 to go in the third quarter. On to the Seahawks side of the football field. Handoff inside to Pollard. Pollard will be stopped almost immediately. He'll get about a gain of a yard and a half or so. Leonard Williams there making the play. Second down and 9. Chenna is back out there. Good to see. They're going over the top here to Job. We are going to get a flag here. Job looked like he was in pretty good coverage. I don't think the flag's on him. Maybe they got him for a little bit. Oh, they got offsides on Uchenna Nwosu. Chenna doesn't get it. He throws up his hands like, what? Second down and 4. Okay. I got you. Got a couple donations here. Bear with me just a sec. Haven't had a commercial break here in a moment. Handoff inside here. Slips and falls. Does Tajay Spears, and then he's brought down by O'Connell. O'Connell playing a good game, man. 5 tackles, a sack, a TFL, quarterback hit. Kid's doing pretty good for you being your third inside linebacker in this one. He was all over that play. Nice job. Third down and 4. No doubt this is going to be 2-down territory for the Titans, I'd imagine. Shotgun look, 4 wide. Ward dropping back to throw. He's looking. Finds a guy. Good job by Ward of going through his progressions and getting over it. Looked like his 3rd or 4th progression read there, broach, and he completes it for a first down. Ward's been impressive today. It's not easy what he's dealing with here a little bit, but he has been impressive. They're going to go with a quick snap for the Titans, and they're going to get Seattle dropped off sides with 12 men on the field. Quick throw out into space and converted. I guess they don't. Didn't look like Derek Hall got off in time. They didn't call the flag. Seattle's had a couple of blown coverages on this. Ooh, Mike, challenge that. Challenge that, Mike. Challenge that, Mike. Challenge that. Challenge that, Mike. Challenge that. We got a flag, I guess. Hold on. Ineligible man. Oh, another penalty on the Hawks. Sloppy defensive drive here. Missed coverages, multiple penalties. Kitty, we got to hold on to this win. 2:26 to go. Ball at the 21-yard line in Seahawks territory. Ward living in shotgun here. 2-eye safety look from the Seahawks. Just a 4-man front. Ward dropping back to throw. He's going to let this cook up over the top. Great job out there in coverage. Looked like that was Witherspoon tight in coverage. He probably feels like he should have turned around and maybe tried to make a play on the ball there, as he might have had an opportunity to pick that thing off. We're trying to fit this into a real tight place here. I don't think you had a chance to really pick that thing off. Good job getting his head turned around by Witherspoon. Second down and 5. Pollard goes in motion. Seahawks bringing a blitz. They're going to go and, Derek Hall almost picked 6 this one. Great instinctive play by Derek Hall. He launched off and he was feeling that bubble screen the whole way, and he right in his hands. That's a tough catch, of course. But he did a good job of pressing that quick. Oh, he wasn't going to catch that, but just getting his hand out there. Nicely done. Ward trying to kind of sidearm that thing. Seahawks have dealt with the screen game really well today. Third down. 4 of 10 today are the Titans on third down. This will be a 3rd and 5. Seahawks, again, showing a blitz look here. Pressure. Mounts around Ward. He completes it inside down to the 6-yard line to Gunnar Helm. First down. Ward's been very impressive here. He's dealing with the pressure well. He's keeping his eyes down the field, going through his progressions. Man, boy, it just does not give you a lot off the edge, boy. Just doesn't give you much of the juice out there. Eight-play, 67-yard drive here for the Titans. Knocking on the door at the 6-yard line of the Seahawks. They're going to do with a keeper here to Cam. Cam jumps into the end zone, and he might have gotten in. He did. Cam with a very strong run there. Able to dive on inside and take this Hawks D on that drive. 9-play drive. Punch it in for a touchdown. Wow. Whew. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. My favorite wide receiver forever was third down Bobby Ingram. Bobby Ingram had a great career here as well. And, he's a guy that you could make an argument that has, some claim to fame as far as being all-time Hawk too as well. I know he was definitely part of the top he was part of the top, Seahawks 50 team. But Ingram had over 7,751 yards in his career. Played in Seattle 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 seasons in Seattle. Good player. Really good player. Definitely a top 10 receiver in the history. Maybe even a guy that you'd go as high as 7th, Kind of gets into that. Hard to say. But he was fun. And he was one of those third down and automatic guys. You're right, Keon. When Matt got to third down, he was looking Bobby's direction, and he was money in the bank on third downs. Got a flag here on the extra point. We got come on, Seattle. He's got a little sloppy here. So personal foul on an extra point. What are we doing? Not really sure why, but okay. Take their word for it. Chad Hart, thank you for becoming a member of the channel again. Please keep an eye on your community post there. That's where we'll be posting those benefits out to you guys. And Cullen show this next Saturday for you guys. So please be on the lookout for that. But thank you for that, Chad. Appreciate you, man. Mungles, thank you for the $2 donation. Obvious hold on Kendrick, but okay. I'm guessing on the punt return is what you're referencing to the punt return touchdown. And yeah, that's a lot of times what is at play when you have a guy that reverses his field like the punt returner does, is you end up with guys that are holding on to their blocks, and they're going to have that want to be a little bit pulley, and then it's on the officials to actually call them on it, because that's the nature of what happens when you're going to reverse your field. Blockers go from blocking this way to, I've got to hold them back this way. But they let him get through on that one, I suppose. I didn't have a chance to see clearly on that one, but I'll definitely take your word for it. It was probably a play there a little bit, but definitely would explain why you didn't have those things cleaned up a little bit more. Brandon Taylor coming in with a $20 donation. Let's go, Brandon. Thank you for that big old $20 drop. We always thought JSN had the upside to be the best slot in the league. That's why you take him at number 20. How incredible is it that he is clearly wide receiver number 1, period. So fun to watch. So thrilled when we selected him, and blown away now. It is wild, I think, of a turn as you're going to get for a wide receiver, going from what you thought a guy would be to what he becomes. You're right. We were perfectly happy if he was just going to be a full-time slot and that's all he was going to be, that was all he was going to do. That there's plenty of guys out there in this league that are dominating from the slot, and that's just perfectly fine to take that with the number 20th overall pick in the first round. I was scouting a guy last night that's probably going to be mainly living in the slot. Mekhi Lemon, the USC kid, he's probably mainly going to be a slot guy. He'll do some outside stuff here and there, but you're going to have no problem taking that guy in the first round either for these kind of reasons. But back around to your point, we just didn't have much Brandon as a baseline of a guy who was so clearly slot based in college, and that's where they wanted him. And yeah, some of it's that you have the great receivers there. And so it forces somebody to have to go in the slot. Not everybody can play on the outside, but, and they're showing us what Leonard Williams did on that play, by the way. So I guess he ran into the unblocked center, and you're not allowed to do that. You can't hit him on the head, they're saying. Titans will kick this ball off. And what was that? The Titans kicker kicked it into like the first row. What are you doing, dude? Okay. Titans special teams has got their own problems today. We're not the only ones. He kicked that thing like, woo. That thing must have went off of his foot real wonky. Fortunately, though, they're going to assess the 15-yard penalty, so Seattle only gets it to the 25-yard line rather than the 40. 1:18 to go in the third quarter. Seattle up 30-17. This thing is still uncomfortably too close right now. Pistol look formation for Sam. Play action pass. Dropping back. This is where you throw it away, Sam, if it's not there. Ooh, he gets to Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp get his feet in there? I don't know how Kupp got his feet in. That throw looked like it was going out of bounds. They're saying he got the feet down. Sam whipped that thing in, man. That was a tough degree of difficulty catch. You got to get your feet down and you got to bring that thing in when it's got some steam coming off of it. Boy, nice drag of the foot by Cooper Kupp. 1st and 10. Hand off here to Walker. Walker cuts it back inside. Walker loose in the open field. Walker finally brought down, but not for another big run by him. Good 13, 14-yard run there by Kenneth Walker. First down, Seahawks, and that'll be the last play of this quarter. No reason to run another play here. Let it go. Brandon, this has been a phenomenal thing to see in JSN do this, because like you say, it'd be one thing if he was a slot all the time. We'd be perfectly happy for that. He'd dominate from the slot. We're all good there. The fact that then he can transition outside and be viable outside, be able to be productive outside, that's another kind of that'd be amazing in itself to make that kind of transition, to be able to do that type of thing. But then to be able to, like you say, not only then make that transition and be productive, but then be clearly no question, no debate, no argument that this guy is the number one wide receiver in the NFL for the 2025 season at least, and maybe going into the future, considering how young he is, that it is developed into that way, that far down. That's the part that you use the word blown away. Yeah, that's right. Blown away. I've got no baseline in NFL history with a guy doing this kind of transition and change and ascending in this kind of way. It's awesome to see. It's a bit kind of hard to explain because you just don't know how he sometimes has done it a little bit, but it's real. It's true. And you don't get through this far of the season, this dominant through a season like this on the outside and how he's done, unless it is, to me, legitimate. But 8 catches, 167 yards for Jackson. And he's been just a godsend for us this year, Brandon. An absolute godsend for us. And him and Sam, you talk about having instant chemistry as though these guys have been playing with each other for years. I can only wonder how it's going to be when you get these guys a couple of years under their belt of playing together and getting on the same page and getting a kind of like psychic-like connection going. Should only improve from here. But thank you, Brandon. Sorry it took me a little while to get to your dono, but thank you for the $20 donation, man. And I share in your awe and wonder at the type of season that Jackson Smith-Njigba's having. You just shake your head going, man, this is amazing to watch. Every week he's doing it. Every single week. Ski Nation, thank you for the $5 donation, Ski. Okay, they just had jet lag in the first quarter. My bad. That mostly running touchdown drive was beautiful to watch. Hey, it's great to see them coming back to the running game, and slowly but surely we're starting to mount up the type of running game that we hoped we would have here against this Titans team that has some susceptibility up front. You can get after their edges. You're seeing with Walker on some of these outside zone runs that you're pushing guys out of the way out there. You're getting some clear space. Lucas, they're able to open that up there, I think, for Walker on that last run. But you've gotten up to now 16 carries for 108 yards. You're averaging 6.8 yards per carry on this day. Walker at 7.1. Charbonnet at 7 yards a carry. Both those guys with a minimum of 5 carries in this game. So running well. Everybody's running well. And maybe as this game starts to wear on with this Tennessee Titans team, you can start to wear things down on them and take it to them. The time of possession has been in the Titans' favor overall, so you don't have this team necessarily worn down. About 25 minutes to Tennessee's offense, 19 minutes to the Seahawks offense. But let's close it out with this drive. A touchdown drive here puts this thing away if you can do it. Sam dropping back to throw. He's going to let it rip. He's under pressure. He's hit as he throws. And almost picked as he was quick pressure down there and almost intercepted. Not good there. Interesting to come back to the pass there. Okay, Cap. I don't know about that one there. The hit as he threw is what affected the pass and almost allowed it to be an interception. Probably should have been picked, but he was hit just as he threw. A few times the Titans have actually gotten pressure in this football game. 2nd down and 10. Hand off to Walker. Walker dances through the first hole. Nice run by Walker. 6-7 yard run, turned sideways when it looked like it was just about done and able to get a couple extra yards turning sideways, and the lateral movement there gets him a little extra yard or two. So 3rd down and 3 now for Seattle. Three wide here. This looks like a run. I think the Titans are read and run here. Yeah. Oh, my God. Walker bounces it outside. I don't think he's got anywhere to go here. God, what a horrible play that was. You telegraphed that thing from a mile away. You couldn't have done more but to walk into the Titans huddle and tell them, run. What a horrible call that was. Fourth down and 3. Seattle's going to go for it here. Punt doesn't get you a whole lot field position wise, so I get them going for this. You're on the outer edge of field goal range. Well, looks like they're going to call a timeout. Not the worst of times. Make sure you get in the right play if you're going to do that. Mike might be thinking a little bit here about trying a long field goal attempt. Myers and how he's kicked today. We're going to get a timeout by Seattle to kind of think it over and decide. Thank you again, Ski, for the fiver, man. Great touchdown drive there. Let's see if we can put this thing to bed. Let's get this thing put away. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I am no quarterback coach, but Cam's mechanics look bad. He's a guy that likes to throw it from all of these different arm angles, and he's not a guy that you're going to look at it. And this goes back to college of being like, well, he's really consistent in that he's going to make the same throwing motion every time like a lot of other quarterbacks would, to your point. 4th and 3 for Seattle coming out of the timeout. Empty look here for them. Sam and shotgun. Dropping back. Looking. He's under pressure. He's going to take a sack. Golly. That got ugly. Joseph Day with the sack on the play. Strange play calling to start back into this quarter. And Oluwatimi just gets whooped by Jeffrey Simmons. So you end up single blocking Jeffrey Simmons with Oluwatimi there. Why are we doing that? Not like they brought a blitz. You didn't have to single him up with your center. He's got to get more consistent over time with the Sanchez. It's the place that he's going to need to get cleaned up. Of course, this is the drive with these quarterbacks is that you get a rookie quarterback and they've got to start instantaneously. So they don't get the time to work on those mechanics and clean those things up. It's kind of like how Aaron Rodgers gets the 3 years to redevelop all of his mechanics and how he kind of throws the ball. Whereas where maybe not all the way around, but at least how he used his lower half. And he did a lot of, getting the motion to a consistent place. You start a guy initially, a rookie quarterback. I'd say Sanchez, this is the downfall of starting quarterbacks too early like this, is they don't have that time to get all that stuff finished and completed out. They're just out there trying to win. They're out there trying to make it happen. And they're going to do that by any means necessary at that point. But it's also a little bit of what you get in Cam is that he is kind of an off-platform guy. He's a guy that's going to throw off his back foot. He's a guy that's going to trust his arm strength, not always to be stepping into the throw. You got to give him credit in a day like this, 15 to 22, 164 yards. He's been under a lot of pressure, sacked 3 times in this game. And yet he's really done really well in the pocket, I think, to maintain his calm and to be able to operate back there, go through his reads, find people open. The degree of difficulty today can't be understated from this standpoint, Sanchez, where DK, Broche are your 2 receivers out there. He's got nobody he's throwing to. His running backs are probably about average at best. And yet, find a way to make it happen. He's not a guy that's going to do it with stylistic or it's going to look pretty always in how he does it, but he's a gunslinger back there and he's a gamer, man. Christian, thank you for the $2 donation. DK, even in his athletic prime, got nothing on Jackson Smith and Jigba. No, Jackson is a better receiver. He's a more complete wide receiver. He more consistent. Just more developed in what he brings to the receiver position. And there are things in his game like ball tracking and hands and catching the ball away from his body and these type of things that he does as second nature that were sometimes a bit of a struggle for DK here and there. Yep. Certainly has surpassed him on the scale there as far as ability goes. Mongols, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Titans kicker looks like he belongs in the WWE. He is a bit of a big boy, isn't he? He's got a good 230 on him. 230, 240 maybe. Something like that. Ward dropping back to pass on first down. Finds an easy completion to his tight end. Be about a 3 or 4 yard gain there. Second down and 6. Thank you, Mungles. Shotgun look here for Cam. 4-man front from the Seahawks here. They're going to run into it and be just short of the first down. 12:30 to go in the fourth quarter. Seahawks up 30-17. Titans on the Seahawks side of the football field, though, here. Very uncomfortable, this game at the moment. Third down and 1. Ward under center here. He's going to hand this off. Leonard Williams gets him in the backfield. The big Pat able to bring him down before he gets to the first down. 4th and 1 for the Tennessee Titans now. Got to figure they're going to go for what they got to lose. Seahawks bringing a lot of bodies down there and really tightly aligned, anticipating that run. Great job by Leonard. 4th down and 1. Seahawks defense has got one 4th down stop today. Let's see if they can bring up another one. The Titans are going to go ahead and call timeout here to get into the right play and think about this. Yeah, Kitty's meowing it up today, guys. Sorry. She's got lots of things to say today. I think Seattle defense will take this, get a chance to get a nice little blow here on 4th down to catch your breath a little bit. One more stop. You might have the game here. You got to stop here. That might be enough to do this. If you get back the offense, they can bleed this clock down a few more minutes. You push this away. Not that you wouldn't want to get this just comfortably done. 2 timeouts remaining for the Titans. 11:30 to go in the 4th quarter. 4th and 1 here. Big play in this football game. Jason, what are you on, dude? They're going to go with a tush push look here. I don't think he got it. Oh, they're going to give him a good spot. Boy, they gave him a hell of a spot. One official, yeah, man, they gave him a nice spot. Looked like Seattle had that thing stopped. But they're going to give him a first down. Mike Macdonald here, I might just challenge this for the sake of challenging it. Did look like he was a little short there. Let's see. Man, he looks short to me. I challenge that. Hard to get this overturned, but I don't think he got there. There we go, Mike. Mike's going to go ahead and challenge this. You got nothing to lose by doing so. Why not? You get this overturned, you get the ball back. Smart challenge by Mike Macdonald. Yeah, Jason, so Jason's mentioning me picking the Jaguars to win earlier in the game has been like some great against you thing, or that number one, I love my Seahawks team. I don't know if I'd reference myself as some super fan that just picks the Seahawks to win every week because I'm a fan. It's not what I do on this channel, Jason. So, I mean, if you're here, at least understand, please, what we're trying to do and what I try to do here, which is try to be honest with my people, not BS them or gas them up if I don't think something's one way or the other. It's kind of the way that it works here, but it's been that way here for 6 years, Jason. So you may be new here, but this is the way we roll in the nest. I'm not sure why it would bum you out so much. Not that big of a deal. Yeah, Jason, I don't like Jaguars are 8 weeks ago. You're bringing this up now. Like it's been stuck in your craw for 8 weeks, for 2 months. It's kind of weird, dude. A little strange. Jordan says, definitely not short. He had on that first dive in the pile. Hard to overturn these kind of plays. That's for sure. It's not an easy. There's not always the clear evidence of it being short if it is short. Didn't look like he got it. Maybe dog. Good call, bud. Keep it real. Oh yeah, it's the way we do it here. There's plenty of pom-pom waving channels. That's not what I'm doing. I want this team to succeed and all that, but I'm trying to analyze what this team's doing and where they're at all times. And some weeks that'll mean that I got to pick against the Hawks if that's what I think is going down. This game is definitely too close for comfort. Pumpkin thinks so as well. Call's going to stand on the field. So Seahawks are down to their final timeout. Titans with 2. Yeah, I agree. Ball on the 44-yard line here in Seahawks territory. Ward moving guys around pretty snap here. Seahawks have stopped kind of blitzing him as much here. Last couple drives, they're doing a little more conservative in their approach. Dropping back to throw his Ward. He's looking deep. He wants to take a shot. He is looking all over. He's got forever back there. Throws it out there to Pollard, who will catch it for a short little 2 or 3 yard gain. Seahawks have not necessarily consistently getting a ton of pressure here on Ward today. When you're not blitzing, as we've seen at times, that front four is really not getting a lot done there. You had 5 quarterback hits and 3 sacks on 24 dropbacks, but a lot of the times where he's standing back there and he's got enough time there to brew himself a cup of tea, have himself a little biscuit. 2nd down and 8. Ward dropping back to throw. Steps up in the pocket here. Flips it back out wide here to the running back. Good job by Reek Woolen tackling in space. He didn't take that spin move for nothing. Short gain. Good job by Reek. Tariq. 3rd down and 4. This will be 2 down territory for the Titans too. So you're going to need to get 2 stops here to make this go. Reek wasn't having any of that spin move from Pollard. Third and 4. 3 wide plus the tight end for the Titans. Ward dropping back to throw. Breaks the pocket wide. He's got DeMarcus Lawrence. Good job of getting around DeMarcus Lawrence here. He's going to have a little bit of time. Tries to throw that. Finds a man open. What an amazing moment there. Jeez, what a job of improvisation. Gets around DeMarcus Lawrence, drifting to his right. Big cat bearing down on him. Just throws it. A wild-ass looking throw back to the middle of the field late. One of those cardinal sins you just don't do as a quarterback, but Ward can pull it off. Able to just sidestep around DeMarcus Lawrence there and somehow get the ball off to his receiver there. Ward playing a hell of a game. 1st and 10. Ball on the 24-yard line, 24.5-yard line of the Titans here. Oh, Seahawks definitely going very conservative defensively here. Handoff inside. This will be a gain of about 3 or 4 yards. They early in this game, they were bringing a lot more pressure up on Ward and really giving him some looks up front with simulated pressures and stack box front, all that stuff. And you're getting a little more safer now, maybe in the hopes of trying to protect this lead, but it's just giving Ward now a lot of time to be able to assess what he wants to do back there in the pocket and pick you apart a little bit here from his perspective, especially the improvisation. 30-17 is the score here. Just keeps doing that. Second down and 7. On D. Another completion. Seahawk player just falls down on the ground, leaving a guy wide open. Xavier Restrepo able to get another 5-yard gain. Defense is definitely scuttling here now, struggling to kind of find some footing on this last couple of drives from the Titans. We got a flag. There we go. Officials save us. 2nd and 17. Ward in shotgun. Seahawks showing a blitz with Emanwari up around the B gap. Drake Thomas comes down. Emanwari is going to come from his side. They block it up, but you get some pressure, and there we go. Bring a little bit of pressure, and we get a sack. Looks like maybe Derek Hall or Moafe got their first sack of the year. There was a lot of Hawks players in around that pile of bodies there, and Hall looks like he's the one who got his first sack of the year. Seahawks able to just collapse that pocket on Cam Ward from every different direction on that play. Aided a little bit by being able to blitz Emanwari from that other side. Gave him no gap to step up into there, which is what he was looking for. Hall just brings him down by his jersey, pulling at his jersey. 3rd down and 21 for the Titans now. Ward dropping back inside, knocked away by Witherspoon. Kobe Bryant in there as well in tight coverage. 4th down, 21 here. What do the Titans decide to do? Interesting decision by Ward going to kind of that shorter pass there. I mean, even if you complete that, Kobe took out Witherspoon there. Even if you complete that, you're not getting a whole lot there to set up the 4th down if the intention is to go for it on this play. And it does look like the Titans are going to go for it. Can't count out this Cam Ward kid until you got him totally out. It's kind of play where he can make a miracle happen. Play clock winding down here. They do get the snap off. Seahawks are bringing a blitz. Again, losing him. Oh, my God. He just gets through and is able to leak it out to the player. And they do stop him. Woo, jeez. This is what you're worried about there. Cam breaks the pocket, gets it to Gunnar Helm, just kind of a little throw out, like save me kind of little pitch. And he starts right up the field. And you don't have a lot of Hawk defenders around him, but they're able to rally up in space and bring him down to the ground. Big credit to Cam Ward here. He's played a very, very, very good game. Nothing easy about this setup against the Seahawks defense, and he's maintained. Go on, offense. Let's like grab this ball now and just own the rest of this clock and get out of this game. Does that sound good to you guys? Sounds good to me. Yeah, he's a schoolyard football guy. But he kind of has to do that in this game because you have guys you're rocking out there. Kamiri, DK, James Broche, Xavier Restrepo. I mean, these are your receivers. You're going to have to do a lot of off-script stuff because those guys aren't going to be open off of the on-time stuff. Yeah, here. Oh. You are a hairy beast. 1st and 10. Hand off here to Charbonnet. He's going to run into a pile of bodies there. Not anywhere to really go on that one. Do please, folks, if you can for me today, hit that like button. I'd really, 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 really appreciate it. We got 1,000 folks in the chat here. Hit that like, show some love. Get subbed up if you get a chance. I'd appreciate it too as well. We're on the road to 30,000 here. Might have to throw here. Sean Lee saying they're playing the run. Got to throw. Might have to do that. You got single high safety look. A lot of guys down in the body. They're going to go empty look here. Come back with Walker back in the backfield here. They're running out wide. Go to Walker out in space. Walker nowhere to go here on the catch. Tennessee Titans all over that play. I was speaking to the cat being a hairy beast. She's like shedding all over me here. I'm gonna have a whole extra draping of fur on me after this game's over with. 3rd down and 14 for the Hawks. I imagine they're going to take some short completion here to keep this clock winding. Tennessee down to just one timeout in this game too. So that's a bit of a factor on this and why you're going to try to just not necessarily push for the 1st down here. I'd be very surprised to see them try to Lanny says there's a reason Cam's top pick. He's shown it. He's a baller. He's played a great game. Very impressive watching him play today. Tough kid, and boy, he can work off script. He doesn't need to have things perfectly set up for him to be able to operate. Just a big boon for a quarterback to have in his back pocket. 3rd and 14. Darnold dropping back to throw. He is going to odd looking pass out there to Cooper Kupp. will go incomplete, and Seattle's going to have to punt this ball. Okay. Yeah, dud offensive performance here at times today. When it's cooking, they're cooking fast and hot and quick, but when it's a struggle, it's a full struggle. It's very hot and cold today, the offense. All right, this is an interesting situation from Dixon's standpoint. You want to flip the field position, but DK's got 2 touchdown returns in the last 3 games. Got to be careful, including this one. 5:15 to go here in this football game. Dixon sends this high and deep. Fair caught there at the 39-yard line. He made sure to get some height on that one. Yeah, Lanny, that was a lame series, man. Lame series there. Why is it so easy for Tennessee to convert, but so difficult for Seattle to convert? I don't know. They're getting a little tight with the play calling. I feel like it just a bit. Kubiak, when he goes weird, it goes weird with the play calling too. Pressure here on Cam on first down. Derek Hall able to get some pressure. He throws this out of bounds. One like for the hairy beast. .502 to go in this game. 2nd down and 10. Hall's having a great game. Yeah, he's playing really well. Good to see him get his first sack, too. That's got to feel good. Second and 10. Shotgun look through four wide there. Going to throw it out into the flat here and dropped by Tajay Spears. Drake Thomas was all over that play anyway. Third down and 10. And he says, why is this dub so frustrating? It just feels like you could have put him away a little bit more. It didn't have to come down to being this tight. It's going to frustrate some Hawk fans on that. I get it. Pressure-based look here on 3rd and 10. You got about 6 guys standing up right around the line of scrimmage here. They bring 5. Ward checks it back underneath here. And it'll be a short completion. Brought down there is Gunnar Helm. Clock will continue to roll. 4th down and 4. Tackling's been pretty good today. Titans 2 of 4 on 4th downs. Here's game. Seahawks showing 5 guys up around the line of scrimmage. Imamwari coming up as a 6th to maybe blitz here. He looks like he's coming. He is going to come. They complete this. 1st down. Ward finds his receiver on a slant route there for 1st. He comes up limping, though. Josh Jobin press coverage there. Nice route. And Jefferson with the catch. Cam Ward dropping back to throw here. 1st and 10. Like that ball bounced on the ground. They're saying that's a catch. Okay. Oh, he got it. Caught it with his thighs. Caught it with the inside portion of his thighs. 2nd down and 7. Cam, under pressure. All the time in the world here. Finally, get pressure to him here. The ball gets tipped up in the air, incomplete. Oof. He dances around back there, man. He keeps himself clean. He'll find a way. Got an injured lineman for the Titans down here. All right. Jason Fielder, thank you for the $10 donation, Jason. I appreciate that. Says, how worried are you about Sam choking in big games? I don't know that he's had enough enough games for me to reach a conclusion to say that he's a choker in big games. He's not a guy that's played in a lot of big games in his career. You know, you kind of have the Rams game last year in the playoffs. You have this game this year. You could maybe go to the Lions game last year, the game before the playoffs. So I think that last year, those two games at the end, the Lions game and the Rams game, to me, Jason, are more games that are about that offensive line of the Vikings at that time completely collapsing, and them collapsing because of their injury situation to the outside, the edges, both their tackles, and then to the interior being just they weren't particularly good. And the combination of those factors really did kind of sink, along with not the best of game plans from O'Connell going up against that Rams team, kind of sunk it. Now, this last week, Jason, and how he played, I think that that's definitely one where I don't know if I like the word choke, but played badly and badly in a big game, in a big moment you need it. It's not a good look, and it confirms for those that wonder if he doesn't have that. Get back here. We got a 3rd and 7 here. 1 second. Get back to your deal in just a moment. Cam dropping back to throw here. He's looking. He's under pressure. Byron Murphy is chasing. They'll knock him out of bounds here. 4th down and 7. I don't think we've got enough games, Jason. If you operate off of a determination of this of like 3 games in a 2-year stretch, especially when it's 3 games in a 2-year stretch where there's so many other games where he's played so magnificently, not just good, but magnificently. It may be something we come to find is the case, but I think you need to have way more data to be able to base that on that. If you're going to make that, because it's pretty harsh take to take on any player. This guy's a choker. This guy in big games falls away. Well, I think if you're going to get to that determination, it should be one that's a slow determination to reach rather than a fast one. 4th down and 7 here. Seahawks looking like they're going to bring pressure again here. Eamon threatening once again. He is going to come. What was Eamon doing there? What are you doing there? What a horrible play by Eamon. He walks up into the line and then just ignores Cam. He's taking the running back. All right, he's got the running back he's responsible for. It's my bad. Yeah, it looked like he sidestepped out of the way of where Cam was going to go scramble for the 1st down. We cannot put this Titans team away. 2:26 to go here in the 4th quarter. Cam dropping back to throw. Ball gets dirted up there, looking for Restrepo, I think. So we'll see with it. I think, Jason, I don't believe that this is going to be the case. I think that guys don't just really choking is something that's probably pretty rare in sports in general. And then again, it's a pretty harsh take of any player to take. So if you're going to reach that point, and there are players that this does apply to, I just think we should be slow to get there to where we're sure of the determination. We're not making it prematurely. And there's plenty of time for us to see with Sam what he'll be on a couple of the big games coming down the stretch of the season. Say nothing of once we're going to get to see him in the playoffs. So we're going to get more of that data to operate off of to, make a better determination about how he does or doesn't do potentially in big games. Dropping back here on 2nd and 10. Throw out into the flat. Reek Woolen makes the tackle after a very short gain. I thank you, Jason, for the $10 dono. I think Sam's going to be impressive at the end of this year. I think we're going to feel very good about what we have in Sam in the future. It doesn't mean he's a perfect quarterback, but for what we're paying for him, for how we're building this team, this is a guy that I think can definitely take you to the promised land. I do believe he's good enough to get it done. It's like we got a false start or a timeout here. We might have a timeout. Oh, the 2-minute warning hit for the Titans. So not able to get the snap off. Thank you though, Jason, for the $10 donation. Gotta have more at it. Only a couple games we're operating off to make that determination, but last week was bad, man. And you can't have those kind of performances in big games, playoff games, games you need, games against good teams. It cannot be the way that he plays down the line on this. But I just don't think it will, because that's not who Sam's been here for well over now a year and 10 games, 11 games. That's by and large not been who he's been. Martin, thank you for the $5 donation. Martin, wonder if Mike will have this talk with Kubiak. Clint, Stop getting weird with the play calls during the game. You're not getting a head coaching job. I'm sure there's been a couple of moments this season that Mike's had his head scratched a little bit and he's just scratching his own head going, Clint, what are you doing there, buddy? What was the plan here, Clint? This offense, when it's humming and Clint's on point, he is hot. He gets red hot. I mean, you can score in like literally about a minute and a half. And then when he gets cold, it's like you're in the dark without a flashlight, can't see nothing. You're just searching. That's how the offense kind of feels. And it sort of oscillates. It feels like at times, Martin, between those two, where you're either just humming and unstoppable to we can't step in front of our foot right without falling on our face. It's kind of weird. It's probably and why so many on a little bit of chat get frustrated in this kind of game is you seem so close to being able to just lock it all the way through in this game, put this out to a 41-13 game and call it a day. You're just never able to quite get it to that point today. But I'm sure Mike is a little bit in his ear of like, what are you doing? What is going on here? What is this? What are we doing here? Stop it, Clint. Stop it. MKZ says, Sam's fine. Josh Allen's more of a turnover machine over the years and no shade thrown on him. Well said. And how come we can just move the ball effortlessly? Why can't we not move the ball effortlessly like this? And we're supposed to have a good offense. It's just you're running into some stuck ground here in this game a little bit. I don't have a good explanation for it, really, to be honest with you. Play calling is a little bit weird. Some of it's just a lack of execution. 3rd down and 5 here. 2 minutes to go in this football game. Titans in shotgun. Seahawks showing a blitz, drop out of it. Kind of trying to get over the top to Restrepo to DK and hit a hole shot there in cover 2, and he couldn't quite fit it in. So we'll have another 4th down attempt here for the Titans. It's about their 7th time going for 4th down here in this game, it feels like. %67 per conversion rate on 4th down today for the Titans. Blitz look here from the Titans. Ward throws it out to the flat. He's got a man. Bad tackling by Woolen. Finally brought down, but not before 1st down there. Another 4th down conversion. We just cannot put this Titans team away today. First and 10. Pressure. Throws it again out into the flat here. Tajay Spears keeps his feet. Byron Murphy wallops him down to the ground. 1:16 to go here on the clock. 2nd down and 5. Cam taking his time here to get the play right. 55 seconds. Clock continues to roll. He drops back, hits his man over the middle. Gets it to Restrepo down at the goal line there. It'll be 1st down and goal. .41 seconds to go here in this game, and the Titans will call it, looks like, their last time out. So no timeouts for the Titans. 47 seconds remaining here. 14 play, 61-yard drive here for the Titans. You made them earn it. Cam, going to sprint option out to the outside, find DK for a touchdown. Here we go. Little pick route there, just slow to get out to the edge on that outside. Looked like that was, I think Job out there was supposed to get out there and just slow to get out there and react. Hmm. Cover the kick, take a knee, ugly win. Sometimes you have to win ugly. That's right, Lanny. That's absolutely right. We got to still recover this kick, too. Seahawks up 30-24, onside kick here with 43 seconds to go in this football game. Titans have no timeouts. This is it. 4-game here. Here we go. They recover it, but it does not go 10 yards. Yeah, that kick did not go 10 yards. There's no way that kick went 10 yards. What are we thinking about, officials? This game freaking sucks. Come on. Yeah, it's a Titan first thing. Titan player was hit first. He recovers. That's before 10 yards. That's our ball. Seattle get the ball back, put this thing to bed, get this win. And that'll be that. Sam will take a knee and call it a day here. So, yeah, there's going to be. I know there's going to be some folks frustrated a little bit with this loss. I would offer to you that the Rams went into this same place this very same season. The Rams went into Tennessee and they lost 33-19 or won 33-19. It's not that far off of the score that you had today. I mean, the punt return was essentially the difference between what you and the Rams did. Do you want a more comfortable win? Is there a lot of sloppiness in here? Is there things that you wish would have been better for a team that you're hoping can have things start to come together in full and be ready for the playoff push? Certainly, that's valid. I think too, though, we can't get too far over this one in that we want the 3-touchdown win. And if you don't give me my 3-touchdown win, then what did you really do today? I mean, it's more like a loss at that point if you don't give me a 3-touchdown win. And I do hope us in the chat can keep a bit of that perspective. This is the NFL. It is hard to win. You have a team that just went to 8-3. I understand the unsatisfaction. I understand the want for this and the want for that, but let's not also get lost in the forest despite the trees here. You're 8-3. You took care of business on the road, 10 a.m. Another road win there for Mike Macdonald in his first 2 years. Was it 11th or 12th? I think it's plenty fine to look at this and say that there's some things that need to be cleaned up more than it is we're on the right path, we're rolling. But let's not also paint this picture as being some sort of failure today or something, as well as I'm kind of seeing a little bit in some of the chat messages I'm seeing too. Let's not overstate it, right? Let's keep it in, realistic here. A little bit on that side. Not a great second half. Not a great second half team this year so far. Definitely not. And sometimes when they get with the lead, things get a little bit weird. He says, great gig, guys. Catch you on the flip side. Thank you, Space. Please do, folks, hit that like button. I would really appreciate it. D-Man with some great thoughts on this. The Titans are still a professional team. Yeah, 1-9, but this is still a team that's been in a lot of games this year. They've not just been blown off the field time and time again. They have been a team that's been in a lot of games. There's been some blowouts in there, but Chargers, good team, lost to them 27-20. Texans, good team, lost to them 16-3. Rams, good team, 33-19. Broncos, good team, 20-12. So, guess what, guys? For those that want the blowout here, none of the good teams are really blowing them out. The Texans blow them out one time, but the Texans also barely were able to escape with a 3-point win against them as well recently. I'm just saying on that, it's a tough team. Not a good team. It's a team that's going to maybe be the number 1 overall pick in this draft, but it's not a team that's completely defunct of anything. And that it's just no brainer you're going to wipe the map with them. Got the dub. That's what matters. I hope we can keep that at the forefront of our mind a little bit on this one coming out of it. Doesn't mean there isn't work to do. Doesn't mean it's perfect. Doesn't mean everything's beautiful and right and great, but it's pretty good. 8-3. Stage is set pretty well for us. Sean says, no turnovers today, no takeaways. Both teams played well. Yeah. I felt like Cam Ward played a really good game out there. Showed you today a lot like he has this year at times, why he was the number 1 overall pick. He kind of plays beyond his years a little bit. Ben says, I think Sam was very cautious today, given the 4 picks against the Rams, but a win is a win. Let's have it go Hawks. Let's go. See, that's the spirit we want here. That's the spirit we want here. Let's go. Got OT between the Giants and Lions here. Bear with me 1 second. Be right back. All right. Let's see where the chat's at. Christian, thank you for the $2 donation. Christian, Hawks a little flat, but Titans are still an NFL team. That's true. And 100% agree. This is still an NFL team. Any given Sunday, anything can happen. Look at the Lions right now. I mean, Lions it looks like they're going to maybe go get the win here against the Giants with a Jahmyr Gibbs touchdown run here in overtime. Oh, that's right. The Giants get a chance to answer back, but any given Sunday, anything can happen. And especially when you're going to be playing out on the road, especially out on the road at 10 a.m. And you just sometimes got to find a way to get yourself and gut it through. There's some things to feel really good about this game too, as far as some of the things that are maybe a little bit frustrating, that side. But well said, Christian. And thank you for the donation, man. Little flat. Not all flat, just a little bit here and there. It's maybe that second half. Michael, thank you for the $5 donation, Michael. Okay. Some of y'all need to relax. Did we win? Yes. Do I wish we looked better? Sure. But ugly wins are a part of football, whether you like it or not. To Michael's point on this, if you don't think that this is the way that this goes, and I think this is always good contextually to go back and look again at the schedule of the Seattle Seahawks the year they won the Super Bowl, and look at some of the tight games that existed between you and teams that didn't even make the playoffs that year. I mean, I think that year we had the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in our house. I think they got up like 21-3 on us in our house. That was a bad Tampa Bay team. That was not a good team. They didn't have a great, I think Mike Glennon was their quarterback in that day. I mean, everything was set up for you to just rumple stomp them, and you barely got your way through that. There's going to be NFL weeks like that. You're in the doldrums past mid-year. Guys' bodies are a little tired. You're out on the road into Tennessee. Yeah, stuff like this can happen. Still come away with the win. Don't lose it. Don't beat yourself. You got on top of this team and you pressed down. Would you like to more comfortably have gotten the win? We all would have. But ugly wins are a part of football, even a part of championship teams, part of their season. I can go to multiple games in that Super Bowl season and go, look at this game. That was awful against a team not good, and you barely able to eke it out. Look at this game. Not a good team. Barely able to eke it out. I think we'd like to think that when we have a dominant team or a team ready to be contending, that means against every lesser opponent, you're going to blow the doors off of them. And certainly having 3 games this year where we put up 30 points in a half, first half, gets people kind of used to this as being sort of the standard, Michael. But to your point, we can't look at it that way. Get the dubs. Keep stacking the dubs up by any means necessary. Style wins are not a thing in the NFL. It's not a thing. It may be a fan thing, but it certainly is not a locker room thing. They're not going to be doing nothing but celebrating the win. They're going to work on what they can correct and fix. There's certainly plenty of stuff to correct and fix coming out of this game. But it's certainly, you still celebrate this as a win, and you feel good about where this team is at. 8-3. Winnable games left on the schedule before you're going to get to the tough ones down the stretch. An opportunity here for you still to take this division. An opportunity with you still having the first round bye, potentially, if the Eagles can fall flat down the stretch themselves. Everything is still there for the taking. And it doesn't take a wild imagination to get there, even off the back of a win like this, that it wasn't, undeniable that you just, pounded them into dirt. Well said, Michael. Nathaniel Martin, thank you for the $5 donation, Nathaniel. Close score. The one time we played a bad team with no turnovers. Team kind of felt flat today, but they pulled through traveling and playing at 10, which is never easy. No, it's not. And it's something that we've solved here, I think, recently, too, for fans getting kind of used to this. We've solved this 10 a.m. problem. Pete Carroll partially kind of solved it. Mike Macdonald's been able to continue it through and having these guys ready to play at that time of day. But there's many years in the past, many years of me as a Seahawks fan having seen this, to where the teams would come out and they would sometimes seem like they were still sleepwalking at 10 o'clock. I don't know if it was full on that, but I think flat, as been mentioned up here by Christian too, both of you guys mentioned that within a second of your donos of each other. Probably you're capturing pretty correctly a little bit of what we're sensing from Seattle today, which was just maybe a little bit of flatness. Was the defense out there roving around and playing with the kind of intensity we always expect them to? Maybe not 24/7 this game. Did the offense leave some drives out there on the field where you just kind of had some possessions that were both strange play calling and strange decision making and some bad penalties mixed on in there to make it all kind of a crap sandwich at times here and there? Yeah, that was there too. But you limited down the turnovers. Sam cleaned up some things from last week. He still maintained his pretty high level efficiency of performance, 16-26, 244 yards, 2 touchdowns, 118 quarterback rating. You found some headway in running the ball today. Defensively speaking, you gave up 17 points because one of those touchdowns is, of course, in the back of a punt return. So probably worth kind of noting on that part of it too, that, that's a factor there as well. So all in all, I'll take it. Get the win. I'll take it, Nathaniel. Good points on your part. PGZ, how you doing, man? Says B-Dog, our Hawks got to stop playing with our food. It has been a bit of the issue this year of getting up on teams and not able to quite fully put them away. You get up on them, you're up on them by a couple touchdowns, but you can't get that finishing move. It's like Mortal Kombat where you got the guy and and the guy's doing this thing where he's kind of, and then the thing says, finish him. And it brings the finish him. And then you go to do the left, up, down, be right, do my finishing move. And you mess it up. And then suddenly he gains back some of his strength and he's back to fighting you. It's a little bit like that with us. We're trying to bring out the hook claw and we're like, come on, left, up, down, B, left, right, start, select, come on. And we can't quite get the timing of the buttons down. But good problem to have, at least on the side, PGZ, if I'd rather be here than like with the Cardinals, we can't win close games, or we lose it down the home stretch of games in the last 2 minutes, and this game and that game and this game and that game, which can be some teams as well, that they run into that too. So better to be at least in a position to be, I would say, in this stage or this place of things, rather than to be on the other end of it and really be having to work uphill just to get out of these games in it. But stop playing with our foods right, man. Get a little bit more of the killer instinct, I think, at times. I will say that the one thing I think that is nice from what it was early on in the season, PGZ, I felt like early on the season, we'd get leads and then we'd just get hyper conservative offensively, and you could really feel the taking of the foot off the gas pedal. I don't know if I fully feel that way in this game. You ended up with 26 passes, 20 rushing attempts. I think some of what Kubiak has tried to do to adjust against some of what they ran into early on with this is saying, okay, well, we're getting the lead. Teams are already stacked in the box early on in the game. Now they're going to hyper stack the box with us having a lead, expecting the run. And rather than him just running into that pile of bodies, I think at times with this, he's going, okay, I will just keep throwing against that. I will just maintain my aggression against that. And that's him trying to make an adjustment off of what they've done early on in the year. And then there's been some mixed results with that, taking that approach. You've had games like, I think it was the Cardinal game, where you get an interception, a bad fumble, and then like you kind of, it pays the price or makes you pay the price for getting still in that mode at that time. And it's probably been a couple of other games where this has actually worked pretty well for them, taking that approach with it. But yeah, bit us a bit today. We weren't able to be as successful in passing the ball, and things got a little weird there into the fourth quarter offensively and trying to find any kind of rhythm. We just kind of lost all of our flow a little bit. But I don't know if it was from being conservative as much as it was just you got out of a bit of the flow state offensively. Kubiak just got a little bit behind things, I think, just a tiny bit. Thank you, though, PGZ. Appreciate you, man. It's good to see you in the house as well. Y'all are very kind with all of your donations and support. Lanny says, I'm sure the message this week will be not good enough. I'm sure it will be. I don't think Mike's going to come out of this saying, we're right on the right track. We got stuff we got to clean up off this. It's a good win. He'll say it's a good win, but he'll be right on that. Yeah, Sinkfoot, I think you got to give Cam Ward a lot of credit for putting the Titans on his back. Their offense was all on Ward today. I don't think that, JJ McCarthy, if he's asked to carry the load like Ward was asked to carry the load today in this game, I don't think McCarthy pulls off what Ward pulled off today. Next week as we play the Vikings. I thought he had a tremendously high degree of difficulty in this game to find any success or find any productivity from the quarterback position, and yet he was able to do so. He found completions over and over again, 28 of 42, 1 touchdown, no interceptions, having to throw the ball 42 times, careful with the ball in addition to that Sinkfoot. Didn't feel like he even threw really any close calls out there in this game. I feel like you got to give a little bit of a tip of hat to Cam Ward and how he played. I don't know if there's a lot of young quarterbacks that could have dealt with the duress that he was dealing with and still maintain the level of performance that he did. You get after a guy like Michael Penix, he's not doing that. Maybe a Caleb, but I feel like a Caleb in a game like this, Caleb Williams and other young quarterbacks come along. I think if you did that to him, I think he eventually throws you a pick or makes a bad decision. That's a good point. Motors is Russell Wilson Hall of Fame now. He just called the correct coin flip for the Giants. Did he? The Lions got the ball at first. We do have the Giants driving here. 27-34 down here, the Lions in the overtime. 32-yard line, though, with a 1st and 10. Get you guys some updates here on scores. We got tied up OT as well with Indianapolis and Kansas City, locked up 20-20. New England able to take down the Bengals today, 26-20. Giants trying to get down in the Lions here in overtime. 5:35 to go in this one. 2nd and 7 for the Giants as they're into Lion territory. That's in Detroit. The Jacksonville Jaguars have gone up on the Arizona Cardinals 7-0 in the first quarter there. Browns up on the Raiders 7-0 in the first quarter there. No score in the rest of the contests here in the late action. Jameis dropping back. He's going to let this rip and a little wide. Some of the other early games that we had rolling here. Chicago was able to nip the Steelers 31-28. The Baltimore Ravens were down initially the Jets, but they were able to stomp back into that one and get the win there 23-10. The Green Bay Packers took down the Minnesota Vikings 23-6. It is still a struggle, it would seem, for Mr. McCarthy. And so we'll see how that game goes next week. Stoyan says, thanks for the analysis you gave me about the Brett Favre compared to Sam B. That really gave me a peace of mind about them interceptions. Yeah, it's a thing that sticks in my mind heavily. And, you can, if you go and look up Stoyan, go look up Mike Holmgren rocket balls, because there's even these moments which you get with Mike. They had some great mic'd up stuff between Holmgren and Favre through his career, where you can see Holmgren frustrated with him. And Favre comes over to the sideline after a timeout or after something happened. And Mike's just like, no more rocket balls, please. And that he was as wild at the quarterback position in Favre as you get. He was going to play that from his single-minded approach as much as anyone in the sport has ever played the quarterback position. And it served him well. And when he was at the height of his powers, he was amazing. But it also bit him down the line of his career as he got into the depth, especially there with Green Bay, with some really brutal interceptions of him just, so again, like we talked about in this a week ago on this, just that, with 4th and 5, Hutchinson gets the sack, and that'll put this to bed here for the Lions. They get the dub. I do think Sam's coachable. I don't think Sam's hard-headed. I think Sam can sometimes press and sometimes try to make something happen when something's not there to be made. And that's the part where Favre and him do have that in common a little bit. But Favre was just so much to a place of, you always had to keep the bit in his mouth. You always had to essentially, be like, what's the switch that they hit the horses with? You have to constantly be hitting him with the switch to keep him from going off the reservation a little bit. Christus, thanks to the refs for the only reason this was close. Had some tough calls on you there. You did. We got penalty wise in this one. I thought it was fairly well evenly penalized. You got 11 penalties for 69 yards for the Seahawks and 10 penalties for 63 yards for the Titans. So pretty even penalty wise. Got to clean it up, Haffy. Got to clean it up. D could definitely clean some things up here, John. All right, let's see what happens when you play action with Sam Darnold. Let's go. Play action's got to be what this team leans into heavily moving through the rest of this year. It's what they do so well. Trevor says, by how weird the NFL season has been, I'm just happy we won. Me too, man. You get to the end of the year, you get to 12 wins, 13 wins. You ain't going to care how you got there. You're just going to care that you got to 12, 13 wins and set the stage to make some noise in the playoffs. And anything can happen in the playoffs. Anything can happen in the playoffs. Definitely only Darnold played better today. Felt like he cleaned some things up from last week, which is another important part to it too. Not just playing well, but cleaning some of the stuff up that happened last week. Don't fall into the same traps, potholes that you did last week. Patrick says a close win. That wasn't really that close. It's better than the loss, right, guys? Amen, man. Amen. Beautifully put. Which says next time, make one bet at the start of the season and buy a truck with the winnings. Ford or Toyota. Toyota. Tech, I'll panic if we give up 24 to JJ McCarthy more than Cam Ward. Makes sense. JJ's got more to work with out there in Minnesota too. But McCarthy's having a rough run so far to start out his Viking career. Lanny, appreciate your coverage and show, brother. I'm in Reno, never get Seahawks on TV. Single dad with 2 kids full time, so sports bar watching doesn't work either. Again, thank you. It's my pleasure, Lanny. It was part of in doing this. I've really grown to love. It's one of the things I've loved most doing the channel is the play-by-play. But it was also for knowing and kind of I wasn't as aware, but Hawk fans are out there across the country or across the world that don't have the access to the feeds, and so they've got to look for those ways and sources and ways to be able to keep up with what's going on with the action. So I love doing it. I hope I keep getting a little bit better at it every year by year and doing this and game by game. That is always the hope with it. But thank you for watching, man. I love getting to do what I do on this. It's an honor to be able to call these games for you guys. Big time honor. Simple says, I love that we were 8-3. I would just like 4 quarters of good football just once going into the playoffs. Be nice to see, man. I'm with you. Getting this into a more rounded shape, getting into more cleaned up games, less of the, you have just kind of the dead periods or dead moments in these games, big chunks of them. That'd be really nice to see. I would love to see them come together and be playing their best football at the end of the year. Doesn't always go like that. I think the team is situated for that to be a potentiality here, Simple. It's part of what's going to be the interesting part about the rest of the season, how it plays off. Can the line continue to get the run blocking a little bit more in tow? Can Sam clean up some of the self-inflicted mistakes? Can you offensively find balance outside of JSN? Those are much the stuff defensively speaking. I think we fully have at this point confirmed that we can stop the run against anybody. 2.9 yard per carry average attempt by the Titans today. They ran it 22 times too. So it wasn't as if they ran it 7 times and they were passing the whole day. 22 attempts, 64 yards, 2.9 yard per carry average. That's fit to what we've done throughout the most of the year. You've been able to stop the run on everybody. Questions then defensively just kind of come down to as much more getting teams off the field offensively and getting them out of those 3rd and 4th down situations. And then, being able to get some pass rush in there where you don't blitz. Sometimes when we have our front 4 going, we're not getting home. But some of the stuff can come together with time here with the season still left. Get on my hype. JP says, I do not like the direction the team's headed. The Titans are a very bad team. I don't know, man. Like I was kind of saying on this, when you look at their schedule with this, they may be a bad team. I'm not saying they're a good team by any measure. But, when we do look at this, as I'm going to show it here on my left side, Broncos, 2012 in the season opener. Cam Ward's first game, loses by 8 points to a Broncos team in first place. Rams, we won 30-24. Rams won 33-19. It's not that far off of a Rams team that's currently in first place. Colts were able to blow them out. Texans were able to blow them out for that 2-week period. Then they were able to beat the Cardinals. They lost the Raiders. That's a bad loss. Then you lose the Patriots 31-13. Colts again, tough game, beat them up on tough, but then you got Chargers and Texans that they played tough. So it's not like it's a team every week that's just getting boat raced and everybody's just lapping them every single week. There's, they're a pretty tough team. They've hung pretty tough in these games. I think that's a bit of this puzzle a bit. It doesn't explain everything in some of the sloppiness of today, but I think it explains a little bit. Aaron says some of the worst performances have come from scrambling plays, extending quarterbacks, which is interesting. If you listen to Mike talk about it, this is one of the places he'll acknowledge at times that is very frustrating for him as a defensive coordinator because he's not a guy that wants to draw up spies in coverage and change his coverages in order to have a spy accommodate. He'd rather his front 4 control those quarterbacks up front in what they do scrambling wise. Easier said than done. This is why teams like to have spies on mobile quarterbacks. But you're right. When you have a guy that's a fix in the pocket, Mike's talked about it. You can win on the first 4 seconds of a play, but then you have the mobile quarterbacks that can beat you on the 5th and 6th second of the play after you've really done everything perfect through all of the course of the play. Cover the first read, cover the second read, cover the third read, but he has that escape route to get out the back door of the pocket. So it is a place that he spoke to. They struggle with. I think there's a reason for it because of that fact. You don't really spy much against these quarterbacks, and when you do blitz, that's going to put you in peril at times if you have all of your guys get picked up in the blitz. That now there's one less guy out there to take care of him if he does break the pocket. But I think that is something you're going to continue to see a little bit with the Hawk defense when they play these kind of mobile guys. Now, if he says considering 11 penalties and all the miscues, glad they got the win. Myers might be the MVP though. He might be, man. He had a great day today. I think he's going to probably be my underrated hero of the week, Haffy. Quinn's got it. McDonald's defense is heavily timing oriented. So scramblers are most likely to find a hole in it. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of set up to sort of hit those quarterbacks that want to operate an offense contextually as you would draw it up on paper a bit. Marching to the end of the season, what matters is dubs, L's, and ties. When they get recorded, we get a W. There's no extra points for style of the dub. Exactly. Jay to add to that says a win is a win is a win is a win. Where's my drop on that? Where's my drop?
Enough said.
Enough said. Enough said. They had Jameis back there moving. Russ might have called the coin flip, but Jameis was the man. Slinging that rock. Slinging them rocks. Megan, Hawks Nest, a very messy win that should never have been that close, but a win is a win. I'll take it. Amen. Amen. Get on my hype, JP. It just feels like we're on a downward trend, and I don't like it. We can make up all the excuses we want, but our eyes don't lie. Okay. I mean, it feels a little sensitive to me. I ain't gonna lie, man. Here's the Seattle Seahawks recent record. You beat the Houston Texans 27-19, who just took off the Buffalo Bills on Monday night. You beat them 27-19. You beat the Commanders 38-14. You beat the Cardinals 44-22. And you lost last week the Rams 21-19 by 2 points, playing the Rams at home. And then you beat the Titans. So I mean, I don't see the downward trend myself. Are you playing your best football this season? Have you rounded into better and better and better shape with every successive game as we'd like to see, JP? No, you haven't done that. But to say that the team's moving in a downward trajectory when you've won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of your last 7 games, and most of those wins have become, every one of those wins, in fact, is by 6 points or more. So I that to me is a trend that's moving in a different direction than downward. Again, this is where we come back to just, I mean, what is our expectation of this team? Is it every week they've got to go out there and blow teams out? And if they do anything short of that, then this is a team that's failing to meet expectations. I mean, aren't we being a little bit hard on them at that point? If that's what isn't every team going to fall short of that mark pretty much in the NFL, especially this given season when there's so much parity throughout the league? We just saw the Giants nearly take down the Lions at home. You know, does that mean the Lions fans should come out of that and be like, well, we're just trash. We let this bad Giants team almost beat us at home. Or do they come out there and say, well, we got the win and we're in this playoff hunt and we're rolling along, you know? Braden says it would have been nice for the Lions or Bears to lose to give us some room. That would have been good. Certainly was hoping the Giants could go get that win for sure, to your point. He says, Oxnest, heading out to start my Monday. Have a good one. Appreciate you, Megan. Jennifer Cologne says, a win is a win. Traveling, playing 10 a.m. game with an injured defense. I'll take that win all day. Go Hawks. Me as well. Well said on your guys' part on this and gals' part on this. Y'all getting spoiled. It's a dub. Yeah, it's a dub. Let's enjoy it. Game you had pretty much comfortably in your hands for most of this game. Got a little nervous at the end, but you pretty much had this thing in control by the end of the first half. Michael, have a great day. Team, go 12s, go Hawks. Great work, Bree. Thanks again. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. You have a great one. Addicted Brandon, no Ernest Jones, no Tyrese Knight. I'm fine with this game. Can't wait to take my daughter to the Vikes game next week. Go Hawks. Amen to that, man. Addicted. Let's add on to that too. No Julian Love in this game. So he was out as well. O'Connell did a good job. Keon, is Mike Glenn and the ostrich out there slinging? I was there that day, and it was very sad in the first half. Yeah, so it's like, were those bad wins that you had, or some of those ugly games that you had that year of the Super Bowl, was that representative of that team not being ready, or that things were broken, or that it was symbolic of the fact we just didn't have enough in the tank to get it done? No, it wasn't. And that's the part that we got to be careful in the NFL, especially in this day of the NFL, when you have such a long season and you have so many twists and turns and you have so many peaks and valleys, to determine whether before a season's ended, where you have so many games still left to play, about where you stand or where this thing's heading towards, I think is presumptuous. I don't think anybody knows, myself included on that. But I think that as you stand 8-3, as you won the majority of your football games comfortably this year, I think that that's more of a representation that you have a good damn football team, that you have a football team capable of making noise in the playoffs, capable of taking this division, capable of taking the number one bye. All of that is right there for you to go and still take right now. So I'm okay criticism. I'm okay saying this has got to get cleaned up. This can't maintain. There are things on this team that if they don't get better, certainly you're not going to be able to make as much playoff noise. But I think to come to certainty of this means this off of this one game, we got to be careful in doing that. And that game was a representation of that. And I can grab a couple of games from that season and provide to you guys, like, remember this game? Remember this game and how that happened? Oh yeah, that was the Legion of Boom years. That was you with an all-time defense. That was you with Russell Wilson at the height of his powers. That was you with Marshawn Lynch at the height of his powers. That was you with a legitimate offensive line. Go Hawks. Phoenix definitely need to get Shaheed and Cup more integrated into the offense. More room for that for sure. A little bit more. Punt return definitely makes the numbers look a little weird there, don't they? The scoreboard look a little weird there. EO Texas, Shaheed had a touchdown, but Sam got hit on this throw. That makes sense. Definitely knocked it off its path, trajectory-wise, the throw. Keon said, I remember when we signed Cooper Kupp, I felt we could have spent that money elsewhere. He wasn't really that cheap. Nope, he was a costly little bit deal to bring him in. I think, too, though, he's having an impact with JSN and this team that, may go outside of just simply statistically his impact. And I think part of this, too, is just that you don't throw the ball. Can't forget here too with this, Keon, and that you're going to end up in the NFL this year probably at like 31st or 30th, maybe even 32nd in passing attempts, and that there's just not going to be the market opportunities for some of the rest of the pass catchers, especially when you have a game like this where a guy throws 26 times and he's going to target one receiver 10 of those 26 throws. You just end up with very, very small amount of attempts here for anybody else. I can't believe the Giants chose Jameis over Russ. Maybe not a great selection to have either way there. Yeah, half of that 9-minute drive to start the game was kind of rough. Definitely would like to see the defense get off the field there. Quam says, hopefully we can keep it going after the Colts and coming back to the East Coast in Atlanta in a couple weeks. I'll be there and hopefully we'll see a well-rounded team bringing home a dub then. Let's go, Quam. It'll be a good game to go see. I think we got a few Hawk fans going out to that Falcons game. How about those hits by O'Connell? O'Connell played a great game, man. 9 tackles, a sack, a TFL, a quarterback hit. It's just kind of what we've been able to kind of encounter with these guys coming in, filling in for dudes, is guys fill in and they maintain the standard. Really cool to see. Speaks to the depth of the team, but hell of a game by O'Connell. I mean, you needed him to step up, and you're down to your third inside linebacker. That's not a lot of teams have a third inside linebacker and give them a game like this when they need it. Happy, I'm not sure if the Vikings had any injuries today. I'll have to look that up. I don't think they're dealing with anything super bad necessarily. They got a couple injuries here and there, but nothing that's awful. Texans, I'll be more concerned if Seattle gives up 24 points to Vikings with J.J. McCarthy more than Titans with Cam Ward. That's fair. Joe says I had 4 bets on Seattle and none of them hit. My most confident pick. Yeah, let's see how I did here. Shout out to sponsor of the show today, which will be of course, Sleeper. Sleeper's the number 1 app rolling right now in the game. And how about that? I missed it no, I didn't. I know that there. I missed my Barner pick there. 2 catches, 18 yards. So I just missed there. Walker did have over 58.5 yards. So I was good there. Sam with more than a touchdown and a half. I was good there. Tony Pollard had 21 yards receiving out of the backfield. So I just missed it by 7 yards there to AJ Barner, where we've got my picks in today. But you can use my code today, NEST, and they will match you up to 100% of your first deposit up to $100. So $100 from me to you through the Sleeper app. They also have, in addition to that, freebie, $20, no deposit needed entry. Just create a login. They'll put $20 into your account. No code needed, but you want to use my code, get the free entry. That's up to $120 in your pocket from me to you, and you show some love back to the channel at the same time. Their terms and conditions do apply. Please see their site for details, but use my code today, NEST. Go and show some money. I almost got there today, just barely missed it by 7 yards, but you can go and get yourself some money today. Go win yourself some money. The overs, the unders, the weekly fantasies. I love it all, man. It's good stuff. And they're so kind to have sponsored us this year throughout the season. Really much appreciated. Daily fantasy, I don't know. I got to check out my fantasies doing. Mine's been suck and win, but I think I got to start to prepare myself for next year's fantasy by improving on this stuff right now. Trying to get this locked in because I keep messing up my fantasy stuff. Thank you though to Sleeper. Do I feel like Charbonnet should just get 80% of the workload? No, Walker had 6.5 yards per carry today. He busted off like 3 big runs. He's averaging more yards per carry than Charbonnet. It says, I wish your Sharps would stop stealing touchdowns because it's ruined my FF team. Yeah, mine too, man. I got Walker in mine as well. Yeah, K9 look good. This is why he deserved to get these opportunities, I think, at this point. So he's the guy that we got to ride with on this. Nick to Brandon. Favre always reminded me of Joe Willie Namath Gunslinger. They both kind of cut from a bit of that same cloth. Yeah. Sometimes trust their arms just a little bit too much. Just a little bit too much. Brandon, did you notice many more instances of Sam having a running back check down available on pass plays, especially first half? I did. Yeah. I think you had Barner out in the flat on one play. There was a couple moments in this game where you had Walker out, working him out in space in the flat, and that Sam was looking to the flat. And that's the important part, is you could see him consciously getting out there after he was getting through a couple of his reads. Kubiak giving him that outlet. You didn't give him that outlet all the time on the dropbacks last week because you were so often chipping the edges, and that chip would throw off the ability to get it out there to those guys. So, I did notice a little bit more. I think that's part of the adjustment Sam made in his game, Kubiak made in his attack this week. And it's got to carry forward, because if you don't give him those guys out wide that he can have as options, it's going to draw Sam all that much more into trying to push the ball down the field, and at times probably push the ball down the field late, and then push the ball down the field late into very tight windows. So better to give him some of those check down options. As we saw today, you were effective with it. Sometimes it'll only go for a couple of yards, but it's a positive play. This offense needs to embrace the positive plays, the getting themselves into third makeables, the keeping the chains moving. That is how this offense moves and operates. I know they do a great job of taking the top off the defense, but it has to remember as well, this is the DNA of this offense at times within that. Keon says McCarthy with a 12 of 19 day for 87 yards and two pick stat line. Yikes. He is struggling, man. He is struggling. Joseph just placed a bet on the Browns as they're up on the Raiders. That might be a good bet. Martin Brandon, how could the refs miss the hold on the punt return? The Titans player had his hands inside the shoulder pads of Dixon, I think, stopping him from getting across. Does sound like they might have missed a couple blocks on that one. And you reverse field. You have a punt returner start this way, and then he reverses field. That's why those blocks happen like that, is you're blocking the guy to keep him away. and now it's going to the guy's side. So you want to still kind of hold on to him a little bit, because if you just release him, you're going to let him have a clear path to getting to the punt returner. So that's why the holds happen that way. They just didn't happen to call it on that play. I'll go back and watch. It sounds like we might have had a couple holds. Somebody else was mentioning someone else got hold too there, Martin. So not sure on that. Thomas, I'm glad Seattle won, but concerned the offense couldn't keep it up, and Titans came close to winning. They did. And indeed, offense got a little weird there at the end. Steven said, missed the game in a nutshell. What were the key takeaways? Key takeaways would be, I think that Sam Darnold cleaned up the stuff from last week. It's against a much easier defense to clean things up, but he cleaned things up and he made some tangible changes to his game, willing to throw things away, willing to dirt stuff up when the plays weren't going right, willing to hit the checkdowns out into space. The bad interceptions and those bad moments really weren't as much in this game. There's really one throw. He got hit on a throw, which could have been picked, but that wasn't as much his fault. But there was one throw a little bit behind on the player. He could have gotten him out in front too, but thought his decision-making was smart. Jackson Smith-Njigba is the number one wide receiver in this sport, and there is no debate on it right now. You can say, well, we'll see with 26 and 27 if it continues at this ability and this pace that he's been on this year. But 8 catches, 167 yards, sometimes looking almost unstoppable. Titans still refusing to run too many double teams his way. I don't know why teams are so unwilling to run any kind of double teams his way, but we're making him pay the price for doing so. And him and Sam Darnold have a pretty epic connection going right now. Kenneth Walker, Zach Charbonnet, the running game worked really well. You found headway, I felt like, in the running game kind of throughout the game overall. There were some times when it got closed up, but both those guys averaged over 5.5 yards per carry. Fact, you probably would have liked to have gotten to the run game a little bit more. Defensively, you were really good. And for the most of this game, you kept the Titans held down. You allowed them to get into it at the end. You allowed some fourth downs. I think they were 4 of 6 on 5 or something like that. 4 of 6 or 5 of 8 on fourth downs in this game. The Titans were going for it on almost every fourth down, which made it tougher. You didn't get off the field as often. You weren't able to create much turnovers. Sometimes you were letting Cam have too much time back there in the pocket, but Cam Moore played a really good game and was able to play improvisationally wise, off script, and be comfortable in doing so. And you made it hard on him, and he found a way. But it's a little bit of an ugly game. It's a little bit of a game where you look like you're very close to just completely dominating this thing and putting it away early. You just couldn't quite do it, which is going to leave a lot of fans to be frustrated more than be encouraged coming out of this game. But from my standpoint, Steven, it's going to be encouraged because you had this game in control basically throughout, no matter how close it got down at the end of the line. And you did this on the road, 10 a.m. Not easy to do in this sport. Brandon Janis says, well, got the win today. A little close for my taste, but it's a win. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, man. Joe, one of the best Seahawks channels out there. Thank you for that, Joe. I appreciate you. Very kind of you to say. Thomas says, I felt the refs were really bad today. I saw a lot of BS calls, especially when the Titans scored their 17 points. Didn't feel like it was a consistent day from the refs and how they were calling stuff, to your point. Yeah, Titans defense isn't awful. And we were up 30. Also 7 of the 24 were on a punt return. That's true. 7 of the points did come from another way. Randall McDaniel in the house. What's up, brother? Good to see you, man. Says Randy says anytime you go on the road and win, especially 10 a.m., is a good day. Take away garbage touchdowns, and it's a 13-point win, no turnovers, and we ran the ball. Randall, we're of like mind on this, and you and I have both lived long enough to remember those old 10 a.m. start times in the 80s, in the 90s, in the early 2000s. Mike Holmgren had a hell of a time at times having his teams ready to play when they had to go out on the East Coast. It was not pretty. It was not pretty. And Coach Carroll was the one guy who was able to solve this predicament. And it's a predicament that all teams kind of have to deal with. All West Coast teams, if you look at them statistically wise, struggle having to go out and play at the 10 a.m. start time. You can say, be professional. You can say, well, just get yourself ready to go. But it's easier said than done, especially when you're talking about being in the depths of the season, when your body's tired. Think about how much too your body's tired in the morning. And there's been scientific studies on this and so much data on this that you can go out there and see where the body is not ready to play at peak physical form at 10 a.m. in the morning on the body clock time. It's more like about 1 o'clock is when you're going to play more into the prime time of the day. 1 to 3-ish is where you're going to be physically at your sort of peak. So there's a little bit of this that's like, it's science. It is. And it's one where we've done so well recently. I think Hawk fans are getting used to just winning out on 10 a.m.s, but it ain't easy. There's a lot of teams that every week they're going to lose that 10 a.m. start time coming out from the East Coast. So, I think it's a win's a win on the road. Like you say, take away a little bit of the garbage touchdown. Looks a little bit more of a comfortable win on this one than even the final score. This is one of those games you have where you have a game you might win where you're up like 33-13 and you go, well, the game was a lot closer than the final score actually indicates. This would be a game where I might say the game was a lot more of a comfortable win than really the final score indicated in this one, to your point. Which is why I'm not going to be as worried about some of the blemishes from this one. Thank you, the Randall. War Chief in the house. What's up, War Chief? Thank you for the $5. This is Aloha B. Good game, brother. It wasn't our best game, but we won. What else matters? Laughing out loud. We'll clean it up in time for the NFC title game. They're young. Let them grow. That's it. Maybe a factor to consider with this team, too. Third youngest team in the NFL. When are you going to get a little bit of like, well, I expect dominance every week. I want my team to just blow this team out of the water every week. They're good enough. They have the talent. This other team sucks. Yeah, but when we factor in a little bit of you get the third youngest roster in the NFL. And what are you going to get with young players? What are you going to get a roster proliferated by young players? You're going to get sometimes some inconsistency when you want consistency. And I think the cool part about it is that you've been the third youngest roster and you're 8-3 from a record standpoint right now. You're 5-1 on the road. And so it's like they're performing at a really high level despite how young they are. And like you say, give them time. They will grow. This team will get better. We want this team to be the year where we lock this in. But remember, we're on our rise. We're in that ascending state. We're not in the middle of a Super Bowl window. We're not the end of the Super Bowl window like the Niners are. We're just cracking that mother open. We're just knocking the little switch up at the top of the window and just starting to push our hand to crack this sucker up. Got to consider that a little bit about where we are in our trajectory right now as a team. And I know we are all anxious to see this team become a winner and to be its best, to get into its best form this year and maintain that and then carry it into the playoffs. But it is a process. It is a young team. You'd expect this thing to get better and better and better as the year goes along. You'd expect a first-year offensive coordinator to get more comfortable with his personnel, a Rashid Shaheed to get more comfortable on this team after he's only been here for a couple of weeks, a Sam Darnold as a first-year quarterback to get comfortable with both the personnel here on the roster and his new offensive coordinator this year. And this is not a pie-in-the-sky thing to me. This is definitely there's a lot of reason to believe this thing will continue to improve with time. And so give it that patience, and I think that patience will be rewarded. Noah 1703 says, "Go Hawks. The run to 14-3 has started. Also, go Bucks tonight." Let's go. 14-3, Noah. I like that. We got a 4 or 5:20 start time tonight between the Bucks and the Rams, and I could take a 14-3 season. We're definitely winning the division, and we got 14-3. We probably get the home field bye at that point too. I know the Eagles have a slip and slide of a schedule remaining on their docket, but I like it, Noah. Thank you for the $5, man. Love the confidence. I hope you're right. Glenn Carn, thank you for the $5. Appreciate you for that, Glenn. It's good to see you in the house, brother. One of these games, we're going to have JSN, Torrey, Horton, and Shaheed all playing. Can you imagine the fear in the eyes of the other team? You're going to be able to get some mismatches isolated. And I think today you had mismatches isolated with JSN on their corner because they were down so many corners. They were already down, L'Jarius Sneed, and you traded Roger McCreary. And I think they had one of their other corners in this game go down a little bit early in this one. In addition to that, they were really holding on for dear life out there personnel wise. And then they still left JSN one-on-one with the guy that they had out there. But you're going to have some dynamic guys with some varying abilities and what they bring to the table here. I would throw, so you had Torrey and you had Horton. You left out Kupp in there too, Glenn. You still have Kupp as a part of the process there. And I know some people are not the biggest on Kupp. I'm telling you, he's still a good player and he still shows up on tape and he still brings a lot to the table from the receiver position. You're just not utilizing him a lot. But especially as Shaheed gets more comfortable in this offense with Sam and the personnel and all that, you're going to find a role for him here. You're going to find touches for him. He'll be a counterbalance to JSN a little bit here. I do believe that. But I pick your poison, man. At that point, if you do try to double JSN, we've got a lot of guys who can go win one-on-one with open space, and Sam knows he can attack it. Keep coming back to as soon as those double teams shy away over to JS inside, that should leave a guy like Shaheed one-on-one to get open up over the top. I'm expecting that to be sort of the counter that we eventually do see when teams finally decide to truly draw the doubles into JSN's direction. They're just not doing it. It's just wild to watch too. I love it, Glenn. Love it. Thank you for the dono. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $5 donation. Daniel, call me crazy, but to me, a semi-ugly win is way better than an impressive loss. Wins are more important than sentiments. I'm the same way on this, Daniel. This is a sport that's not baseball, that's not basketball, where the best of the best are so much beyond better than the worst of the worst, where the separation is so titanic in difference that this best team should just throttle this other team from the start, and there's no chance. The NFL, with its parity, with its hard salary cap, it is one that leads to ultimately there being a very close amount of separation there between the best of the best and the worst of the worst. And that's why, any given Sunday was not a term that was created for basketball. Any given day of the week was not created for baseball. Any given Sunday was created for football, because this is the way the sport plays, because of that parity, because of the salary cap, because it's so hard to, even once you become a winner, to maintain that. The sport is set up to kind of pull you down and to bring you back down to the middle of the road a little bit. So you got to take the win and understand that, hey, maybe ugly, but it's just as valuable as a pretty win. And sentiment doesn't really matter at the end of the day. You might find yourself as someone in the chat driven here, go, well, the team's not training the right direction, or we're playing our best ball right now. So then I will take away from this that we're just not ready this season. I will take away from this right now with true feeling in my heart that, well, we're just a little bit short now. Well, be careful of that, because football can make you look really silly a couple weeks down the line when you come to that certainty. And it can be a certainty about, oh, we are a contender now. We are ready to go out there and be a first. And then they go and they prove you a little bit differently a couple weeks down the line, because the NFL can move and shake so wildly a couple weeks down one way or the other. And that's why you just have to chip away week by week, take care of the opponent in front of you, get that dub, stack it up, get to the next, stack it up, get to the next, stack it up. And then you turn back around, you look at your season, and you got the 12, 13 wins, and you got your division win, and everything looks wonderful heading into the playoffs. All that style, all that sentiment, then, to your point, Daniel, doesn't matter a lick, because you made it happen. You made something happen that's very hard to do in this sport. Very hard to do in that sport, especially in the toughest division in football. I think keeping always the perspective on this one is very important. But well said, Daniel, and I agree in full. In full. DD says, Hawks still have the best point differential in the NFC. Wild to me, the Bears are at -3 and have some same wins as us. What the F? Yeah, when it goes wrong for the Bears, it goes really wrong. But they have found some footing this year. For the most part, they've found some headway. Mick says, hopefully we could beat 9 next week. Have you heard about the stupid 9 gimmick that JJ McCarthy is running with right now? No, I hadn't. He doesn't need to be having any gimmicks right now. He just needs to play better football. He's got a lot of stuff with him too. It's like, I wear this eye black like Anakin Skywalker. You know what I mean? Are you concentrating on the right stuff here, JJ? Thomas says, yes, they need an onside kick, but it could have been put away. Maybe it's nitpicking, but I look at what happens if they play the Rams and the Colts. Yeah, I think that's fair. I understand wanting to have the more comfortable win, Thomas. I just think too, we played the Rams last week. We lost by 2. We don't turn the ball over a couple times, we probably win the game. And that's why every week it's kind of a different thing at play. Every matchup's a little bit different on that. I understand though. We want the team to be better. We want the team to be playing their best form at this time of year. Brandis is in that first touchdown drive was largely due to an incomplete pass being ruled as a completion. I think it was the only chunk play they had on that drive. Indeed. I think you are right about that. I'll take tack calls to get 24 points, plus there's a hole in that punt return. Tampa needs to win tonight. You guys are right about that. Melfair, the special teams touchdown looked like they put something on tape and fooled our coverage team. Thoughts? Well, I think that there were potentially a couple holds there that went uncalled. I don't think that he reversed his field by them setting up that the intention the whole time was to reverse the field. I think what happened is that Michael Dixon outkicked his coverage unit, and in now kicking his coverage unit, he had those guys hauling 100 miles an hour to try to get down there to meet that punt returner who already had the ball in his hands. And then he just reversed field, and you caught everybody leaving their gap integrity coming down, and then everybody just kind of shooting down to that short side of the field. Then he reversed field, and then there were some blocks that I think were kind of questionable there, Jay Melfair, as to whether they were legal or not, because those guys are blocking initially this way, and then the guy goes out there, and then they got to kind of hold on to the guy to keep your guy from breaking off to getting to the guy that's reversing field. I do think that was a little bit of what contributed to that, just a bit. I understand if, they're right on the line of being called or not, but if Mike Dixon doesn't outkick his coverage unit, if you don't get the holds, I don't think you get that kind of play, and I don't think it was done purposefully necessarily. I think DK is just a good punt returner, and he just kind of felt it. You saw a similar thing, Jay Melfair, this year with Horton. Horton was down at the 9-yard line. The punter outkicked his coverage unit. Horton drifts back there. The coverage unit's hauling up on the left side of the field to get down to Horton. Horton then just suddenly reverses his field to get back to the other side because of the over pursuit by all of the defenders. Jay says we're 2-3. We're 2-3 games ahead of where I thought we'd be at this point. I'm not going to quibble about pennies. There we go, man. Well said. And yeah, I don't know if a lot of people had us at 8-3 at this point in the season coming into this year, especially a lot of even Hawk fans that were, you just remember on perspective on this, where so many Hawk fans were after the DK and Darnold trade going, well, we got no chance this year. Well, this is basically like a rebuild year. Yet you find yourself at 8-3. You took that step back, moving on from DK, moving on from Gino, moving on from Tyler. You took the step back for the hope that you would get the eventual 2 steps forward. You might have gotten the whole full 2 steps forward this year, this soon, this fast. We'll see on that, but perspective always matters on this type of stuff a bit, don't it? Vegas, you listen to me on both times the last 2 years. I've been telling you Vegas has gotten it wrong. Definitely some money to win on this Hawks team as they do break that Vegas outlook this year of only 7.5 wins. Brandon Genesis says the team tackling was not ideal today, but Reek Woolen with that open field tackle, hell yes, buddy. He looked good today, yeah. He made a couple of nice tackles. Ernest Jones will make a big difference, that's for sure. I can't believe we couldn't cover versus one of the worst teams, but came super close to beating the best team in football. I think you just struggle at times to always get pressure back there, Joe. I would estimate that Ward had a good amount of time to hold the ball in the pocket at times. It's hard to hold on in coverage in 3.5, 4 seconds, as you kind of asked them to do today a little bit. And I think that did contribute to some of those late completions and plays where you had it initially covered up and then they broke open. Luke says a win against pros in this league is hard. These wins look worse from the score-wise than they did watching. Go Hawks. Well said, Luke. I agree, of course, 100%. Yeah, we were down 3 linebackers. You're down Knight, Jones, and then Chaz Surratt also went down. Might have been a contributor there to losing that punt return as well, as you're down one of your guys who's a real important special teams guy for you. Joe says, try to keep in mind it's a new quarterback, new OC, rookie offensive lineman, etc. These things take time. Patience. The point is we are undoubtedly heading in the right direction. This is it. And that's that perspective. What Joe's trying to reference here is perspective on this. Understand completely. And I don't knock the Hawk fans that are impatient to want to see a winner. I want that drive from my fan base. I want you hot to trot on not accepting being just good. I want you to want and desire and to be hungry and to be thirsting and to be just every bit starving for a contender. I want this town and this fan base to be operating in that mindset. I like that. Because there are a lot of fan bases I think that sometimes are okay with just kind of, one more and we lost. We're happy about that. No, I want us hungry for this. I want to say, no, the standard is that we're looking for championships here. Been to 3 Super Bowls in the last 25 years. That is what we're shooting for. So I love that. I love that spirit of the fellow 12s, that's the thinking a little bit, but balance it as well. Balance a little bit as well with that perspective of where the team's at, what they're doing, what they're accomplishing, what they're getting done, what we thought they could get done going into this year, how young they are as a team, how many new pieces and parts you have kind of trying to fit all together. And that does take a little bit of time. I was just looking at how many starters didn't play. It's impressive. Yeah, indeed. You had Zabel bouncing back after 1 week, that major injury. He played the whole game. No Julian Love, no Ernest Jones, no Tyrese Knight, down to your third inside linebacker. No Jaron Reed out there helping out the defensive line rotation. Classy Kitty, your channel is the only channel that I watch when I can't watch a Hawks game live. I love your call-by-call coverage. By the way, I watched your Mariners playoff coverage. Your kitty is a bonus. Oh, thank you for that, Classy. I got a great kitty, that's for sure. I got to get a new cat tree that she'll like because I had gotten a new one and she's not feeling it at all. So I got to get a bigger one, I think. But it's my pleasure, Classy. I love doing the play-by-play. It's my funnest thing to do on the channel, and it's really taken off with you guys, which is cool. And we will continue to do the Mariner playoff coverage next year. I'll probably even do maybe this summer a couple of Mariner games, Classy. It seemed to go over really well with you guys. You enjoyed it, and maybe we'll do the opener of the year and fit in a couple of games throughout the summer here when we're in kind of the dead zone months of the off season. It'd be kind of fun to maybe do a stream here and there on those games and watch them. But thank you for that. I appreciate you watching, and I got a great couple kitties, that's for sure. Pumpkin made a little appearance today here and there. Alejandro says, 3 of our defensive linemen were injured. Come on. Amen, man. Amen. Ethan says lines are trash. They definitely don't seem to be as strong as they've been in recent years. Good team still. Team's definitely capable of making some noise in the playoffs, but it does feel a little bit like that on the outside looking in. I might be taking them for granted a little bit, though. Dylan says, at this point, just root for the Bears to win the NFC North, and if we get the 6th or 7th seed, somehow it's a bye-week first week of the playoffs. I certainly would love to take on the Bears in the first round. If I got to choose between like the Lions or the Bears, I'm taking the Bears all day. I know I'm saying the Lions aren't maybe as strong as they've been, but I ain't buying the Bears as a division winner. We did not sit Zabel, Mo Barkley. He played all game. Glenn says this should calm down the Sam Darnold concerns about throwing picks. I think he regressed to the mean. With his style of play, there will be interceptions in the future, but also touchdowns. Yeah, there's a bit of a cost doing business with Darnold. When you have a guy that wants to fit balls in tight, that throws with anticipation, there's going to be some throws within that are going to be picked here and there. You just don't want it to be where there's an epidemic of it, or you don't want it to be where there's interceptions, where there's definitely controllable points. Like I've always referenced this back, Glenn, to like early on in the year where you have Cooper Kupp running an outbreaking route and he busts the outbreaking route. And as soon as he makes the break, it looks like you have Jalen Ramsey beat, but Jalen Ramsey is a great player for a reason. Jalen's able to recover. He's already made the throw. Jalen jumps in front of the route and makes the interception. Those are the kind of throws that are the cost of doing business throws where you go, look, that's going to happen. Like you say, there's going to be a lot of the good side of those type of plays where he's throwing with anticipation that will, turn out to be touchdowns, turn out to be big plays. There'll be more good than to the bad in Sam operating with throwing with anticipation and trying to anticipate stuff, in my opinion. Those aren't the picks you get mad about. The picks you get mad about are the late picks. The picks where, okay, you're well past holding the ball for 3 seconds in the pocket. You've gone through 2 or 3 reads. You're looking every which way. You're dancing all over the place. And then you sort of throw a ball late, trying to just sort of throw something out there. That's where you go. That stuff you can control. That stuff stop. Throw it away, dirt it, find a guy out in the flat, take a positive play. There's about 4 or 5 things you're willing to take in those kind of situations or those moments, including even a sack. You can't have, though, the interceptions. And that's the part that I think he'll keep cleaned up. That's not a part that I think is going to be an epidemic of an issue for Sam. Just something that, like you say, has kind of come up recently, so it seems more on display, but I think it will be fine. Doesn't mean he's going to be a guy ever having a year where he's like, well, he only had 3 or 4 interceptions this year. Probably always be a guy around 10 to 12, 13 interceptions a season if he starts for a full year. But are you going to get 35 touchdowns on the other side of that? Yeah, probably. And you'll do that. I think you'll do that give and take at that point. Abby says that'd be crazy if we only get to the 6th or 7th seed. NFC's tough this year, man. NFC's legit. No easy outs this year. Go Breeze, is JSN still on pace to break the record? So he was slightly below the pace coming into this game. I think it was at 1948 was his pace coming into this game, which would have been just short of Calvin. But with 167 yards this game, Cool Breeze, he'll go back over and he'll probably be back at like that 1,990 yard kind of bout pace coming off this game. So yes, back on the record breaking pace. Addicted Brandon, was I the only one rubbing the rabbit's foot? Was Zabel playing today? Wish we let Zabel sit too. I would have liked to have seen Christian Haynes in this game. I would. But if you like this guy could play, it's not going to hurt him to play. That it's not doing more damage to go out there from the injury he sustained. I'll lean on the medical staff with that. But like you, I'd kind of thought, let's let him just chill. How about that? Let's just let him chill. Kansas City able to beat Indianapolis, by the way. So they snuck that one out. 23-20, keeping their playoff hopes alive. Philadelphia up 21-0 here on Dallas. Atlanta up 10-0 on New Orleans. And Cleveland up 14-3. Joe will be happy there in the chat with his bet on that one. Arizona back up 14-10 on the Jacksonville Jaguars. Yeah, Abe is a tough man coming back off that injury. You know, that leg wasn't feeling good. Brandon J.J. McCarthy, how many picks today? Vikings game should be fun. It kind of seems like they're to the point with him where they're trying to just protect him from a high volume of passing attempts. I mean, on the outside looking in, that's what's going on here. So he has, I mean, you lose to the Packers 23-6 in this game. And look at this. You've got him with only 19 passing attempts. You ran the ball more than you passed in a game that you lost 23-6. I can't think of any other example of an indicator that the Viking offensive staff have lost faith in J.J. McCarthy. This is against the division opponent. This is with you trying to keep your season alive. I think it just speaks to the fact that they're not feeling what's going on there. So he still threw 2 interceptions, by the way. Long day for our guy here, man. Drops back 19 times. He's sacked 5 times. He's hit 10 times in the game. That Viking offensive line is garbage. 2 interceptions, only a 4.6 yard per average attempt. I don't think you're getting the same performance from J.J. McCarthy next week that you got from Cam Ward. I think we're not getting that game. Zabel's got that Midwest durability. They're built stronger out there. It's that country strength they got out there, man. Orgy, good game. We won. What else matters? Nothing. Finnewiger says, why is JSN so good? Because he brings a lot of tools to the receiver position that you might call traditional tools, but sometimes get lost for some of the other stuff that we will gravitate towards and look at with receivers. You know, we like to, in the scouting times, we love receivers with the size and the length and the speed and measurables. You know, we get on measurables so much, but a lot of being an NFL receiver is having things that aren't necessarily measurables, and the change of direction, the body control, the ability to change direction without having to really alter how you run, that you can move effortlessly in and out of your breaks, that your running gate is one that's really hard to pinpoint when you're going to cut and when you're not going to cut, and you leave cornerbacks kind of guessing. It's his release package off the line of scrimmage and being so very quick that he just doesn't allow that press coverage to get its hands on him. It's having, I think, speed that's developed since he's arrived here. I think he's gotten faster as a football player since he's become a Seattle Seahawk, in part because he came here so young and a guy that just wasn't at the height of his physical, prowess as he is kind of now. And it's the combination of kind of all that together a little bit, along with excellent. You saw today that the ball tracking is just amazing with him. I mean, it is as elite as you will get. Ball tracking is another skill that's very hard to determine when you're watching tape on prospects. And you see it in little subtle things like you saw today, where he sees the deep ball from Sam. He falls back to the cornerback, puts his body into the cornerback to force the cornerback to slow down, because Jackson knows at any point in time he can speed back up to go and then get that deep ball as it's coming down. Why? Because he pinpoints early on the throw, 35, 40 yards down the field, where the throw is going to exactly land at, to be in the right position to be able to make that catch. But if like a lot of receivers there, would just run as fast as they can and just try to get to the ball, they'd get to the ball too early, then they would try to slow down late as the throw is coming down. But that cornerback's then also right there with you. Like, it's a very slightly underthrown ball. It's a good throw by Sam overall, but it's just a very slightly underthrown. And so if you're a receiver that doesn't track the ball well, you're running full speed all the way. But with him, he's like, I don't have to run full speed all the way. I can slow down a little bit here, then I'll get back to full speed right at the end, and I'll be right there to make the catch. So ball tracking is one of those skills that you have a hard time assessing on prospects. It's not immeasurable, but it is one that is absolutely a skill for a receiver. I think, for instance, with DK, part of what made DK struggle at times on those contested catch throws was he wasn't the greatest ball tracker. He couldn't always get that spatial awareness of where the ball's going and where it's headed to land and where I got to put my body in the right position to go get that. It is a skill. It's kind of something you have or you don't as a wide receiver. I think it's hard to develop. Jay Melfair, just like a 2-point loss didn't mean everything was bad last week. A 3-point win doesn't mean everything's good, but a win is a win. Exactly. I certainly will say there's plenty of stuff here to say we got to get this cleaned up, get that cleaned up. That just can't come at the expense of, like, we treat this like it was a loss, though, too. It was a win. Thomas, I don't get Kubiak. He had a lot of good drives today, but Rams-Niners wasn't good. No, I think he overthought it in both those two particular affairs, Thomas, some of his game planning. I think both those two games that there was similar things going on in both. You went in the wrong direction in a couple ways because I think you overthought it. I think you spent a little bit too much time in shotgun at times in those games. I don't think you worked, especially in the Rams game, enough of the short passing attack. Well, we lost the Bengals that year too, like 24-21, if I remember correctly, and we were all freaking out. Let's take a look at that. I think you're thinking maybe 14. I don't think we played Cincinnati that year. Here's the Keon. Here's the. Oh shoot! We're gonna do it from here. So here's the schedule from that year. Carolina Panther game, 12-7, the opening game of the season. You had some, definitely, you had that 13 season, couple blowouts there with San Francisco, Jacksonville. You had to go into OT against Houston. You lost the Indianapolis Colts on the road. Tennessee Titan team, 20-13. That's the Titans with. Look at this game. Ryan Fitzpatrick, and that was you playing at home against that Titans team. Just able to beat them 20. This is the Super Bowl year. Super Bowl year. But yet the Titans team almost able to beat you at home. There's that Tampa Bay OT win, another game at home, down 21-3 at one point. Able to get that one back. Minnesota game, you were able to extend at the end, but this is a lot closer game than it would look here. This wasn't a good Cardinal team. 17-10. Look at, I mean, this is the year one of the most dominant Seahawks teams ever. Plenty of close games against teams that didn't make the playoffs that year. Barely beat the St. Louis Rams 14-9. It's not a good Rams team. This ain't with McVay there. You're only able to beat them 14-9 with Kellen Clemens rocking quarterback in this game, with Zach Stacy as their number one running back in this game. Meanwhile, you had all your guys. You had Golden Tate, you had Marshawn, you had Russell out there, Earl, Bobby, Cam, KJ, Brandon Bain, Sherman, Browner, Malcolm Smith, McDonald, Red Bryan, Chris Clemens, Cliff Averill, all those guys out there in this game, 14-9. That put them to 3-5, that Rams team that, again, did not make the playoffs that year. This is the way the NFL works. It's the way it goes. It's very hard to be a team that's just going to go out there and stomp on the competition every single week like it's no thing. Yeah, let's JSN being this good is crazy. He never played outside. It's wild that he's able to pull this off. Absolutely wild. Oh, I think I read this one. Sorry. Samuel Carlson, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, remember when JJ was being mocked to Seattle? I do, and I didn't like it. JJ McCarthy is one of the quarterback evaluations I've gotten really, 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 really right. Really right. And maybe he proves me wrong eventually on it. Maybe eventually he's able to, he certainly is a young guy. He's in a rookie year. His story is not completely told as to what's going to go on with him. But at the same point in time with JJ, what's showing up with him was some of the worries that I had. He's not overly a mobile guy. He's got some mobility, but he's not part of this hyper mobile group of quarterbacks coming out now. His mobility is fine. I think his arm strength is just a bit limited. I think there's some throws like when he's moving to his left and he's got to throw the football, you do not know where the ball is going. And then there's size issues. He's not the tallest of guys. I thought he was a little bit of a kind of like, not a frail body, but more frail than hardily built. He's not a thickly built dude. And so it's not a shock, too, that injuries have also been a problem with him right out the gate a couple times over here just in his early part of his career. But that's why I wanted to avoid him. That's why, big reason why I wanted to avoid him here. And Vikings definitely have some buyer's remorse on that thing. Goodness. Thank you, Samuel. Appreciate the donation. And I do remember. I remember. Pepperidge Farm remembers. O'Dwyer, thank you for the $5 donation, O'Dwyer. Dropping in to see how everyone thought the game went. I didn't feel it was anywhere near as close as the score looks. Hi from Seville, Spain. Oh, we got Spain checking out. We got Australia checking in, Britain checking in, Spain checking in. I know we got our South America contingent in the house too out here. But I hope you're having a great one out in Spain. I imagine the weather is amazing today for you out there, O'Dwyer. And I think it's a bit of a, I want to say I think it's a bit of a mix. I think there's some Hawk fans that wanted to see this be more of a blowout, and that they feel like there's some problem things to the team that, there's more issues maybe coming out of this game than good things necessarily. And that you take a team on like the 1-9 Titans, you should do more against a team like that than we did. I think that there's another group of Hawk fans on the other side of this, and maybe it's as semi-split 50-50 here. They're going to be more in the alignment of where I'm at, where I say a win's a win. And you have this game in control, in your hands. To your point, the score makes it look closer than it really was as a game. Throughout the majority of this game, you had this game in your hands by multiple scores, and you were comfortably in the lead. So I would love to have seen the team put them away. I would love to have walked out of this game with a 45-13 win, but I can't find myself sitting in frustration or sitting here annoyed at this game at the end of the day. I mean, it was a little flat. There's all these are valid criticisms, but I don't want to get to the point of overstating it, where the bottom line is you're 8-3. You had another comfortable win on the road. You have 6 of your last 7 games you've got to win. And most of those games have been comfortable wins at that. You didn't turn the ball over today. You found consistency running the ball. Sam got back to throwing the ball efficiently. JSN's unstoppable. I'm going to come out of this with way more encouragement than discouragement. And I think most of the Hawk fans will be there, but I got to acknowledge, Dwyer, there will be some of those out there that I'm seeing in the chat that are a little nervous right now with this team, a little unsure with this team. Thank you, though, Dwyer. Appreciate you, man. Shout out to you out there in Spain. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. I can't with Bradford. I'm embarrassed for him. Yeah, this team, they're going to ride with him for the full season. You didn't make any trade deadline deals out there to try to add anything on top of it. You get the good with the bad with him, probably more bad than good. You're going to get maybe a game here where he really performs well, and then you can come back the next week and looks like the worst lineman in the sport. I don't think we're getting anywhere too close to consistency with Bradford. He might have been the only offensive lineman in this game that wasn't penalized for your Seahawks, by the way. I think everybody at some point or another got a penalty in this game. But he remains one of those positions on this team that you just wonder about with John, especially sitting on the money he's sitting on, which is $15, $20 million you got sitting in the back pocket that you couldn't have gone out there and found a baseline that's better than this for the position. I know they had hope for Bradford and probably some hope for Haynes, but if you just had some more solidity there, some more consistency there, it could help to allow this offense to find more consistent footing throughout the course of games too, in addition to that, Sanchez. Still dreaming. Thank you for the $5 donation. Still dreaming. Thank goodness for JSN. Where would we be without him? Kudos to K9. He had a nice game. Our defense was dominant, but Ward looks like a future star. Yeah, I thought our defense did a really good job of taking it to Ward early in this game and making life hard on him. I came out of this game very impressed by Ward. I don't know if there'll be as many Hawk fans giving him the credit or saying that we kind of fell flat on this one, but I felt like he made some really, really cool plays, hard plays, off script stuff. And he walks into this game. He's got none of his receivers out there. Aiyana Moore, pretty dynamic rookies out. Calvin Ridley out. You got Jamiri Dyke, DK. You've got James Proche, Xavier Restrepo, his old college team out there and getting the job, getting it done. 28 of 42, 256 yards. I thought he played really well. And he looks like a guy, boy, when you give him some supporting cast, if he can do this with so little, what can he do when you give him so much? If you can do that from a Tennessee Titan perspective. It's going to be very interesting to see what they do with their next coach and which direction they look to go for that next coach. But you have to feel like Ward, if not the rest of the team, maybe Ward will at least be a draw for some smart offensive mind out there to come over there and take it over. You certainly feel like they're probably going to go with an offensive minded head coach because of Ward. But I thought the same, man. He looked great. I wasn't sure about him as being a number one overall pick, but I think Ward has been very impressive this year, showing he doesn't need things perfect to succeed and showing that he can overcome some things around him to find some success and productivity. You do that as a rookie, you do that in the first year. I think you got to feel like it's only going to come along even more further down the line a bit. Well said, still dreaming. Well said. And JSN, what can you say? 8 catches, 167 yards in this game. They can't cover him. And he keeps taking the top off the defense time and time again, averaging over almost 21 yards a catch in this game. Just amazing that he's able to always consistently get the top off. Amazing that he's not getting the double teams drawn his direction. It's hard to explain how it's gone this way, but it has gone that way. And thank God for him, because like I said, I don't know where we'd be without him. Sanchez, thank you for another $2 donation. Thank you, Sanchez, too, man. Appreciate all of your donations today. Many, many donations over. Is Pete one and done in Vegas? My feeling is yes. Pete's the big pusher to, I think, bring Gino in. And then that was his big call to be made on that one. I think he kind of stuck himself out there a little bit, and then in retrospect, he's made it look really not great. I don't think that schematically, defensively, he has shown a lot of signs that he's come really far forward and where he wants to take defense. I mean, there's not a lot that defense can do anyway because the talent's just not there. So it becomes hard on making this assessment too, because even if he had modernized his defense, I don't know that the Raiders defense would be that much better than what it's been. But by some of the accounts I've heard with him in Vegas is that it's kind of maintained in some way the same fashion it had here in Seattle, defensively speaking. This is a little bit of just a guess, Sanchez, and sort of what I think in kind of the recesses of my mind with Pete in the Vegas situation. I think Pete was well aware that the Vegas situation potentially could be one that takes a while to get it right and things corrected because there's so much that is a mess there. I think that he was thinking there was kind of that small stuff the camel through the eye of the needle chance that he could dynamically get this locker room souped up immediately, and that with Spytek and Brady in the mix, that they could somehow super inject this quicker and make it happen faster. And if not within a year, that it can be just a 2-year thing to make it happen, whereas now this looks like more of a 3 to 4 year process kind of thing. And if it's going to be a 3 to 4 year process, does that not then push Pete to be like, okay, I just literally don't have the time to wait this out to get to that place of things. And you're already going to be firing the offensive coordinator bare minimum. You're going to have to move off from the coach. Does Pete want to really, because a lot of ways what you've done with this by moving for Geno, giving up the 3rd round pick for Geno, not being willing to move Max Crosby at the deadline, not really having Jackson Powers-Johnson playing center but guard. Now he's out for the year. There's so many things with this that has kind of, rather than Pete making progress with Vegas this year and establishing his culture and getting this team closer to where they're trying to go, kind of feels like they're starting back from stage 1 into this offseason. And I come back to, I just feel like what we're hearing there with the Raiders and Spytek, their general manager, with Pete, that they're not always in sync on things and their outlook of players. This does fit to what we know with John Schneider and Pete at the end, where once Pete lost some of that player personnel control, I think there was still him kind of pushing on John to kind of do things where he wanted to see John push it. And John wasn't as comfortable doing some of the stuff he wanted to see done. And remember with Pete, that's as much what had him moved on from it as anything at the end was the fact that he was a guy that was not willing to move off of players. It wasn't just the scheme. It was that I want to hold on to this guy, a Jamal Adams. I want to keep a Jamal Adams here when the team's like, no, we don't want to pay him anymore. He's not the player he once was. The injuries have robbed him. We need to move off this and put this money in other places. So it seems like some of the same stuff is kind of playing out there in Vegas that it played out here. And I just think that all those factors that come into play, Sanchez, eventually lead you to both from Pete's perspective and the Raiders organizationally to say, okay, we give it a run here. This is probably not a long-term fit. But this is a guess. Definitely just a guess on my part. Jeffrey, that's so good to see you in the house, man. Thank you for the $2 donation. Titans have found their quarterback. That much is clear. They have indeed. And I've loved Cam Ward, watched him for a couple of years. Got to see him scout him out at WSU, which was the real fun part with him going to Miami is you got to see him doing stuff at WSU that he did carry on over into Miami. And the kid is a baller. He's got a great feel for how to play the game. He's got a great feel for when to take risks, when not to take risks. His elusiveness and his ability to move around the pocket and dance around things, even though he's not a hypermobile guy, is very impressive. He just has a real smart awareness factor to how to play the position. And once you get this guy more help, a steadied offensive line, some playmakers on the outside, a defense that doesn't make him have to, score every time he gets the ball, you're going to see him even better. And yeah, I think they've got the guy. I wasn't sure about him being the number 1 overall pick. Liked his talent, liked him as I think even a first round guy. Wasn't sure if number one overall didn't feel like a little elevation for the weakness of the quarterback class overall for why he got pushed up as high as he did in that way. But he's legit. He's the truth. I've already watched a few of his games this year and really was impressed by him. But today, to play a clean game, to have no fumbles, to have no interceptions, to find so many completions when so many plays were muddled and you had to kind of improvise off script. We saw with Sam on the other side that it was kind of hit or miss when he had to get in improvisation mode, whether or not it was just going to end up with him dirting it or throwing it away. Or Cam just felt like he could extend the play, and then just kind of find that short completion at the end. Flick the ball out here to this guy. Toss it out over here to the flat to this guy at the last second as he's being drugged down. Very impressive. Very impressive how he played today, Jeffrey. I saw it the same way. Titans have a lot of work to do. They got a lot to fix on that roster, but they've got at least their quarterback, man, which can be sometimes the hardest part. Thank you, though, for the donation. Appreciate you. Why was Abel playing his hand grenade? He's tough guy, I guess. They don't feel like he's going to be more injured going out there playing on it, I would guess. So I have to think Seahawks would look at this game and say we could probably win this game with Haynes at left guard if we had to. Much in like how they looked at the inside linebacker position. They're like, we're down Tyrese Knight, but we can win this game with O'Connell out there at middle linebacker. Allison's probably because he was healthy enough to play. The line struggled a lot even with him. They did. Keon says Mike Mack, the Haas whisperer. Let's go. Yeah, Haynes is really right guard, Morty's left guard. Thomas, I think Seattle will add depth on the line of scrimmage next year. I just don't see Bradford as the plan at right guard and Olu at center. Yeah, I agree. I think you're going to do something at right guard this offseason. We'll see about center, but I think right guard becomes the ultimate priority. Interestingly enough, Bradford does have, I think, a year left on his rookie deal. A bounce back game for Sam. Yeah, Sam almost had a pass intercepted when he got hit. He did. Trevor asks, why are the Cowboys always on TV? I hate seeing how bad this team plays. National networks have a hyperfixation with them. We saw this with ESPN for years. Like, they just want to put the Cowboys up all the time. They don't do anything. They haven't a team that's made any noise in 30 years, but can't let it go. They did run a good screen pass to K9 Thomas. That's for sure. Looked good. Yeah, I thought Cam Moore played great tonight, Jay Melfair. I agree. Very impressed by him. TikTok, Brandon, regarding Russ and Hall of Famer Plunkett, and surprisingly Eli Manning are the only two quarterbacks with Super Bowl wins that are not in the Hall of Fame. Thoughts on Russ versus those other quarterbacks? Two quarterbacks, Eli with the 2 rings. Yeah, I don't like Eli going into the Hall of Fame at all. Because the only reason you're putting Eli in is because of the 2 rings. That's it. Because he beat Brady twice. That is all that sends him there. He was never an elite guy. He was never a top 5 quarterback in the sport. I just don't see how he's deserving of going there. I think Russ is a different situation. Russ had some years of dominance and some years of high level of play around that dominance. And so that part can't be undersold a little bit in what he was asked to do and carry the load for his team, especially the Legion of Boom era kind of winded out. The other part of this is Russell's running. So, with Russ, he's going to have every bit, I think, the all-time passing yards wise. So your all-time passing yardage leaders, as you can see right here, or you can't see right here because I got it on the other page. As you can see right here, you got Russell Wilson right there below Fran Tarkenton, Hall of Famer, and right above Carson Palmer, who's probably not going to be a Hall of Famer. So Eli Manning technically with a little bit more of the yards thrown even than Russ did in total on that. But to me, you got to factor into Russ has got about the 6,000 yard. He's got about the 6,000 yards in rushing yards to go along with his touchdown passes. And that's another part of this to me that should probably factor in is that he is looking it up right now, actually here. Oh, there we go. So many statistics. There we go. Where's the game log for the all right. Come on, ESPN. Don't let me down. All right. So 5,568 yards and 31 touchdowns on the ground alone. What he's done career-wise, that's to go with almost 47,000 yards and 353 passing touchdowns.
So if we go for all-time passing touchdowns, Russell Wilson's actually 12th, just below Eli Manning there at 353 to Eli Manning's 366. But then Russ has got the 30 more touchdowns on top of it. So I think, in my opinion, it's Russ's passing. Russ has got enough there passing yards to be right at the line. But I think addicted, it's the rushing and the rushing touchdowns that then push him past. He's got the Hall of Fame. He's going to have the Pro Bowls. He's going to have, I think, the accolades will be just enough. But it'll be that rushing that allows him to get in because he's one of the better rushing quarterbacks in NFL history. Without K9 on the field, they're not worried about big edge runs, sweeps, and stuff. You need them to worry. You do, man. This is the whole point of being an outside zone team is everything kind of works off the outside zone. And if you have a player in there that they're not worried about getting to the edge so fast and so quick, you get defenses that'll play a little more straight up and that they don't feel like they have to cheat to get to that run. This is why so much of the standard in the Shanahan offenses is for a running back that can be explosive, fast, quick to the hole, fast through the hole. He wants guys that are going to get to the spot as quick as humanly possible because the blocks aren't going to hold up for a long period of time, but it's also then forces those defenses to kind of take that cheat step to the outside zone to then open all the other stuff up to the backside. And if they don't cheat, then the backside stuff ain't open. And if they don't have to cheat because they can get to the run anyway because the guy's not fast enough to get to those edges, to your point, the threat is not as perilous for them. War Chief says O'Connell thought his name got called a lot. Good for him. I love to see the linebackers shine. Linebackers union. Let's go, man. 9 tackles today. 1 sack, 1 TFL, 1 quarterback hit. For a third inside linebacker in the rotation on your depth chart, you will take that. That is for sure. Thomas, I believe Russ has a legitimate case. How many quarterbacks went to back-to-back Super Bowls and won 10 or more games 10 years in a row? Sucks now. Yeah, I think he's done enough. Thought we got a punt in the block, back in the block there too, Daniel. A couple of folks have said that as well. Kind of missed a couple blocks, sounds like, on that. Cobrey's K9 is fast, but his acceleration is top tier. Yeah, he is. He's quick with it. Bucks Rams will be a good game tonight. Former Rams special teams coach is killing us every time. Yeah, he's a good one. He's one of the best ones in I think it's Fossil. One of the best ones in the sport. One of the best. Daniel says, for me and everyone else who took the free money option at the beginning of the season, Seahawks just hit the over on 7.5 wins on the season. Wish I put more money on it. I told you guys. That was an easy bet right there, wasn't it? Easy. Rendaz, the nest of the best. Oh, thank you, Rendaz. I appreciate that, man. Martin, I'm hoping we win our next 2 games and go into the Colts game at 10-3. Me as well, man. You can kind of knock out the work here to set the stage for however it needs to go at the end of the year when this is all said and done. You take care of the Vikings, you take care of the Falcons, 2 of the more winnable games left on your schedule. You get to 10 wins. You're probably set to get yourself in the playoffs at that point alone. And then you have the home stretch of the schedule, the Colts, the Rams, the Panthers, and the 49ers to determine where your playoff seating will be. You love that part. You took care of the part of your schedule then at that point that you should have taken care of on the outside looking into the season. Tough games remaining. Now a chance to establish yourself. Now a chance to play your best football at the end of the year. But that's what, getting these next 2 wins will do for you. He says, that was not pretty at all, but I'll take it. Me as well, man. Me as well. Thomas says, now how many media people thought Seattle wouldn't be as good as they did? I saw at most 8 wins and a floor was 4-6. Shows they don't know Seahawks football. Amen. Giannis is sitting at 8-3 when most people were picking us to win 9-10 wins with multiple easy wins in front of us. I fail to see how we aren't at least to the playoffs, but can definitely see us making some noise. Beautifully put, man. Beautifully put. Amen. Joe says, so we got Vikings at home, Falcons away, Colts at home, Rams got Bucks home, Panthers away, Cardinals away. Starting to look like we're going to have to do it ourselves. Let's have it go. Let's go, Joe. We got a shot. We need the Bucs to take care of some business tonight. That's for sure. Vegas had us at 7.5 wins this year. Holy hand grenade. Last 2 years, they've gotten it wrong. Rondaz, you should never stop hating the Cowboys. They've got it coming. Brian Myers, NFL reports Holani had injury. Any other details? I didn't see anything in the game. Ranjan, I got to think Spoon's going to reel in a pick over the next 2 games, and I'm calling it now. Either Kobe or Kata is getting one next week. McCrummy loves to overthrow his deep shots. Or Love. McCrummy. That's a new one. I hadn't heard that name put on him yet. They're due. Witherspoon's definitely due for a pick, man. So is Witherspoon. So is Woolen. If Love's back in the lap, yeah, we'll see on that. He's getting about due to be able to come off that IR, I think. Jake has both Seattle and Rams 14-3. I asked if it would go to the strength of schedule tiebreaker. It just might at this point. It'll be a weird back-to-back years. We have the 5th tiebreaker determine the division winner. Of course. Keon says when the Dak and Zeke were rookies was the last time they were even remotely likable. First time I felt like the Cowboys were an underdog story. Oh, okay. Yeah, they were kind of with Dak there. Jail Bra Eagles looking like they're already 9-2 laughing out loud. They're probably going to run this one. Yeah. Rundaz, enjoy the rest of your Sunday chat. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Rundaz. Appreciate you. Gil says, it's so funny how the narrative changes from week to week. So against the Rams, it was a good loss, 21-19, but against the Titans, a 30-24 win is glorious. I don't know if anybody's used I've not seen a single person, Gil, in my chat, and I'm reading every single comment in my chat who says that this win was glorious. I think you're seeing people that are willing to acknowledge the fact that this isn't, we would like to have gotten more of a dominant win. You had the game in control, and I don't think the score necessarily tells the tale. I don't know if you got a chance to watch the game, Gil, or not, but we had through pretty much all of this game a 2-touchdown lead. And the ending score is not that far off the very same score you just basically had against the Titans earlier this season. No, it's a win, and it's good to get a win, but I don't see anybody in my chat sitting here crowing about the fact that this was an unbelievable dominant effort. I have not literally heard one person, even the people that acknowledge it, take a win, a win's a win, and said that. So that's not accurate to what I'm seeing in my chat. There also is, you can tell some of these fans panicking don't remember the 2013 season where we did win the Super Bowl at times looked like shit. Yes. I was trying to kind of make that point earlier on showing the schedule from 2013 and some of those games you played. This is the nature of football. And then even the nature of football for teams that won Super Bowls. Went to a Super Bowl and won it. Won in dominant fashion. One of the maybe all-time greatest teams in NFL history. But this is how the sport plays. Yeah, we're down. That's the game I was mentioning too. We were down 21-0. It was the Buccaneers, that team. That was the team you're talking about, Ural. I think that was the Buccaneers coming into that game. Bad Buccaneers team had you down 21 points at home. That was at home in your Super Bowl season. Tyborg just kind of worried that the Rams loss hit the confidence a bit. I mean, maybe. Hard to say. Well, Jeff says, yeah, bro, that eye black is 9, not JJ. JJ calls himself 9 for his alter ego. Yeah, reminds me of the Bull Durham thing where he's like, has to teach him how to give he's teaching the rookie and the minors how to talk to the media and the boring answers. And the guy can't understand why. It's because of this. It's a young man, you'll sort of say some silly stuff. And it's like, no. And it looks bad when you play bad. You start talking about alter ego when you're playing bad. It's like, oh. Little Drip says, not a good look. Best to hold off with all that alter ego talk until you've probably established yourself and be like, yeah, you can call me JJ Dangerous. That's my alter ego. And says, no, JJ's low key with all sorts of inner turmoil. DB should pad the stats next week. Let's go. Vapors, sometimes the worst team can surprise you. With a punt return touchdown for them, the score looks closer than it was. We're good. I love a Vapor. Let's go. Gil, facts are we won the game. We're 8-3. We're right on your guys' heels. We won this game in pretty much as about as close a fashion as your Rams did. So were you looking at your Rams to be consistent? Were you squawking to your Rams? This is not a good enough win because we didn't beat them hard enough when you were 33-19. So we should have won 40-7. This team's so bad. Or do you go, hey, it's a win. You take the dub. Wins are hard to come by in the NFL. You say we got to get some things corrected, but it's a good win. You won it pretty comfortably. Move on to the next week. And that's where most of the fans in my chat are operating from. And again, I mean, don't build things that aren't what people are actually saying with this. Makes his JJ McCarthy's 9 gimmick is what he calls his alter ego. He says it's all his pent up anger from being hurt that he switches to when he hits the field. So silly. Yeah. Luan says it seemed like we already gave up offensively in the fourth, thinking we'd already won. Play calling got a little weird. Got a little strange, to your point. That's for sure. Go ahead, Brandon. The Eagles, Dallas Cowboys. Game ball, don't lie. Dallas up 21-7. Eagles up 21-7. Let's see if Dallas can make this a game. Keon says, shout out to JSN. In all this doom and gloom, dude just broke the record with 6 games left and having at least 3 halves where we just ran the ball because of big leads. Amazing game from him, man. JSN having the best season for a Seahawks receiver in our history and maybe one of the best receiving seasons for a receiver in NFL history when this thing's all said and done. Guy has just been a godsend for us. Dyke was looking good today, says JL. DK was looking good today. Sometimes guys just make plays. That's right. Vapor says Ward's been playing hero ball all season. Watching him scramble was actually impressive as hell. Yeah, I thought he made some tough plays today and got himself out of trouble, made a completion when there looked like there was no potential to make a completion. I can't how many times I thought we had him kind of closed off on a play and that there was nowhere to go and he found some out. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate you. Definitely, Luan, place that we got to clean up in this team. And it's a good problem to have is that you get up on teams and how to properly put them away, how to properly still exhibit enough aggressiveness to put them away, how to keep your play calling rolling in the same fashion it had been rolling with throughout the game that got you there. This has been a commonality to what we've seen the Seahawks teams throughout this year a little bit. Good problem to have. As I've mentioned on this, Luan, it's better to have than a problem of, you lose games in the last 2 minutes of every game, like we've seen the Cardinals kind of have happened to them at times, or you don't know how to get up on teams, or you're getting down on games where you're getting behind in the first quarter and having to fight your way back in every single game. There's trends you can have team wise that suck. It's a good, if I've got to pick a trend to have on my team of one of those, I'll pick the trend of we just keep getting up on these teams so much that we just can't quite put them fully away in the third quarter. I'll take that, versus some of the other ways that this could roll. I feel really good about my preseason bets for the Seahawks. 8.5 wins. Looking good. Looking good. I think Llewellyn, there's been more with Kubiak. You start out the year and some of the leads that you had early on in this season. I think a lot of them were happening because of, to your point, what you're talking about, where you went into more prevent offense. You ran the ball at a hyper amount. You were ending in games where you were having a 3-to-1 pass to run ratio. Yes, you were certainly leaning on the lead. I think about the Cardinals game, there was a change in purpose of this offense to where Clint recognized that and he went back to more of, okay, I am going to throw in this. These teams are going to load up the box. Now I got to throw the ball because we're trying to load up the box where they're already loading up the box early in the game. Now they're really loading up the box when we're getting late in the games and we've got the 2-touchdown lead. I got to pass into that. So he started doing that in the Cardinal game. I think that has continued after that Cardinal game. Doesn't then still mean that there isn't still been some problems then with maintaining these leads. That part is true. But if you look at today, for instance, in the way that the schedule played out, you have Sam Darnold with 26 passing attempts. You have 20 rushing attempts. So for a game that you had comfortably ahead on in the third quarter, if this was a conservative thing, if this was a conservative problem, then you would have thought that the rushing attempts would have gone way past the passing attempts. But they didn't because you did try to maintain some aggressiveness. It just didn't work. And you weren't able to do it. So I mention this because there was a change in this application, Lawan. There'll be some folks, Llewellyn, there'll be some folks that act like it's kind of from the start to the finish. It's been playing out the same way offensively on this. There was a change at the Cardinal game. You started to go more pass happy, which is, I mentioned this because this is exactly what the people would want who then repel against or just hate that they go conservative and they just try to run the ball out. So it's kind of like he's doing the thing that fans would want to be done. It doesn't then mean that it's going to be absolutely 100% successful at that point. You have desperate defenses to just kind of keep themselves in and make a play. But I at least appreciate with Clint that he's tried to change his approach on that when he's gotten the lead. And that it may not work, but I like being more aggressive all the way through and letting it finish out on that, especially if teams are going to hyper fixate on stacking the box and putting so many guys around the line of scrimmage. You're not going to run against 10-man boxes. There's 9, 10 guys standing right within 2 to 3 yards of the line of scrimmage. There's no holes to be had. So you kind of have to pass it at that point. Raiders down 14-3 to the stinking putrid Browns. Is Pete done after this year? I think so. And definitely, I don't think they're going to run with Geno for a long period of time there either. Gerald says it could be time to bring back some of those Milrow pitch plays. Maybe so. Sanchez says, oof, watching Geno and Shadur, bad quarterback play. That's definitely a rough game to watch, that Browns-Raiders one. Bless you if you're out there watching that one. Glenn says, I was concerned and nervous about Darnold after the LA game. I think he proved he's our franchise quarterback. He throws into tight windows, so there will be interceptions in some games. Well put. I can't add any more than that, Glenn. I agree with it in full. Sam's never going to be a perfect quarterback. Sam's never going to turn into a Josh Allen necessarily, but Sam can play like one of the most, if not the most efficient quarterbacks in the sport. And that works for a team that's led with its defense. That works for a team with this much assemblage of talent. That works for a team that plays as all three phases, that has a great special teams unit in addition to it. That is a recipe that can get you to a Super Bowl and win you a Super Bowl. Sean says the problem is, and Sam, it's our wide receivers outside JSN don't create separation. Cups washed. Others are just young. Maybe a little bit of it at play. Maybe a little bit of that at play. Paper, when was the last time the Hawks had an INT, the Commanders game? Yeah, that sounds about right. I believe that's correct. Holani hamstring, anybody with any other details? I hadn't heard anything yet. That sucks about the hammy on Holy. The hammy Holy. Zach played a good game, man. 6 carries, 35 yards. Ran well. Keon, Ernest, Love, Knight, Heman, Worry. If we can have a game with everyone healthy, might be a different level of a different feel out there. Very well could be. Or Chief, I remember in 16 when we only lost 2 games. One of them was to the Rams, and I don't think the Rams won very much games that year. I think they only won like 2 games, and one of them was against us. We went to the Super Bowl. Yes, sir. I think you mean 15 on that. That's correct. Sean says we've grown accustomed to destroying teams. Barely winning is the NFL. That's right. And we have gotten a little used to that. 3 games this year where you scored 30 points before halftime. I think that's gotten us a little spoiled. Falcons beating the Saints 16-7. Browns up 14-3. Jaguars gone back up on Arizona 17-14. Philly up 21-7 on the Dallas Cowboys. Horn fellas, hi from the East Coast, Canada. How you doing, Horn fellas? It's good to see you in the house. Brian, thanks for what you do. Got to walk the wife. Go Hawks. Hey, have a good one, man. Thank you for all you do for this channel too, Brian. Appreciate you. Pepperidge Farm members, man. Pepperidge Farmers members. Which is, never mind, it was the Cardinals. The Cardinals the year we won the Super Bowl, the second Super Bowl run, or third. I went to the Cardinals game that we lost and they sucked. Long NFL season. Some games you're not going to have your A-plus stuff. You have a good enough team that can still overcome. Can you get comfortable wins when you don't have your A-plus stuff? That's part of a mark of a good team, in my opinion. Sean says Rams beat Titans 33-19, more or less. Some score minus the special teams touchdown. That's right. You take out the special teams punt return touchdown, which came on the back of a couple holding penalties that didn't get called on that play. And we win the game about the same spot that the Rams won it. So it's like, that's where we go. Are we going to be consistent with that? Are we going to be a Rams fan that come into my chat and ignore what your Rams did in a very similar fashion? Or cherry pick and try to, it's like, are you consistent in how you see it, or you just see it differently for your own home team? And I didn't throw any shade at the Rams team for not better blowing out the Titans team, for giving up 19 points for supposedly being a special defense. They got a comfortable win. They got a comfortable win on the road at 10 a.m. They took care of business. So I'm maintaining my consistency. I applied it to the Rams. I'm applying it to my Seahawks. I don't think some of the Ram fans I've seen in here popping up in the chat would be doing the same. I think they'd be like, no, ours was way different. That's a way different win at 13-19 than 30-24. That's, way different. No, it isn't. No, it's not. Henry Diesel in the house, dropping a double dip donation. Thank you for that, Henry. Appreciate the $5 first dropping a super sticker, but then dropping another $5 on top of that. Says first Seahawks attendance ever. I'm still on cloud 9 out here in Music City. Well, it sounds like, by all accounts, I was checking in early on out Twitter here before the game, and sounds like we had a lot of Hawk fans in the house there. I was hearing maybe even like a 10-1 Hawk attendance thing in the stadium, and they didn't do a good job of really showing us many of the fans in the audience there to see how Seattle showed up to this one. But never knew we had so many Seattle fans so close to Nashville, Henry. So within proximity. And that's kind of one of those dead spaces in the country where you wouldn't necessarily think a lot of Seattleites would head to. Like you could see Seattleites heading to the West Coast or down south into Arizona or maybe into Texas, maybe to Florida, but Midwest or out in the East Coast, not as many out there necessarily. Not as many out there necessarily, but good job out there, man. Showing out in full. Sounds like we had a great Seahawks attendance out there, Henry, and hopefully you guys helped them on with some of that cheering. They're like, man, this is like a home stadium. Like, congrats, man. Always good to be able to have your first game in attendance ever with a dub. That's how it should be. Every fan should always get a dub on their first attendance, man. Thank you for the double dip dono, and congrats. Still dreaming. What was the time of possession in this game? It's actually swung in the favor of the Tennessee Titans pretty handily. They had the 37 minutes and 25 seconds to the Seattle Seahawks 22 minutes and 35 seconds. So fairly big discrepancy there in the time of possession, the TOP. Shows at least Geno Smith wasn't disguised as Sam Darnold today. Indeed. Last week's game was a little Geno-like, wasn't it, Joe? I mean, we literally had that Geno Smith interception to literally Cam Kitchens last year at home. Same kind of throw. Moving to your left late, throwing it back to the middle of the field. I mean, that's exactly the throw Geno made last year. Joe says we punted once early in the third quarter, which was a 90-yard punt return touchdown for the Titans. Not a bad offensive day. You only punt once, huh? Oh, we punted a couple times. There was a couple punts in there. Dixon had 2, but just 2. Still pretty good. You'll take that. AI in the house. What's up, AI? It's good to see you, bro. Rachel, I believe there was a penalty on Bradford, but they announced it on the right guard. Okay. So he got his in there too, Rachel. The whole line got in on the act today then. That's funny. I don't think he played a particularly great game. I'm going to see where he scored, but probably one of those 50, 55 rated days off of PFF, something like that. Joe, another way to look at it is not just time of possession, can also consider snaps, offensive, defensive. Offensive snaps for the Seahawks, 47. Offensive snaps for the Titans, 68. So it felt lopsided. Yeah. And that's part of where you're making them earn everything up the field all the way. I mean, even that final touchdown drive, what was it, like a 9-play drive or something? Titans were just chipping away at every drive, and more throws, more tosses, more of the play clock constantly running in this game. It was a fast game. Just felt like there was very few kind of incompletions. Ball just kind of kept going and going. And that definitely makes us look a little bit different when you consider it. It's a great point. So 47 offensive snaps for the Seahawks to the 68 from the Tennessee Titan. Great pull there, Joe. Joe says 21 more defensive snaps, assuming average of 7 snaps per drive. That's 3 extra drives of defense. Quite a bit. Especially weird because you have the punt return, which got your offense back on the field so quickly. We got 40 pressures in this game, Misfit. Jeez. Rob, it's good to see you, bro. T-Law with a red zone pick, the gift that keeps on giving. Alberto, Brandon, congratulations on the win. The Titans played us tough as well. In fact, they led at halftime against us. Randy for my game later tonight. Ready for my game later tonight. Also, Saints, do the Rams a favor, please. Please. Yes, we definitely need, I'd like to see the... Oh, I know. I was trying to figure that out for a second. That took me a sec. It took me way too long to process that one, Alberto. The first round pick. Oh, yes. That. Well, thank you. I appreciate you being a heady Ram fan in the house. And that's you're touching on, and you're a Ram fan speaking to this. Exactly the point I was making of it is that, played them kind of similarly to how the Rams played them. You look through the majority of these games this year, as bad as the Titans have been, they've played good teams tough. They've not been a team that just sort of lays over for every team every given week. And we play on the road, 10 a.m. I'll tell you, Alberto, for a Rams team that plays on the West Coast, having to go to the East Coast, those are hard games to go get wins. It's very, very tough on those times. Yo, dude, just enjoying the ride. The season has no expectations coming into it, really. And somehow they've surpassed them. Enjoy the ride wherever it may lead us. Beautifully put, yo, dude. I agree as well. Alberto, also, Mike is actually playing a football game so far. That is sending him positive vibes. Also, Mike is actually enjoying a football game so far. That is sending him positive vibes. There we go, Mike. Mike's been down low here lately. Our AZ sports fan has been struggling a bit, Alberto. So it'd be good to see him get a win here and just get to enjoy what he's seeing here. Walter Nolan with a fumble return touchdown. There you go, Walter. Joe, early score prediction for the Seahawks for Vikings. I think JJ's the whole Viking offense is in troubled shape. They allow way too much pressure. We excel at generating pressure. He's not got the same mobility that Cam Ward does in the pocket, the same awareness with the pressure around him in the pocket. I think you get this by 2 touchdowns at home. I would go 28-13 would be my early score right now in this one coming in next week. JJ's having a hard time of it. And then they're trying to protect him, and he's still having a hard time of it. YYC guy just got from home from work and saw the score way too close. I was scared this was going to be a trap game. Yikes. Glad we got the dub. Go Hawks. Score looks a little bit closer than it probably really was. YY. You had this by multiple touchdown win for most of this game. They kind of snuck back in a little bit at the end to make it a little bit tight, a little bit nervous at the end, but you got this. You pulled it off. Like a Joe, this team's looking for vengeance. Martin says, I don't care if we look May all the way to winning the Super Bowl. I'll take that. Any fan, any team would take that. If you say otherwise, congrats, you're in delusion. Not aimed at anyone in the chat. No, I feel you, man. Just win, baby. As Al Davis used to say back in the day, just win, baby. The Rams beat us straight up. No excuses, but it was only by 2 and 4 turnovers and is irregular. Can't speak. Rams did not prove that the distance between us and them is significant. We are right there. Right there, man. We can play with these teams, that's for sure. Joe says GSN 1,146 yards. He needs to average 146 yards per game to reach 2,000 yards in the season. Ooh, that's going to be hard to do. That's going to be a tough pull, man, Joe. Martin says JSN's putting together a generational level season. So his route running is unbelievable. Almost feel sorry for defenders having to deal with him. Almost. Right? Not all the way there, right? Almost. Adam says Cam Ward's great. Will be scary when he has an O-line. I feel the same way. Glad he's in the AFC. Man. Be right back, folks. 1 second. Brandon says, totally shout out to GSN. This has been a fun season. Freaking lucky as hell to be a Seahawks fan. 6 games to go. Does he eclipse Megatron? Still seems like a tall order. Yeah, I mean, he's going to probably if you have to average 146 just to get to the 2,000 mark, then he's probably going to average about 130 or something just to get to the Calvin Johnson mark, which is probably going to be hard to do. There's a chance of it. He has shown, I mean, he could be a guy to get you 100 yards and a half, like he almost did this game again. So he's able to stack so fast up in these games this yards. I wouldn't put it against him, but it's gonna be a tough pull at the end of the season, especially as you would have to think here, Joe. Eventually, some of the attention is going to slide in his direction. Still Tennessee today, 1-on-1 through a lot of this game. Eventually, they're going to try to roll those doubles in his direction. So, and once that happens, it will deter a little bit of his productivity at that point. Robert Jimenez, thank you. Good to see you in the house, man. Says Mr. Kane, Christopher Walken, thoughts on the game today? Go Hawks. Seahawks fans, you want pretty, you want beautiful, you want sexy. I know. I hear you. I see you. Sometimes football, no sexy. Sometimes you just got to win. You got to win ugly. That's how it goes. But I hear them, they say, Brandon, I want more. I want a bigger win. I want dominance. Me too. I like dominance. Sometimes you got to take the win and say, yes, sir, thank you. I'll take another. Walking happy, Robert. Walking ecstatic. I don't need blowouts. I need Super Bowls. John says Gino's a stud. Told you guys. Definitely Sam's not afraid to pull the trigger, John. He is a good quarterback, Seahawks Lobo. It's a tough environment out there. Raiders. I think we need to talk to your Titan. I think we need to talk to your Titan and some hog mollies in the middle of a garden center. If Linderbaum enters free agency, you pay that man whatever he wants. Amen, man. I hope the Baltimore Ravens let him get to free agency. I doubt they do, but he would be my priority number 1 guy. Talk to your Titan was supposed to be a top tier tight end. Talk to your Titan. Robert, Mr. Kane, even though all three phases didn't perform great today, a win's win. Still need to establish the run and be more effective in the red zone. Valid. Yeah, valid, man. Win's a win. Definitely some tangible things to be able to be improved upon in this game. Got to get the red zone back better under control. They ran the ball well today. Probably could have stuck with a little bit more. But there's some stuff here to clean up for sure. Mark says, Sam Darnold's a great fit for this team. You want to trade for Allen or Burrow? You can't afford all the other pieces that you need to keep on the roster. It's true. Is it going to be Cowboys coming? Mike, break out the Admiral Nelson. Let's go. Power code. Hello, all. Happy to celebrate another win with B in the 12s. Let's go, Empower. And grenade. So B, about the right guard and center situation. Is what it is, man. We knew coming into this year that this is something that the team should have addressed more in the offseason. They didn't have a lot of inroads to be able to do so, but I get to come out of this game and I look at Elijah Arroyo in this game and in the second round pick that you put to Elijah Arroyo, and I see him with one target, one catch for 5 yards, and you have no game plan to utilize Arroyo here in his rookie year. I keep coming back to the fact that, how much better a position we've been in if we had added another offensive lineman to this team. It's got to water in the bridge at this point. There's not a lot we can do about it, but it does remain one of those decisions that was made this offseason amongst so many smart decisions that was kind of one of the stupider ones by the Seattle Seahawks, in my opinion. I hope Arroyo eventually, can establish himself as kind of a game-changing type tight end in the sport. But I got to be honest with you, I'm not so sure that that's what he is. I think he's got some difference-making capability in what he brings, but I don't think he's some mismatch weapon tool ultimate thing that he really should be if you're going to be taking him in the second round like they did. Yeah, Sam and Shaheed still not meshed yet. Sam had him deep on the one throw where Sam got hit and almost got picked when he got hit and sent the ball off. It sounds like he had Shaheed kind of open on that play, but not quite on that same page exactly yet. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate you, man. Martin Lawrence, thank you for another $5 donation. Martin, do you think with the running backs we've landed on Walker being the gasher and Charbonnet being the finisher in short yardage, or is it just coincidence? I think that Charbonnet is definitely a goal line short yardage back for you, and that that's his role on the team when you're in those situations, and that he's just got a little bit more of an ability to really push the pile just a little bit more than Walker does. Walker's more of a big play running back than Charbonnet. That just has to do with his quickness and speed being better and just more of a dynamic back than Charbonnet is. Both of those guys can find effectiveness in what they do. They just do things differently. Charbonnet is going to need a little bit more of the holes open up for him. Walker can do some stuff without the holes being open up for him. But the measure of this offense is an outside zone offense, Martin, wide zone offense. And that's going to be lending itself well to the faster, quicker running back to get to the edges. We've seen with Charbonnet at times when you try to run him out to the edges that he just doesn't have the speed or quickness. He's really not a back that fits to this offense per se. He can work, you could make him work, but he's not exactly what you would look to be drawing up conceptually as you would scout guys. As I say, you look to Martin at the running backs that Kyle Shanahan has brought into his system over the years. He has a certain type he's looking for. Charbonnet's not exactly that type. But both these guys can find carries. I don't think it's one of like we get back and forth in this, Martin, of is this guy going to be this? Is this guy going to be that? I think what you have in general terms is that you're going to use both of these two running backs. They're both going to find their touches. As Mike Macdonald said this last week in his press conference, Walker's due to get more touches now. He's earned the right to get more. He's earned the right to not have to share this load 50-50. What did we get in this game? 11 carries for Walker. You also got an additional 3 receptions to Walker. What'd you get to Charbonnet? 6 touches. No receptions. So you got him more than twice the touches in this game to Charbonnet. I think that shows that the team's going, okay, we've load managed this enough. We're down the home stretch of the season. We need to roll with the best guy out there to make our offense the most dangerous, the most productive that it can be. So Charbonnet will always have a bit of a role in this offense, and I don't think it's going to be just fit to one guy's your gasher, one guy's your short yardage. Yes, Charbonnet is a short yardage back, but they're hoping he can get the gash runs too at times. He got a 13-yarder in this game. So they're hoping he can kind of bust some of those out just from more of the inside where you're going to have him run more often because he's just having the speed to get to the outside zone runs. So I don't know if that had much I think it's kind of coincidence a little bit on some of this stuff because they're really just been splitting the carries up, but it's not coincidence when it comes to short yardage and goal line. They're going to trust in Charbonnet more in those situations, Martin. He's got a little bit more of that, a little extra weight. It's just not, Walker's not a short yardage guy and how he's built. It's understandable. He fights hard. He finishes runs really well, and he's doing as good a job of that, I think, this year as Walker has ever done. But you do have kind of a little bit of roles here, a little bit. I think, though, in general terms, it's more of just you've been running it 50-50 through most of this year for the most part. But thank you, Martin. Appreciate the donation, man. We're going to come home, Pete. Retire Hawk. It's time. They don't really do the one-day contracts for coaches like they do for players. Hey, Josh, the difference in time of possession was the Titans going 5 of 7 on fourth down. Seahawks had more first downs, more passing yards, more rushing yards. They just threw it in neutral. They just threw it in neutral up by 3 scores. Yeah, I can see that. I think that's well said, Josh. Those fourth downs definitely make this a little bit of an oddity. And you have a Titans team that's 1-9, so they don't care going for it on fourth down. I think like even the first drive of the game, they're going for it on fourth down. That's kind of what you can kind of get with these teams that are sort of desperate and don't care. And, the game plays a little bit unnaturally. Remember when Vegas said Seattle only is going to win 8 games? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Yes, sir. Martin says, this is the draw of the NFL. I'm watching the Eagles versus Cowboys, and they're both teams I don't like. Still, it's football. There's only so many games left to watch. That's very true. Very true. Maybe the Cowboys can make this a game. That would be nice to see. Can't say a little Trump in the walk impersonation. Maybe so. It's the best, Abu. They're both East Coasters, so that East Coast accent starts to go. It's also hard. Once I get past 5 hours in a stream, my ability to get the impressions out are not the best. Everything starts to run together after 5 hours, I guess. Just a tiny bit. Just a little bit. Got Jacksonville still up on the Cardinals here, 17-14. 13:36 to go in the fourth quarter there. Browns up 14-3 on the Raiders with 13:10 to go. We've got the Falcons up on the Saints 16-7, and the Cowboys down 21-7 to the Philadelphia Eagles with 8:15 to go in the third quarter. It's the best ever. Best game ever. We find to mix the Trump and Walken impression together. I can't do Trump. I've tried him a couple times. He's a tough one to nail too. Does Dallas go to airplane? I had him in parlay. Let's see. Doesn't have a catch or a target so far. It's not a good sign. Not a good sign at all there. So we'll probably, we're good 5.5 hours in today. Probably put a little bit of a button up on this one. I don't know if we'll go as long as we kind of go usually today. I've got, we're going to do a family dinner here, getting brother and mom over. So we're going to probably get some food and get the wrap-up video put together for you guys tonight and all that. So we might run this a little shorter than we kind of normally do out here. Skylar's a Seahawks fan here from Indiana. Let's go, Skylar. Out in Indiana. We are worldwide as a fan base, I like to say, but I think we also get coverage in all 50 states, which is very cool. Very, very cool. Martin says, we went, we seen, we won. That's all that matters on the home stretch of the regular season. Get to the playoffs, then we start again. So all you got to do with this, go get these wins and stack these wins up. Put yourself in a position to make noise in the playoffs. And how do you do that? Get a home playoff game. How do you do that even more so? Get the bye. Yeah, the Eagles look like they might have this potentially in a stranglehold, but you're still in this because you're able to get these wins. And you're able to stay right in pace of their rearview mirror, right on their back here to maybe overtake them. You never know in the NFL, weird things can happen down the home stretch of the season. So take care of business. Get the dubs. Keep stacking those dubs up. We got next 2 games here, which would be games that you should be able to take care of the Vikings. You should be able to take care of the Falcons. Not saying these will be easy games, but you're better than these teams. You're playing the Vikings at home. That should be a winnable game. Get these 2 wins. You get yourself to 10 wins, 10-3. You got the home stretch of 4 games, tough 4 games at that, but you've really put the hard work in to take care of the business you have to take care of on your schedule. Now go get a couple wins down at the end of the year against some good quality teams, maybe in a couple of playoff teams there. And then you set yourself up to be able to get in the playoffs with, at the very least, hopefully a home playoff game when it's all said and done. We'll have to see with how this division, of course, plays out, Martin, but it's a step-by-step process, and we're making progress. We're making progress. It's a bit by bit a little bit, but we're definitely getting there. We'll get the last couple questions on in if you want here today, folks. The last things you want to discuss or talk about, and then we will go ahead and put a button on this one at that point. Again, thank you guys for watching today. If you can do me a favor and hit that like button, maybe sub on up if you get a chance. We're on the road here to try to get to 30,000 this year. You subbing up can help us get there a little bit quicker, and it's free. Doesn't cost you a thing. So please do sub on up today if you get a chance. Hit that like button as well. Helps this channel show out there on the old algorithm searches and all that other stuff. All those other things. So we'll run I'll run one more little ad here. We got one more ad to run here just on in regards to one of our sponsors, the channel today. And then we'll come back. And if you got any more last questions, donations, we'll get on through those. But want to put a little shout out here if I can to TickPicks here. So let's get TickPicks up. TickPicks is a great app here for those out there looking to get some seats here down the home stretch. Maybe looking to get a Seahawks game next week. Take advantage of TickPicks. Big shout out to them. And let's post this. I'll be right back with you guys. You guys, biggest pet peeve. Hold on. Hidden fees when it comes to buying. I don't know about you guys, but one of my biggest pet peeves is hidden fees when it comes to buying sports tickets. A little bit extra here, a little bit extra there. Oh, sorry, sir, just one more surcharge. Why can't the price I pay be the price I saw listed? If only there was an app where these fees didn't exist. Which is why I want to give the sponsor of today's show, TickPick, a huge shout out. With over 20 million downloads, TickPick has you covered. NBA, NFL, concerts, festivals, you name it, they got it. TickPick provides the lowest prices, guaranteed. Oh, and no fees. What you see is what you pay. The NFL's in full swing, the NBA's just around the corner, and Major League Baseball playoffs are in the thick of it. Now is the time to lock in the best app in the game at finding you the right ticket at the best price. I love using TickPick. Last year, I was supposed to go to the opening game of the football season with my buddy who was also bringing those tickets, but he bailed on me at the last second and I was left to scrambling. I thought I was going to be up the creek without a paddle, but I fired up the TickPick app, was able to find a really nice seat by utilizing their high seat rating, which just looks at the combination of price and seat quality to get you that best bang for the buck. And I was able to go to the game and experience an incredible game at that. TickPick has your back. Each ticket bought is backed by the buyer trust guarantee so that you can trust your seat is legit. And of course, I've got a code for you guys. When you use code HMA, get $20 off your first set of tickets with TickPick on a purchase of up to $100. That's $20 off any tickets when you use promo code HMA. Make sure you click the link in the description section to download the app and have the code automatically added to your account so you can use it later. Thank you, TickPick. Utilize TickPicks today. Get yourself the right seat, right price. Great little app that they've got utilized. Big thank you to them for sponsoring the show. Use that code today, and got some hot games down the stretch. You want to check out this team? You got a good team at that. You weren't sure at the start of the year. Well, now you know. You're going to get some good football. Go check out the team. Utilize tick picks today. Don't send any unsolicited tick picks out there. You know how this goes. War Chief, man, thank you for all of your donos today. Very much appreciated, War Chief. Thank you for the $5, man. B, question. If all our linebackers are good, who are we going to have to give up next year? Great question. I have to check on one part of this. Yeah, I believe that Drake Thomas is a free agent after this year, if I'm not mistaken. I think Drake Thomas is the guy that you're probably losing this offseason. They don't have him listed under contract here over the cap. And the way he's playing, I could see somebody out there getting kind of interested in him as a will somewhere, to where you have him signed, and then Tyrese Knight is your guy coming in here, and then he fills on in, and you call it a day there. You do have 2 Chris Paul on your practice squad, Chaz Surratt. You know, you're developing some guys in there as well, War Chief. There is a potential here. That you go for a guy like Misfit mentions here, Sonny Styles, the Ohio State inside linebacker for them. Maybe that's a guy that would appeal to you a little bit. And you looking at him, you know, find an inside linebacker in the draft. You can usually find guys 3rd, 4th round for the will if you have to. We obviously have Tyrese Knight here, though, too, War Chief, where you feel really good about potentially with Tyrese now not being impelled by the injury situation in training camp like he was this year with the heart and the knee, and that he's able to have a whole off season of fully rolling strong and preparing himself for the next NFL season to be right and ready. So he would be in the mix of this as well. But don't discount Chris Paul, guy you stole from the Rams at the start of the season, as maybe another guy that you kind of take a look at to kind of fill into that Drake Thomas role where he comes out and he becomes, you know, a special teamer maybe at first, and then slowly can kind of acclimate himself into kind of that will linebacker position. But of course, you have Ernest Jones under contract. He's not going anywhere. You're still in a good position. It's as much just that you're potentially losing Drake, I guess, and Drake's played really good football for you. He's been a solid player. Led the way today with 10 tackles, 1 tackle for loss. He's flying around out there today. Very impressive. So we're still okay. We're okay. Lou, a win is a win is a win is a win. Go Hawks, and thanks for the content, B. It's where I find myself as well. I'm going to try to bring those folks away that want to kind of, I think, nitpick at this thing a little bit too much. And I think that we can, I don't think we've been bad about that in the chat, by the way. I don't think there's been an issue from what I've seen in the chat. It was there a little bit after the game, but I do want to put the kibosh on it. Not that you have to say that this was the most amazing game ever and that they did nothing but walk on water in this one. Quite the opposite. There's reason to say that this has got to get cleaned up and this has got to get cleaned up and that's got to get cleaned up long term. But it was a great win. It was a comfortable victory. It was a victory that you had comfortably in hand pretty much by the end of the half. And that being the case, you take it, you keep it moving forward, you build on it, you want to grow, but it's a good thing at the end of the day. This isn't us as a failure coming out of this with 30-24. This is a victory, and this is us continuing to establish what we've already built upon this season so far. Right hand grenade. Never send unsolicited tick pics. Never. Women don't like that. They're not fans. Need more skits, Brandon? I know. I need to get some skits going, man. I'm bad about that. I've been meaning to try to put something together. Martin says, is there any word on when Sundell might be back? Is Horton likely to come back, or is his IR a prelude to season over? I don't think it's a prelude to the season over. I think that they just recognize that their receiving core is in good shape. I mean, they put Horton on IR right at the same point in time that you have Bobo coming back. And remember with Bobo, he's going to provide a little bit of a role within this offense, or a white within this offense, where they maybe provide you a little bit of a better blocker out there, a little bit more of the hard hat kind of guy at the receiver position that you need within this offense too. I think it's a thing where they just felt like there wasn't going to be a lot of a role there for probably Horton, as he is not at 100%. And then you've got Rashid Shaheed now kind of on the depth chart, and you're not throwing the ball a lot. There's not a lot of target opportunities. So I think it's kind of the combination of all those deals, along with Cooper Kupp's health getting back to the right place of things. And so you throw it all in and they go, why not just be careful with them? And then we'll just have him here in reserve. And if we, over the next couple of weeks, lose a Cooper Kupp or we lose a Rashid Shaheed, we can then have Horton ready in kind of as that insurance policy in the background to activate him for the stretch run. So we never have to walk in any point this year where we're going to be weakened or thin at the wide receiver position. So I think that they're being just very conservative with Horton here. If this was playoffs, if you hadn't made the Rashid Shaheed trade, Martin, I think Horton is likely would be remaining active, that he wouldn't go out in the IR like this. Sundell's harder to pinpoint. Probably a couple more weeks for him, on that. So you're going to probably look at maybe potentially by the Rams game, looking to have him back right about that spot. But some of this might also be, they might feel good about what they have with Olatimi on the other side of it and how he's playing. Hard to say on that. Lower leg injuries are always tough, Martin, to exactly pinpoint when you're a couple weeks out, because one little setback or a little bit of a slowing of the process, and then you get guys like Zabel on the other side of it this week that are right back on it. It's highly fluctuating thing, those kind of lower leg injuries that aren't necessarily ligament tears or something like that. Yep, we got the Vikings next week. Irrelevant. Dude chilling. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good game, Slowby won. GG's. GG's and den. My relevance is would love to pick up Aiden Fisher out of Indiana. I was getting in last night, watching a couple more receivers last night, looked at a lineman last night. I haven't had a chance to take a look at Aiden Fisher yet. I don't even have him on my list, but let me add him to my. You guys got some great polls. I'll tell you that. You got some names I haven't even seen sometimes when you guys mention in the chat. We'll take a look at him though. Irrelevant. Aiden Fisher. Guys, I know we wish we could have been better, but with us missing much of our linebackers, the Titans playing close games recently, I'm glad we won at the end of the day. It's all that matters, man. Just get the dub, Catalyst. Would love to have seen him play even better, but just give me the dub and I'll be a happy man. Brandon Jana, thanks for the stream. B, thank you. Best post-game stream on the scene, sir. Well, I appreciate that. Got the win today. Got the win today, boys and girls. Hawks will keep rocking next week against Minnesota. Much love, 12s. Go Hawks. Yes, sir. Love the confidence. Feeling good about this upcoming game. Just keep stacking them. Just keep stacking them. Very kind of you to say, though, Brandon. Thank you, man. War Chief says, thanks, B. Dang, that's what I thought, though. I really like Drake Thomas, to be honest. I want to keep him. We'll see what happens. Yeah, it's the little bit of what you got with the Drake Thomas, even with how he has ascended and played so well, is a bit of like the situation, I think, War Chief with the Kobe Bryant at safety. You love the kid. You'd love to be able to pay him. But load balancing your roster, positional value on your roster, these things have to be a factor as a general manager. People are thinking about, well, we should pay Kobe, and then we're paying Kobe at the same time and paying Julian. It's like, you can afford to pay one safety or the other. You can't afford to really pay both safeties for a position that's devalued. Likewise, the second most devalued position on the defense is going to be inside off-ball linebacker. Mike and Will. The NFL has determined that these are devalued. The NFL has determined you shouldn't be paying both of these guys high-end money at the same time. It's not smart to do so. You go, maybe you pay one guy, and then you go a little bit lesser to the other guy. And so I think with that, you're going to look to have a kind of a Tyrese Knight in a rookie contract as your Will, and then you're paying your money to your Ernest Jones as your Mike. You're paying your money to Julian Love, then you're going to probably go to potentially a rookie or maybe even Imanwari there at safety after that point. I think Imanwari probably stays around the line of scrimmage, and you probably go draft to safety when it's all said and done. But it's how you want to load your roster, because when you're not then paying that extra safety, when you're not then paying that extra Will linebacker, now you can take that money, package it with picks, and go get a Max Crosby. And that with that money that you save off that, now you put it to what's not a position that's been devalued, but is actually super valued, that is looked at as being more valuable than some of those other positions on the field because of its impact. That's why you want to load balance that, and that's why you want to make sure you're not overspending at two positions that it's not going to have the kind of impact for the money you're spending both those guys the same way in that same point. Drake, to me, has kind of showed you, War Chief, much like you've seen in Kobe Bryant, that you can go find guys out there that can be functional for the position there that don't require you to break the bank, so that you can then break the bank in other places on your team. And if not an edge rusher, how about offensive lineman? Would I rather have kind of a get by at my will and get by at my strong safety, and then I can have a real, game breaker interior offensive lineman or game breaker edge? I'll take the latter on that. Mark said we can be objective when assessing a game, but we don't need to excessively positive or negative when analyzing a win. It's well said. It's not either way. Just try to accurately see what you're saying or what we're seeing, and make the determination from that. Well put, Martin. Ricky, I couldn't watch the game, but was there anything about that was concerning to you about how they played? No. I think the score makes the game look a lot closer, Ricky, than it actually is. If you didn't watch the game, you just looked at the score, you go, man, this thing came down the wire. Tennessee was step for step with us the whole game. But when you watch the game, you'll see this is a game you just comfortably had very early on. You got up on them. You certainly would have loved to just put them away and had this not be in question at all. But you were up on them comfortably by multiple touchdowns through the majority of this game. And you made them earn every step of what they got in this one. You didn't give up big plays. When they got the field, they had to inch their way up the football field, go for it on fourth down just about constantly. Your offense found its efficiency back. JSN's unstoppable. You ran the ball consistently well today. Nope. I come away nothing but encouraged on this one. Doesn't mean there isn't some things that we can continue to get better at and improve. Doesn't mean that we don't still have some issues at times, maybe fully putting teams away all the way, Ricky, at times this year. We go, man, you had teams in the third quarter at this spot and you just couldn't quite throw them off the cliff. You got them to the point at the end of the cliff and they're fighting against you, and you're like, and they won't quite go over the other side. You got them right on the edge the whole way through. War Chief Drake Thomas is somebody that I thoroughly enjoy watching play linebacker. It's like watching your 5'10" angry uncle wreck the nephews at the family reunion football game. He's out there flying around and playing fast, man. He's playing like a guy that wants to be a starter in this sport, who's trying to solidify himself. And he's fun because, like you say, he plays so hard out there. It stands out. He's one of those guys where he plays with his hair on fire. I would definitely say that about Drake Thomas. Chief, we better beat the Vikings. Could you imagine if we lost to a Kylo Ren cosplayer who calls himself 9? Laughing out loud. Wouldn't be a great look, to your point. Wouldn't be a great look. Irrelevant says, did you get to watch Jeremiah Love, the running back out of Notre Dame? He's a game changer. Notre Dame also has some great guards. Indeed, I haven't had a chance to really get into the guards of Notre Dame as of yet, but I have had a chance to take a look at Jeremiah Love. He's one of my first, in fact, I think he was the first running back I took a look at. I think he's being given a first round grade right now. I got to be honest in that I've got more of a high second. Kind of strikes me as more of the high second kind of guys where he should kind of grow. Decent size, 6 foot 215, so kind of middle of the road size wise. He's an athletic back with power elements, is what I would call him. Near elite contact balance, able to bounce off strong hits and keep his feet with a variety of moves to help pull it off, including he's got multiple versions of a spin move he can bring out. He's got the slow spin, he's got the quick spin move, but that's his kind of patented move that he can call upon at any point in time. He's a hesitation one-cut runner. He's not a big vision guy, but I'd call his vision kind of good from a corridor aspect. I got to go to the A or the B gap. I'm going to stay within there. He's not a guy that's going to bounce it then out to the C gap, a la of kind of like a Kenneth Walker type. His spin move, hurdle, and stiff arm are top end for a prospect. Both quickness and speed are solid. I got him as more of a 4.5, 1.55-ish kind of guy. So solid, not great on the speed. He's not going to be a 4.37-ish guy, a 4.4 guy. He'll be a 4.5, 1.55. Good. It's not great, good. A very good receiving back. He's comfortable running routes in space, even from the slot as a slot wide receiver. He's got a little bit of body control he can give you on that too at times, create some separation, like him out of the backfield quite a bit there. Sometimes he can run a little bit high, but he does do a good job of lowering down for contact when he does get a little bit high, which can make you easier to be tackled at times. But the contact balance, the spin move off the contact balance, stuff that really stands out with him. He can extend runs. The first guy's rarely going to bring him to the ground. He is the number one running back in this draft, irrelevant. But I can't get to fully on first round status. If I'm going to take a running back into the first round, I'm going to kind of need a guy like this to run like a a 4.4 kind of speed timed wise. You're into 4.5. I can certainly see you as being a really high functioning running back, but those are the kind of guys you get more second round. You don't have to take those guys in the first. But he might. That's the one thing with this draft too, is it's such a weak draft that this might be the kind of draft that causes running backs to get taken higher because the other positions are leaving teams wanting so much. Which is maybe Drake Thomas can play safety. You never know, man. Hey, how about the Cowboys inching a little bit closer here to the Eagles, 21-14. Main Street Paul says, I'm watching the Raiders right now, and they suck. Geno Smith, Chip Kelly, and Pete Carroll has to go. Indeed, they do have to go on that. Oh, thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Amen. Always nice your brother brings you a cup of coffee. Yeah, they're probably going to go at this point, Main Street Paul. It's trending in the direction where I think everybody's going to be out on that. Main Street, sorry, I was down what you were saying and watching the game, but yeah, that's how I feel about the Raiders. Rondas says 8-3 makes me say, Seahawks. Let's go. Main Street, we got to get Max this offseason, man. Again, watching in this game, and it's good to see Derek Hall get his first sack, but between Boye Mafe and Derek Hall, a lot of the reason that you have Cam Ward in this game operating with time in the pocket and sitting back there patting the ball for a long period of time is these guys as pass rushers are not getting there consistently. Mafe's not taking a step forward, and Hall, first sack of the year as you're into 12th freaking 11th or 12th week of the season. We got to do better there. Got to do better there. I'm making a heavy run at Max this offseason, Maine. And if not him, kick the tires on Myles Garrett out there at Cleveland. See if you can somehow talk them into it. Martin, Brando, this is one of my favorite parts of the week, the game and post-game live stream here on the channel. You do a fantastic job. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Martin. You guys keep me rolling here and keep me laughing, keep me thinking. Just keep this thing, cooking. And I really appreciate that. So it's love what I get to do, man. I'm really honored and blessed to be able to do this and go live and be able to provide you guys the play-by-play. And it's just always a treat for me to be able to do this for you guys. Do this with you guys, not for you guys, but with you guys. Brian says Chip Kelly has to go. OL has to go with the exception of JPJ. Cannot function behind the O-line, and neither can Genty. Waste of talent. Chip Kelly is definitely an offensive-minded head, is definitely a college offensive coach, and that's where he needs to go. That's where he needs to live. That's where he needs to be. And his offense this year has proven that. I credit Carroll for trying to go outside the box. He wouldn't have hired Chip Kelly 6, 7, 8 years ago. He wouldn't have brought that kind of offense to operate. I think it shows that Carroll's trying to grow a little bit and evolve. It just didn't work out. It was conceptually smart, but in practicality, it just didn't quite go. Warchie says, I hope so. Max Crosby, one of my favorite edges, big and graceful. It's rare. I believe he wants to win. Not everybody can be Garrett, laughing out loud, best ever, but plays for the Browns. Yeah. Not everyone can be Garrett. And Max hasn't made the same call that Garrett had, is to take the money at every turn. Garrett's a couple years older than him, of course, and still chose to make that the decision he was going to make for another time when he had already made that decision prior. Strange by Garrett to do that, in my opinion. But Max, I don't think, is looking to do the same thing. And I think he's going to push a little bit more this offseason, if not openly, publicly, silently, behind closed doors, probably try to push the Raiders to make this happen. On top of, I think the Raiders are probably kicking themselves in the butt for not moving him at the trade deadline. Main Street Paul, you stream the Rams game later? Unfortunately not. I've got, we're doing a weird thing here. We're doing kind of a dinner thing tonight with the fam. So I'm going to be rolling up and doing that tonight on that front of it. Irrelevant that Tush pushed the Titans around in the fourth. I believe we stopped them short. I thought we did too. And they reviewed it, but it's always hard on the reviews. Sometimes they don't have the right angle, to really show it. It looked like to me he had stopped. Somebody had said on my stream on this chat that he initial thrust had gotten it. And certainly both the officials kind of marked it as a first to their point. Kendrick KB, I feel like defensive ends are no longer really incorporating the spin move in their pass rush. I remember Dwight Freeney used to be elite in that. Is it just me, or do you see that too? No, I do see that that's not as utilized as much. I'll make a guess at this, Kendricks. I see Mark in. I'll make a guess on this in that we are starting to see more of a draw league wide of edges going to more width, stretching off of the line of scrimmage wider. So, your wide 9 was typically where you would have outside edge rushers align if they were going to be 3-4 guys. Now, when you had a guy that was a 4-3, it might be Mike, a 7 tech guy, right? Rather than on the outside, like he's not just on the outside shoulder. When you're a 9 tech, for instance, you're not just on the outside shoulder of the tackle. You're another yard extended outside of that shoulder. But when I get into more of like a 7 tech, I'll be on the outside shoulder there. So what happens with that is that you have quicker contact post snap. Quicker, that tackle is going to get his hands on your body. And that means your counters, which a spin really is a counter, are better set up at that point to be able to pull them in because everything's happening in the blink of the eye. When I line the guy off of the edge, and I call it a wide 10, or sometimes even Kendrick's a wide 11, where you're stretching him that far out, now the time to contact is going to take longer. And again, this is something you see as a Seahawks defense, but we see the Rams do this defensively too. We see this as a trend in the league. Your edges go wider. And what they've done with the width now is that they have these edges attacked downhill with power, power, power. That is what they're telling these guys to do, which is to collapse the pocket with power. So you're going to get a running start. You're going to be able to create explosive power because you, instead of having just that 1 step until contact with the tackle, now you've got 3 steps until you're making that contact with that tackle. And I want you to get up under his pads. I want you to jack him up off the ground and then forklift him into the backfield, basically. And it might take a little bit of time because you're not doing the quick twitchy thing, but you're just really powering him back a bit. But it works because it's really hard for those tackles to be able to absorb all of that kinetic force of that build up of speed that they're dealing with when it hits them. So when you look at Freeney, not only was he not really a wide 9, he was a guy that put his hand in the dirt, and he would be in sometimes 7 tech, sometimes 5 tech, but a lot of times set up for that quick contact to happen, which could then set up that spin as a counter off the quick contact. You catch a guy leaning a little bit inside, or you catch him too much out to the edge, especially trying to, with Dwight, he's going to be able to take that edge with quickness, really forcing those pass sets to get out wider and wider and wider to eventually where you hit him with the inside spin move. So it's a guess on my part. I don't know this for sure, but I think that some of how you have these edges playing it now versus how they played it 15 years ago doesn't allow you to quite go into the bag to that move as much, would be my estimation. Another problem with it too becomes, Kendricks, the mobility of their quarterbacks. At the time that Dwight Freeney played, the mobile quarterback was not as much on display. You had a lot more of the statue guys. So, I rush off the edge. Let's say this is, here's the tackle, right? And I'm going to press this off the edge because I'm Dwight Freeney and I'm super quick. And then I'm going to do a spin move back to inside. So if I've got a Jaden Daniels back there and I've got a Dwight Freeney type up and then he spins back inside and that quarterback's looking at that edge, if that tackle gets that guy inside and he just takes the leverage with him inside, and I'm smart enough as a quarterback to recognize the spin move comes inside, I've got a back door now to leave the pocket and go scramble for yards this way. Because you've spun yourself. When you spin inside, you got no ability to get back to the outside leverage there. The only way to get back to the outside leverage is spin around and then do a half circle and hope you can catch up to the guy. Whereas when I come off the edge with that power edge approach, right? When I'm launching off the edge and I'm going to get those 2 or 3 steps and then boom, we're going to get that contact. I'm going to give you the bull rush. I'm going to push you in the backfield. I still have an ability as I do that to mush rush, to control the pocket, to control where's the quarterback out here? Is he going this way? Is he going that way? I can kind of control the offensive players. I'm doing that. Whereas that spin move, you just kind of lose yourself. So I think a bit of this too is probably the mobility of the quarterbacks that's come up. That's also made this hard to be able to utilize those kind of moves too. Cal in the house, Industry Word. Thank you for the $1 donations, Cal. Appreciate you for all of your support. It's good to see you in the house too. Hope you're doing well today. Hope you're doing good. Thank you. Appreciate you, sweetie. Or she's, I don't care what anybody says. It's not Pete Carroll's fault. I blame everything on Tom Brady, including a few personal things. Trust me, it's all Tom Brady's fault. Jag Cards turned into an interesting game, huh? 24-21, 154 to go in the fourth quarter. Jaguars up. Let's go. Let's go. I want to bring up red zone real quick. Oh, Myles Garrett making plays. Okay. Looks like that's it for them. Cardinals trying to be the Jaguars here. Garrett just destroyed a guy. So I guess I blame Tom Brady or Geno on Geno. Well, Brady turned down Darnold, you know. He did put the kibosh on Darnold coming there. I think that was Pete's first choice. But that was the word on the street. I don't think it's with Pete or Geno on this. I think drawing any kind of determination by either of those two guys in that Raiders situation is a tough one. Maybe those guys don't have it. Maybe Geno fell off a cliff this offseason. I tend to think that it's a bad Raider organization where not too many people are going to have too much success walking in there, especially in year one, with all there is to kind of figure out. Orchie says, catch me up, bro. Who's John Spytek? It sounds familiar. That's the general manager for the Raiders. And supposedly him and Carroll have not exactly been on the same page. King Zhao, Brendan, after seeing the Titans game, I know why Cam Ward said they were ass. He's literally throwing to Madden created players. I had zero idea who he was working with. Like nobody. It's very true. It's this is what makes his performance today so impressive is that the receivers he's throwing to are not just, not good receivers in this sport. He's throwing to guys that should be fifth and sixth wide receivers at best on rosters, at best, if even on active rosters. And that's shows you how good a game he played to be able to work with those guys in that environment. You're down Ionamore, you're down Calvin Ridley. Those are your two top end wide receivers. You're walking in the season hoping could carry a big heaping portion here to get you through, but he found a way. She says, I don't hate the Raiders, though. They're an old rival. I actually hope they can become good one day soon, but I hate Tom Brady. Man, that guy with a passion. Hate him more than Joe Montana. Let's go. Great catch down here by George Pickens. Cowboys trying to tie this up at the 9-yard line. Dak's going to try to go run it in. He dives and gets it. Nice job by Dak. He says, not going to lie, he pulled some garbage time drive at the end, but man, the Titans are literally nobody's, unfortunately. Yeah. I mean, if you look at Kings Al, look at some of the games they played this year against good teams and how close those games have been this year. They're not a good team, but they've tended to play games tightly for the most part. Genty needs to come here. Seattle. I'd love that. Genty's fun. Randaz, I watched a couple of Coug games when Cam was in Bowman. Dude's legit. Me too. And I agree. I've liked him for a couple of years. He's a very easy quarterback to like watching the tape because you can see how much he's able to do when things are chaotic. And he stays pretty calm. Thank you, John Snyder. Amen. Or she's, I'm sorry, I threw up my mouth a little bit. Did somebody just mention the Cougars? Cam Show today's a star. It's his team that's generally subpar. Yes, sir. Alberto says, Saints, why? Also, poor Mike. I just visited the live stream. Very grateful to the Rams. Very grateful. Very grateful the Rams are like the Cardinals, but I feel very bad for Mike. His dedication during hard times is commendable. Feel tough for him too, man. And the Cardinal fans have had a rough go for many years. And, you know, they want it. They do. And I think some of it is that you get so depressed when you know you have bad ownership, especially. It's one thing when you need a lot done roster-wise. Do we have the right coach? Do we have the right general manager? Is our process correct? But it's hard to even get to any of that stuff when you start from a standpoint of having an owner that's both broke and also has a tendency to not always make the right decisions. And unfortunately, there is no light yet at the end of that particular tunnel for the Cardinals, most especially just as much because of the division they play in. They got to play in the toughest division in football on top of it all. Just doesn't make it any more easier, and makes you all the much more depressed when you throw that on top of it. I take a crack at Cougars. All good. We're here for the Hawks. Go. Cardinals are going to get up in the field goal range here. Irrelevant is, did you think Mike was just too blitz heavy this game? When Ward was scrambling, I was yelling, they need to have a spy in him. Mike's not going to run a spy defensively irrelevant. It's just not the way that he operates. Not that I disagree with you, that it's not smart to sometimes have a spy if you're going to have a guy use his legs as much as Cam was looking to use his legs today. It felt like to me the defense was at its most effective when they were running more heavier blitz stuff. I felt like as you got down to the later parts of the game, you went to more front four, and then you just said, okay, front four, generate the pressure, and we're dropping everybody back into coverage, and you were going to live that way. I thought that was one where great completion there by Jacoby Brissett. Oh my God, dude. Clock continues to roll here. Cardinals are going to try to. Cardinals got like one play here to try to see if they can get this in. Be smart, Jacoby. Be smart. Oof. 6 seconds to go. I think you got to try a field goal attempt here. So it felt like to me when they got conservative was when you really saw the Titans able to really move the ball a little bit. But watching Mike's defense and looking at the tape with him for a while here, relevant. He just doesn't do spies. He doesn't want to break his coverages in order to accommodate a spy. He didn't do it for Jaden Daniels. Certainly won't do it for Cam Ward. Since Montana's on the Epstein list, guaranteed. Devo Martzall. Thanks for the $10 donation, Devo. Cardinals make the field goal attempt, 24-24. Looks like this game's going into overtime here against the Jaguars. Great day, good win. Go Hawks. I'll take it. I'll take it too, Devo. You get the win by any means necessary at this point in time of year. Keep stacking them up, keep adding them, keep putting one up on top of the rest. Let's Jenga this thing. And I'll take it, man. So nice win, Devo. Feeling good about it. One of my OGs in the house here, one of my longest members and one of the original subs up to the channel, I believe, Devo, from your standpoint. Appreciate your long-time support, dedication, all of your support to the channel too. In addition to that, you're awesome for that, brother. Appreciate you, and I'm glad to hear you're enthused by this win as much as I am. There's most Hawk fans I think are pretty encouraged by this, but there's been some little bit of the, could have been more. We should have had more. Could have this, First, it's comfortable win on the road, 10 a.m. Six wins in 7 games. You'll take this. You'll take this. Thank you, Devo. Appreciate you, man. Oof. Nice run there by A.J. Brown after the catch. Eagles getting right back up the field. Appreciate you, Devo. Visors is bro. Gino's getting killed out there. 10 sacks. Pete's signature offense. Laughing out loud. It's a rough day, man. Gino's going through it. At least he did get paid this offseason. But it's that Raider offense is a mess. Messy, messy mess. Yeah, Jose, I do think that Pete's going to be gone after this year. I think as much could be just a mutual parting of ways. It could just be the Raiders are like, yeah, no. But they're going to move on from the offensive coordinator bare minimum. You got to go find a new quarterback. Does Pete want to really be invested in this thing where it's going to take more than a few years to get this right? If you can get it right, the degree of difficulty to turn this Raider organization around is significant. Does Pete really want to do that? I kind of feel like he comes out the end of this and goes, it just didn't go right. The vibes weren't there. The energy's not moving where it needs to be moving. And frankly, I wanted to do this faster than have it take longer. I think it's the way it'll go. But not say it might be just both camps kind of go, yeah, this just didn't work. Rondaz's Lockett going out with a thud is upsetting, though. Yeah. It's the way NFL careers tend to go, I mean, most guys don't get to walk out in a blaze of glory. It tends to be one where you get the hard moments that it's facing you dead in the eye, that the game's kind of passed you by. And it can sometimes happen in the blink of the eye. Even when you maybe think you got a little bit of something left in the tank. It's sort of the brutal nature of football bit. Richie says 100% Pete's gone after this year. Everything's going to be blamed on him like scapegoat, even though I do believe it's the GM and Tom Brady and the rest of the front office. Yeah, it doesn't mean it's going to be fair necessarily. That's part that I get to on being just, this is as much about the situation, not aligning right between all camps on this one as much as it is that it's just, well, Pete's to blame. It's his fault. Didn't work. This would be a complicated one if there ever was one, wouldn't there? All right, so still going, my man. Couple of good games still going. Yes, sir, we do. We got this Eagle Cowboy game coming down the line. Hilltop Shaq, thank you for the $2 donation. This great win. Let JSN and K9 cook. A win is a win. Yeah, love them getting K9 featured a little bit, utilizing him out of the backfield at times in this game to get him some touches in that way, which is great. Combination of these guys can provide you a lot of productivity to your offense, as we saw today. Those were the 1-2 punches that really carried you through on this one, outside of what Sam was doing. And good to see. Great win, man. I'm glad to hear you're in the same spot. Love to see the positivity in the chat on some of this from where it was initially at the game. And hopefully maybe this will be where some of the spirits of the 12s are as we go and have a little bit of time extended away from this game where they go, no, it was a good win. We had this comfortably throughout most of this game. I know I wanted a little bit more. I know I wanted to see some more dominance, but this was still a pretty dominant win when it was all said and done. It's hard to win this game by more than a touchdown. Oh, fumble. Saquon with the fumble back to the Cowboys. Cowboys will take over with 7:28 in the fourth quarter to go. Tie game. Let's go. She's Howard in my GSN jersey, but on the back says Ninja Man. Laugh out loud. Let's go. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing. Hawks Nest. Is it weird I want the Cards to win? They're out of the division race, and I don't want their pick to get any higher. No, I get it. I do think that, yeah, it's kind of irrelevant for us on the strength of schedule here, right? Because you haven't played the Cardinals, who we also play anyway. So Rams played Jaguars too. So, we don't have a bearing on it for us from that. So I get that. Yeah, I could go with that. Plus, it just helps to solidify us as being the best division in football. I mean, that as well. That little bit. Beast Boats, as the players stay out all night. We got carved up in all phases. Defense couldn't stop fourth down. Special teams gave away a touchdown. Sam and JSN held it down. Defense was pretty good through most of this game. But you take away the punt return touchdown, I think you have 17 points for a whole game out there. Fourth down conversions by Tennessee helped a lot. Tennessee going for it on almost every fourth down, it seemed like, helped. But I felt like you had them pretty well held down until they kind of got some scores at the end of the game there a little bit to make the game look a little bit better for the Titans. But I think you had this pretty comfortably in hand. Kind of what you get to feast mode with a team like this is 1-9 is that they come in, they start getting desperate. They don't care. We'll just go for it on every fourth down where the other teams would have chosen to probably punt. You had teams that, were in like a playoff hunt or playing for something at that point. Boy, Dak tried to get it out there to, hopefully Pickens is okay. That looked bad. Pickens comes up and he's a little bit gimpy there. Megan, back at the house. Megan, good to see you. Thank you for the $10 donation. Appreciate you for that, Megan. Okay. Says, yes, the win was ugly, but I actually did not believe we would blow them out. A win is a win, and you best believe I will take it. Just hope we have a win for my birthday against the Vikes. Oh, we're getting that done for you for your birthday. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. We got a turnover here by the Cowboys, or is that going to say that ball was down? I think that was down. And Dak tried to throw that and drop pass. Well, that's a tough drop right there. You got to catch that ball. Win's a win, Megan. I'm glad to hear you're of the same like mind here. Keep adding these up. Keep stacking these up. Viking team looks imminently more winnable in this game coming up this week than we thought it was when this offseason. And that's going to be a tough one at home. Mark Carthy and that good Viking team and how much money they spend in free agency. They're really going through it, though. So I think we got a good shot in this one. The Jaguars punched through 3 points, and it will look like they are. I think they got the win quite yet. I think the Cardinals still get a chance there. 3rd and 20 for the Cowboys. Pickens still over on the sideline, limping around a little bit. He fell awkwardly on his knee. Oof. Dak drops back. He's going to throw in the flat here. That ain't going to get the first. That ain't going to do it. Win's a win, Megan. Ugly or not, it's going to look beautiful at the end of the year. We got all those W's stacked up in the win column, It'll look pretty as hell at that time, won't it? Pretty as hell. Pretty as a picture. Saints still trying to do something here against the Falcons. 2-minute warning there. Appreciate you, Megan. Very kind of you on the don't know. I'll never cheer for the Cowboys. I do hope they win. So on Tom Brady and playing for the Bucks. I'm okay cheering for them, but they need to win today also. Let's go Bucks. Come on, Cowboys. Bumbo! Yes, Cowboys got it. On the punt return, Cowboys got it at the 6-yard line. They're getting it back. Let's go. Visor, I can see the Raiders keeping Crosby until they're bad again in the middle of the season. Then they'll fire Pete at the end of the next season, and then they'll play bad like this again. I can see it, man. Bad organizations are bad for a reason. I maintain that they should have moved him at the trade deadline because you very likely, potentially, could have maxed out your compensation at this trade deadline versus what you're going to get at the end of the season by waiting, or what you would get next year if you waited the trade deadline, to your point, Visor. And this is why bad teams are bad, because they sometimes can't make the hard decisions, and they can't make the hard decisions at the right time. Hey, Russell Wilson, do we give him a contract extension? I feel like he's regressing a little bit. He's getting older. He's lost some of his mobility, but he wants to be paid. But yeah, I think it's time to move him. Geno Smith, getting older, slight regression in his game recently. Interceptions going up a little bit. Wants to be paid at this mark. We don't want to quite pay him up at that mark. We can actually get a 3rd-round pick back in for him. We can get something for him and save the money of what we pay him. Let's do it. DK Metcalf, one of the best starts for a Seahawks wide receiver in our history through 6 years. So capable, so confident, so consistent. Got to pay him, right? He's up to be paid for a new contract. Still technically in his 20s. Worthy of being given this deal. Is he a fit for the offense? Does he have some issues for how much he's wanting to be paid? We want to pay him $30 million a year. Is that worthwhile? Jason's about to be paid in the horizon. Is that smart? No. Tough decision. Move off of him. You are rewarded for being aggressive in the NFL, and you're rewarded for making smart decisions in the NFL. But a Raiders team, it's not just that they didn't make bad decisions, it's the decisions that they won't make and won't choose to go with. And Crosby is just a shining example of that to me in this case. And Visor, I could definitely see it play out that way. But if I'm the Raiders and I'm thinking about from a Raider fan standpoint, what's best for this organization to maximize something back in return, because you don't have a lot of pieces on that Raider roster you can move around for extra draft capital. Just about literally nobody. He's the one guy that could bring you in a prime amount of draft capital returns, and you've got to reset this base. You've got to put down the foundation. That's what's needed right now. And we'll see what they do it. We'll see if they'll finally decide to do it. It doesn't mean that he moves it to us, but that you just move him in general. I certainly want him here in Seattle, but just look to find some team out there that'll give you back the returns. I would just want this if I was a Raider fan from their perspective. Rendaz, Cardinals have 7 winning seasons in their history, if I recall. That sounds about right. Meanwhile, we have 7 winning seasons in the 2010s. Cowboys run the ball down to the 2-yard line on 1st and goal. Marcia, there's a difference between not being a good team and being a washout that loses by 30 points every game. NFL teams are generally not a washout in any year. Very true. Very true. All right, so it could be seen a 3rd OT game. Yeah, man. A lot of OTs today, huh? Jeez, there's no such thing as ugly win, laugh loud, wins win. The world championship of jiu-jitsu was 2 masters hugging each other for an hour count. The winner won by a point, but it was 1,000,001. Oh, there we go. Sounds about right for jiu-jitsu. Sounds about right for jiu-jitsu. Megan, thank you for another $5 donation. Says B. Got 2 sold out DeLorean Lego sets that have been sold out for 5 years for my birthday, which will be here in a couple of days. Congrats. You have to send me a picture of that DeLorean Lego set once you get that thing built. I want to see how that thing looks. I bet it looks badass, Megan. Congrats, though, and happy birthday, sweetie. Happy birthday. Hope it's a great one. Dak under pressure, gets the ball into CD Lamb. He's looking for a PI. That's a drop by CD Lamb. Boy, he's been stacking those up this year, hasn't he? You got to reel that one in. 4th and goal. The Dallas Cowboys are going to go for it here with 3:46 in the 4th quarter. Ball is on the 2-yard line. Dak dropping back to throw. Ugh. Incomplete there. Thank you, though, Megan. Appreciate your double donations and all your support. Again, definitely send me that pic. I'd like to see that once you got that thing done. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation, Sanchez. I bet the Raiders are so glad they kept Crosby instead of having 2 firsts in draft capital. Crosby will be a key as they make their playoff push. Made it look smart on that one, right? Like, that's why you hold on to him so we can go on a run. And that's it. You go, how do you determine whether or not to let go of a player that's valuable? And I think you take into a couple different things into account. Where's our roster at right now? Are we ready to be a contender with this guy on the roster, knowing NFL lives are short, knowing that a career is going to tend to be a short one, even the good ones aren't going to last long, and that they can fall off a cliff really quickly? They can look like they're unstoppable force that suddenly becomes stoppable. And when you look at that in the Raiders situation, no, we're nowhere close. We don't have our quarterback. We don't have our offensive line. We don't have wide receivers to throw to outside of Brock Bowers. Outside of Brock Bowers, defensively, we have Max Crosby and so you go, okay, well, yeah, we're not ready. So if we're not ready, if we're not ready, then what's the next move to make? Well, can we get ready with Max Crosby in the next year? Can we add all this talent onto it then at that point, Sanchez, to then take advantage of his skill set and while he's still good, while he's still that game wrecker? No, there's no way you're doing that. You're not close to doing that. You don't even know. You don't say nothing of having the players or the foundation in place. You don't even have the coaches in place. You have no level of confidence to operate off of your Raider organization to keep Max Crosby. But like you say to the other side, 2 first-round picks and probably more, Sanchez. I mean, 2 first-round picks and probably, if you did at the deadline, 2 first-round picks and probably like a third at least, maybe more. Maybe players in addition to that, because we know with us, we were talking about maybe a Boye Mafe and a Tariq Woolen and guys that you could now have as part of that foundation moving into the future. Not game wreckers, but you need foundation. You need just the base and then build upon that and then go get your difference makers. You need functionality at positions across the board. But they hold on to him, and now you go into this offseason getting less draft capital. And I wouldn't be surprised on this, Sanchez, with some of this being Pete pushed this. Like Pete was like, I can't give up on Crosby. It fits to form with Pete that he's not going to want to let go players. It's not in his DNA to do that. Even if it's for the greater good, it's not in his DNA to do that. And I wouldn't be surprised in the least if you had a guy like Spytek and Brady going, hey, this is a good deal. This is a smart deal to help us build the future. And we know at the same time, Carroll was pushing against the Jacoby Myers trade. They want to move Jacoby Myers in training camp, and he put the kibosh on that. So now here's a second player he's kind of putting the kibosh on that they know is maybe not part of the long term because they can go get the draft capital. But he says no. And that's kind of what Pete will do at times, where I think Pete can sometimes be short-sighted in his approach and not as much of a long-term thinker because he is so positive, because he is so much a man in the moment, and he's so much of a glass half full. We're always an inch away from turning the corner and getting right, rather than really trying to accurately see it for what it is. And that's where we can get into that. You get so many people out there that'll sometimes push this ultimately, like, be positive, speaking positivity, never speaking negative, always speaking positive, always look at the positive side, always look at it. And that's where, yeah, it's good to do that in general terms, but you can take everything to an extreme level too far to where now you're not seeing the picture clearly in the name of being positive. And now being positive is actually doing, is a detriment to you. It's a negative for you. It's not working in your favor. And at one point in time, I think it was working heavily in Carroll's favor, especially in his ability to foster player-friendly environments and cultures and all that other stuff. But it is a new era. It's a different age. Old tricks don't always work the same way in different ages. I'll be really surprised, Sanchez, if the Raiders, not necessarily to Seattle, but if they don't move Crosby this offseason. I would be very surprised. And I think practically the only way I can see it is if Carroll does remain there. Any other coach comes through there, I think it becomes a no-brainer that they move him for something at that point. But thank you, Sanchez. Appreciate you, man. Day for all of your support and donations. And then you dropped some big donos in the past. In addition to that, I really appreciate you. Brian Meyer says, too many fans flipping out over the result today, not understanding circumstances. W in the standings. It's going to be over when I do my game wrap-up video, Brian. You'll see it all over in the comments of the game wrap video that I'll do for tomorrow. When it comes out tomorrow morning, people are going to be like, yeah, whatever, we suck. We can't do this because this thing and that. And I'm seeing some of that reactiveness. I think some of it's softened as the game's gone away and looking at the chat. I think I'm seeing more people in alignment with where you're at. And maybe initially that was your initial, for some fans, a little bit of the knee-jerk reaction. But as they've been given a little bit of time here to think this one through a little bit, I think that they come back around to where you're at with it. I hope they do at least. And that's the sense I've gotten from our folks here in the community. But yeah, there is a little bit of a sense there that was initially after the game finished that there were some fans that were like wanting to almost treat this like a loss somehow. And I don't know how you quite get there. I certainly understand you want the team to play better. You're looking for this team to become a contender. And contenders should bring consistency and performance week by week by week. But I think the team is doing that. And the team has done that. And you had this easily in your hand, won basically right about as you begin into the third quarter. This thing's pretty much a put away. So I understand you want to see him play a little bit better, but don't let that be the thing that darkens the skies for what should be sunshine. What should be a cloudless day by and large. You were 8-3. When is the last time, folks, we were 8-3 as a franchise? How many years has it been? How many years? Angry Dayton Sanchez was kind of joking there. He was being facetious. Irrelevant dude, just chilling. Any thoughts on Mike McDaniel potentially getting let go and going to the Raiders? Could be a dangerous team. Raiders need to have a coach in there that can establish a culture. To me, Raiders need to bring in a Mike Vrabel kind of guy, not a Mike McDaniel type of guy. I think you need a bit of an ass kicker. I think you need to have a guy that's going to hold people to a standard. I think Mike McDaniel is not a guy that's going to hold people to a standard. I think McDaniel is a guy that should probably be just an offensive-minded offensive coordinator, and that should be his role. That should be his lane. And I think he'd be a hell of a one at that. But I think he is miscast as a coach. I think you can be a player-friendly coach. I do, but there's always a place in being a There's always a dark side to a player-friendly coach thing. Just like if you're too much of an ass chewer and you're wearing the team out because you're too much of a hard ass, you can take both to the extremes too far. It does feel like with McDaniel there, he's taken it too much to the extreme in Miami of being too loosey-goosey, too like, I'm going to rely on the players to be adults and that they'll manage this and they'll manage that. And I don't have to manage that part. I can just kind of stick to X's and O's. And I think that maybe he'll grow with that from this coaching job to the next, but he just doesn't have as much of that spirit inside him, I don't sense. And I think you got to kind of have that to be a head coach. Like Mike's got a little bit of that in him, a lot of that in him. And I think you can be a player-friendly coach, but you got to have a little bit of that hard-assness in you too to make it stick. Rondaz, round of applause to Hawks Nest for always going above and beyond. Well, thank you for that, Rondaz. I appreciate that. I mean, I can't really blame Spy Tech when Pete keeps rejecting his ideas. It's not like Spy Tech's like, here's my roster, deal with it. It's true. And Pete's going to have a heavy amount of ideas for how he wants things run, to your point on that. We are Cowboys and Bucks fans today, Jose. Yes, sir. Tie game there between Dallas and Philly. Philly's got the ball 21-21 there. He says Pete has to be, unfortunately. He's doing exactly what he's doing in Seattle, but the difference is we aren't the Raiders, so it's just 5 times worse. Yeah. Yeah, we need the Eagles to lose, Jose. They got to stack a couple dubs up if we got any chance to maybe look at that first round bye, if it's possible. Brian says the Vikes may have lost Darisaw again. Yikes. That's not good. The Giants out here running trick plays all over the place. Look at Jameis Winston out there. Oh my God, Jameis. What a touchdown reception, looking like a wide receiver out there. Nifty. Looking nifty out there. Oh, let's go. Ball skills on Jameis Winston coming back for the ball and then showing some yak after the catch. Oh, yeah. That's a huge loss, man. Brian, they're already a sack show there in Minnesota with Darisaw in the lineup. No Darisaw. You saw last year what happened. They don't even have a Robinson that they can call upon this year. Hurts under pressure, and he will be sacked. Ozu. Got him. No word yet on the Holani. I got to admit, Brian, I haven't had a chance to. I've been live since we finished the game, so I haven't had a chance to look into it too much or see or hear. But if it's a hammy, it's also going to be probably, we don't really get an update on that for about a couple of days until we learn the severity. Did he rip it off the bone? Is it just a slight pull? That Raider O-line's terrible. Not going to lie. None of them are blocking Myles Garrett. It's a horrible line. They've got Colton Miller out there, and that's it. And he's all right. He's not like a game breaker. Dawes Falcons might be the most difficult team to figure out this year. Yeah, I mean, they're playing the Saints in this one, so I know you got Kirk Cousins, who's he's a functional quarterback back there as a backup, but it's also a Saints team that's just, I mean, they were sellers of the deadline. They're out of it. Martin says, I think we can beat the Colts, but I'd rather beat the Rams. Me too, man. Run I would never be a GM, fall in love with players too easily. I think I would have the opposite problem. I think I'd be too like hyper how the Patriots were at times, where I'd at times be just playing it like a Madden, where I'd be just drawn to try to like move off guys that year early, maximize resources and values, do a lot of that kind of money ball approach to the job. I don't know if I'd be a good one. King says, I just know the Vikings are still punching air, seeing Sam destroy the league with JSN. Yeah, it's gotta hurt. Every single week you're watching that, and then you're watching Penix. And folks, I mean, Penix or McCarthy, look at McCarthy's day to day. I mean, the Vikings are trying to protect him today in a game that they lose, 24-6 or something like that. You're trying to keep the guy protected, and he still throws for 2 interceptions, minimizing his passing attempts. Season's getting dark out there in Minnesota. Very, very dark. She says, laugh, ha ha ha, the Cowboys just cowboyed, laughing out loud. Why didn't you just kick the damn field goal if it was 4th and goal? You don't trust your defense that much. Ha ha ha. Wow. Guess not. I would have thought about the field goal there too myself. You're at home. That's the rule of thumb is you take the field goal, take the points there, take the lead. But you're right. They don't trust the defense. Jack says CeeDee's the most overrated player in the league. Keep saying this dude chokes and people think he's better than JSN. Get out of here. He's not better than JSN. And his hands have gotten way more inconsistent since he got that contract, it feels like. It feels like every time I watch a Cowboys game, it's 1 or 2 drops a game from CeeDee. And catchable balls. Gunslinger Gambler, go for it on 4th down. I'm telling you, may need to be mothballed for the Cowboys. I would be, yeah, I'd take the points there too. More Chiefs with it. Says this is a game that they needed to do this win to get the playoffs. Do what you got to do. I get it, man. I totally get it. Definitely blew up in their face a little bit there. King says, just remember, risk for reward is real. We gave up Russell Wilson, got back Cross, Spoon, Mafe, Locke, Harris. A big risk, but a huge reward. Same with Geno. Best in his career. Then we gambled on Sam. Yeah. So that's accurate outlook on it, man. There's no move that's ever 100% going to work in your favor. And there's certainly going to be more moves that are more riskier than others. But have imagination. Have a plan. Don't be reactive, which is something that I think John Schneider does a good job of. And that's partly why you've moved off of these guys at the right time. And as people overlooking the fact the Titans have been in most games up to the 4th quarter. Again, there's no gimme games in the NFL. Don't let blowouts spoil and skew our perspective. No, I agree. And beautifully put on your part. Can't let this thing twist our outlook because we've just had so many close, comfortable games, so many 30 points we've thrown up in a half. It's good to do. It's cool when it happens, but shouldn't count on that as being the standard necessarily. Randaz, Spytech sounds like a Chinese drone company. That's true. Again, that sounded like Snoop Dogg saying who every time he threw it to a receiver being Cam. Yeah. He was dealing with some back end roster guys at that point. Martin Brando, do you think we've been a bit spoiled by the way we put some bad teams away this season and that's fed into some of the fan reactions to this win? A bit. I think it's a combination of things. I think that's a little bit of it, or maybe even a major bit of it, Martin. I think another part of it is just the hunger of this fan base. We are 10 years removed, 11 years removed from that last Super Bowl appearance. And since that last Super Bowl appearance, you've not had a lot of playoff success. You've not had a lot of seasons where you've taken that final next step to being a contender. You've gone right up the line. You've nosed the line. You've kissed the line. You've blown on the line, but you can't get past the line. And I think that does then set up for the fan base to get a little bit impatient or get a little bit frustrated with how long it takes to get there as you seemingly have another year where you're so bloody close, but again, showing some signs of nose kissing it right at the line on that. And so people are probably a little bit worried that this is going to be more of the same of what we dealt with in prior years. I think this is a different kind of year this way, but I think both of those two attributes do feed into it. You having these comfortable wins where you've just dog walked some of these teams. And then the fans certainly very hungry for this thing to become a winner. Ryan says, Jameis is the second best quarterback in the NFC. Fight me. Phoebe, thank you for the $2 donation. Caleb Williams is still a tough watch. Hashtag fraud. He's a little bit rough to watch play. He's definitely a guy that everything's off script with him. Everything's a little wild with him. He can make his wow plays you'll find in the sport, but he can also be just so maddeningly frustrating with his inability to play on time, on script through the course of the play call. And it's got to probably be drawing the new coach there a little bit crazy too. Pete's shown me the dark side of players coach. He lets his guys just be bad and it's no problem. A little bit. Yeah. He's trying to get in that line of, I want to let you be you, but when you let you be you at the detriment of the team, it doesn't really work. And that's where Pete tried to sort of hedge things where he would say, first rule is protect the team. That's the first rule of the team. And he didn't have a lot of rules. That was one of the rules. And I think he thought that in building in that rule, always protect the team, they would make those folks that were individuals, they were going to be themselves, that he was going to let them fly high, fly free bird, be yourself. But that they would always themselves have that internal ability to hold themselves to account and not overstep their bounds. But we saw at the end that stopped being the case, that you give them too much of that freedom, too much of that rope, and they're going to keep taking more and more and more. Thank you, Feed Me, again for the $2 donation. And we'll see with Caleb, still a young guy, still a second-year guy. He has shown some flashes, and he's got that Chicago team right now, I think, in first place. I mean, we can't undersell that part of it. Done a hell of a job, for a roster that's not complete. Definitely has a lot of skill position players to throw to, but not the most complete roster he's working with out there. Rundos's most fraudulent team, I'd say the Broncos. Yeah, I don't buy into the Broncos either. And I'm not feeling what they're doing. That's probably as good a team as I can think of. I mean, the Bears are kind of in that same place for me. I don't think the Bears are doing anything in the playoffs either. Dallas has got the ball back with 4 seconds. We'll see what goes down here in this one. And how fraudulent good team, the Jags. Apparently they're 7-4. That's the other team I'm not buying in the playoffs. I'm not buying them doing anything in the playoffs. We got at least 3 teams that I think are, they got winning records. Yeah, they're due to go in the playoffs, but I don't know if I'm buying it. Brian says, my God, if we could have traded DK for Pickens. You might have been able to pull it off, Brian. Remember with Pickens, though, he's about due to get a contract extension. And you're in that same predicament you were going to be with DK, where you're already going to have to pay JSN this big amount of money within a year. Do you want to pay Pickens and JSN at the same time on big major contracts as you're trying to be a run-heavy team that plays the defense? The timing just would have been off for where you had to pay JSN, kind of. And probably something they considered as part of how they put that all together. It's like, well, do we want 70 million of our cap allocated to these 2 receivers and that we are more run heavy? Maybe not on that side. Feed me more Seahawks. Thank you for another $5 donation. Feed me. JSN has more yards, receptions, and reception touchdowns than Calvin Johnson did in his first 11 games in 2012. And JSN and 75 plus yards in 11 games, most of any player. Enjoy it. JSN has more yards receiving touchdowns than Calvin did in the first 11 games in 2012, and JSN and 75 plus yards in 11 games, most of any player. Enjoy it. Let's go, man. Definitely loving it, Feed Me. And thank you for your support and donations. He's having an all-time type season from not just a Seahawks receiver standpoint, but from an all-time season from a receiver standpoint. And he's doing it on the outside. He's cooking these defenses up every week. It ain't just on short routes that he's being targeted 20 times and getting 13 catches, and that's the way it's doing. He's doing it efficiently. He's doing it with chunk plays down the football field. And we'll see if he can maintain this blistering pace. It's going to be hard to overtake Calvin, but he's going to come out of this game on pace to beat the record. If he can just keep up this high water mark through these games, and if he gets close down the line, they'll push him past it if he can get even close to it. So he's on pace. It's good to see. Now he's just got to keep it up, man. He's got to keep it up. But boy, is he a wonder to watch, feed me. The full meal deal for the receiver position, does it all. The fact that he just keeps taking the top off the defense time and time again is just outstanding to watch. And no one saw it coming. There's great seasons. Derrick Henry's going to rush for 2,000 yards this year. Well, I can maybe see that coming. Hey, Jamar Chase is maybe going to push for 2,000 yards. Well, that Bengals defense is awful and they throw the ball all the time. That's plausible. No one saw this JSN season as a possibility. This is as left field as you just about get. It's wild, but so cool, feed me. And he is still so very young. He's just getting warmed up. Just getting warmed up. Hey, the Dallas Cowboys got themselves a field goal at the end of the game, folks. Let's go, Dallas. Let's go, Dallas. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. So the Eagles. Third loss of the year for the Eagles. They go to 8-3, matching your Seahawks score. Eagles still have to play the Bears, Chargers, Bills, though they do get Commanders twice on their schedule in addition to that. So we just get one more loss from them and we win out. We got the number 1 overall bye in the NFL. How about that? How you like them apples? Delicious. Ryan E says, well, we got what we wanted from the Cowboys. Now the Bucs got to knock off the Rams at SoFi. What are the chances? Hey, you never know on that. You never know on that. All right, folks, we're about to have a little bit of dinner here, so we are going to go ahead and definitely put a button on this one at this point. Come on, Bucs, get it done tonight. Cowboys did the first bit of work we needed. Bucs do the God's good work tonight. Get this Rams team to 8-3, and I keep talking about the stage being set. Lights are up. The curtain is rising. The actors are on their marks. If this can set up like this, you are ready for this thing to light it up. Ryan says Gino's going to feel his age by the end of the season. He has to already. He's got to already, man. Run Dawes, good night, chat. Thanks, Brandon. Go Hawk. Go Bucks. Go Bucks, man. JSN is the truth, Jaws. The truth. 10 sacks is brutal. It's been a long year. And this has made him look worse than he is in Gino. I don't think he's completely fallen off a cliff. He just went to a bad organization. And this is what's going to happen. Myles Garrett on a damn tear. He's got the Defensive Player of the Year award wrapped on up at this point. If the Rams lose, the Eagles get the number 1 seed back. That's right. That's correct. Dun, dun, dun. Kendricks, congrats to the Giants. You are the first team to be eliminated from the playoffs. There we go. There we go. They made a run of it today. Jameis played a really good game, it looked like. Or at least he gave you what he can give you out there. Gave him a chance in that game. They were up. They had an opportunity there, but just couldn't finish him off at the end. Gets in overtime. Detroit does a good job. It's part of what makes Detroit so tough is that they got some resiliency to them too as well. But tough season for the Giants. They got a lot they need to figure out and understand and get corrected out there. That is for sure. That is for sure. Really need to have more runs early. Would like to have saw the running game stay a little more consistent to it in this game. There's some times in this one where I think you went away from it, where you had some opportunities there, Paul, to your point. Themes for Sunday and Monday night are amazing. Laughing out loud. There we go. We're getting to the fun part of the year, man, where stuff starts to get real. You have a wonderful night too. Feed me. Salute to you, brother. Thank you for all of your support on the channel. All you do for the community in here. Martin says, good night from here in Ireland. Have a good one, everyone. Chat to you all on the next one. Well, thank you for that, Martin. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you again for your support too as well. And we're going to have a fun week this week. Chop up this win, look at it a little bit deeper, and just keep the good times are rolling. You know what I mean? Next thing is Niners losing tomorrow night. Let's make this happen. Come on, Niners. Die, zombie. Die. Die, zombie. Catalyst, what would you expect the Raiders to do this offseason be? I think that they're back to kind of scratch. I think that there was a chance that this organization, probably heavily motivated by Pete Carroll's, effect here on this of saying, look, I want to be a winner now. I don't want to wait 3 years down the line, John Spytek. I don't want to wait 3 years down the line, Tom Brady. I want to win today. Let's go. This team isn't that far away. I looked at this roster. I've looked at this tape. Chip Kelly's ready to run this offense. Thomas Graham's going to be an amazing defensive coordinator. I think there was a lot of talking Spytek and Brady into the potential of this team being able to get this thing turned around really quickly a little bit. I think that they're going to look back at this now in retrospect and say, no, that's not going to happen. Tom's not in here as a general manager. He's in here as an owner. He's going to be embracing and open to the fact that this takes a little bit of time. I would expect them at that point to probably try to pivot and look in a different direction for a coach who's going to be more in alignment with your general manager. Seems like there's some bristling and some friction between Carroll and Spytek that you just can't have between your general manager and your head coach. And frankly, with Pete, I just don't think he's as used to dealing with a situation where the general manager is going to dictate to you what you have roster-wise. Pete still wants to have that control. Pete still wants to have that say. Pete still wants to be able to come in and put the kibosh in situations where he should not be putting the kibosh on moves to be made for the organization. Once you move on from Carroll, then yeah, I do think that you're going to probably see Max Crosby be a puzzle piece that they look to move. Do they do the same with the Jackson Powers Johnson? I don't think so, but maybe. You get more into sell mode. You get more into embracing this as being a slow roll process, that we've got too much work to be done to expect that this should be done fast. So I'd expect those to be the two main moves, both moving on from head coach and probably moving on from Crosby to get more assets back to start to build up that foundation better and more thoroughly. All right, go Hawks. Enjoy the next two games. Thank you, Brian. Callis, you have a good one too, man. Good chatting with you here. So we got to make sure I'm not behind any donos. I think we got everybody on there. And we did catch everybody on there. Thank you again for all the support today. Like 72 different donations into the channel here throughout the whole almost 7 hours we've gone live today. You guys are kind as ever. And I really appreciate everyone in here. And even if we had some folks that were a little frustrated by the end result of this game, really got to commend you guys as I always try to do, because it's the reality of this, that you guys do such a good job, even when we have disagreement, to keeping it respectful both ways. If you find yourself a little bit, down on the team right now with what's happening and they're not quite getting to where you hope they could get to, and you think that we're going to have to still wait a year, nothing wrong with that. You might be right. And folks thinking, hey, give it some time, this thing might come together. They might be right. None of us have all of the answers in full here. We're just trying to watch this thing play out and see which direction it can go. But it's been a hell of a season. You're 8-3. You've got your coach. You've got your quarterback. You've got a dominant defense. You got a dominant special teams. You got a ground game that just slowly and steadier is getting bit by bit more efficient and actually finding some effectiveness over these past few games. Things are getting better. It may not seem like you're getting the improvement as far as you may be wanting to see here, but the improvement is coming a little bit. Maybe but just by the dial being amped up a tick every time. But to my eyes, it's occurring. Keep making the progress. Keep building on these performances. Try to get to your best state by the end of the season. Try to be playing your best football as you go into the playoffs. It's easier said than done. Every team's trying to do it, but there's certainly a pathway for how this team is playing for you to be able to see that vision being a reality here for this team as we get into the end of this season. It's going to be fun to watch this all play out. I really look forward to it. Hopefully you are as connected excitement-wise into this team, because they're giving you a lot to root for. They're giving you a lot to feel good about. And the direction of this team is the right direction. No doubt about that. It may be this year, maybe next year, but it is only a matter of the time before this team is going to break through and be that contender. And that's a really cool thing to see as you look out across the league. And as we talk about a lot of these teams right now that don't have a lot of hope, don't have a lot of faith. Where's the hope for the Saints right now? Where's the hope for a Falcons team that busted out their first round pick and Michael Penix is down with his 17th ACL surgery in 5 years? Where's the hope there? Where's the hope for the Raider program right now as they stand? As they don't even look like they're at square one yet. They look like they're still before square one. So to be here, to have this success, to have things rolling in the fashion that they're rolling, to have the team in pretty good health, to set the stage up to go. Look at the 49ers. Good team. Health's nowhere to be had. They have no chance because of that. A Rashid Shaheed that should continue to develop within this receiving core and hopefully make this offense even more dynamic down the home stretch. What I'm trying to tell you folks is have faith here in this team, dream large in this team, And if you find yourself a little shaken to a tiny degree off of a game like this, or last two games a little bit where you're like, I don't know quite, give it that time. Let's see how this thing fully plays out. Because 8-3 is not an easy schedule, easy record to get to. You do so by getting there legitimately. And let's not forget, you've gotten these wins by and large usually stacked up as comfortable victories. You've had so many games this year where in the third quarter, depths of the third quarter, you're up by multiple touchdowns as you were today. Industry Worth's going to finish us off right with a great message. And thank you for that, Cal, for the $5. It says, Happy Turkey Day, everyone. Thank you for the Hawks Nest. Well, thank you, Cal, as well for all your donations today. And a big, yes, shout out to everyone here for hoping you guys all have a great Thanksgiving. We, of course, will be back here on Tuesday and on Wednesday here to also wish you a good one on that. But hopefully you and yours have a great Thanksgiving, eat a lot of food. Hopefully you're so stuffed you have to bust off the top button of your pants once you're done. It ain't a good Thanksgiving unless you're busting that top button off. It's pressing up against those pants and like, oh, almost the point that when you pop the button, the button's going to like shoot off like bing, when you try to unbutton it. Hopefully you have yourself some great food, great meal, and also are able to have a chance to enjoy your family, friends, and all those around you. But thank you for that, Cal. I appreciate that. BP just got back from the game in Nashville. It was a good amount of fans there. I heard there was a lot of them, BP. You guys showed out well, it sounds like. JMG, yeah, they're going to release him this offseason. There is an out for them in that contract. Is it a post-June 1st designation or not? We shall see. There's not going to be any trade market for him. You're going to have to release him, and I would expect them to do so, yes. Raiders will get heavily penalized by the cap to release Geno, but they might. I think they will. I think they're just going to kind of cut bait. But I think they might cut bait with Carroll too. So if it's a Carroll deal, then it's absolutely going to be a Geno deal too at that point. BP said after today, we might have to win 12 games to get a wild card. That game was too close for comfort. Boy, was it ever. Was it ever. We got a comfortable win, but it was also got a little too close for comfort at the end. And you're right. 12 wins might be what it takes. I think you get there if you get to 11. I do, BP, but certainly 10's probably not getting you in this year. Ricky says, what do you think it'll take for the offense and defense to both be at least top 3 in the league? Probably another year for both of them to get there, Ricky. I think with the offense, the thing to consider with this and remember is that you're spending as little offensively on this team as just about anybody in football. So for this offense to not always be terribly consistent at every turn shouldn't be maybe necessarily shocking when you take into account you're the third youngest roster in all of football first. And then second, you're spending as little money on offense as just about anybody because you have so much of your dead money, which would have gone to your offense, is taken up in guys like DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Geno Smith. Their collection of dead money should be money going to the offense, but it's just going out there to the dead space to nothing. You get that money back next year. That money gets injected back into the offense. Now you're seeing the offense even a little bit better on top of having another year under Kubiak, another year under Sam Darnold, another year to get the offensive line just a little bit more right, or maybe even remove the weak link, i.e. Bradford, from the process. JMG says Geno was yelling at Raider fans after the game. It's getting dicey with Geno out there. You saw in the press conference last week, whether you can blame it all on me. You get up, you have a bad day, blame it on me. Somebody hit your car, you can blame it on me. Like, he goes over the top with that stuff, and it's part of what makes him questionable as a leader. I'm not saying I know him to be a bad leader, but I will say that I've got questions in my mind with Geno over the past couple of years and watching him in some moments and wondering about his ability to be a leader. He sometimes seems to be a little bit too emotional and not enough even keeled to where you need to be as a quarterback, where you got to be unhurried. You got to be able to handle the storm and not falter within that storm, psychologically speaking. And it just sometimes feels like he mentally can sometimes tap out a bit with that. That the emotions overtake him in a way that you can be that way at other positions on the football field. You can't be that way at the quarterback position. It just doesn't work. El Jazier says, go Hawks. Thank you, Brando. Great show as always. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for that. JMG DK had 2 catches for 12 yards today. Yeah, he's going through it out there in Pittsburgh. Another decision John was very, very right on, it would appear. Very right. Feed me more Seahawks. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says, did you hear the announcers call it Barnyard? I love that they're calling it that. We've made it a thing, Feed me. We've made it a thing. Let's go. I love it. How about the Barnyard with the hard count today? Hut, hut. I know you're trying to jump. I know you think we're going to jump on first movement. I know that's what you think, but I'm the Barnyard. I got cadence. I got a heavy hut. Ricky, my expectation. Oh, sorry, you responded there, Ricky. Definitely think, Ricky, to your point, if you didn't draft Miller, if you didn't draft Arroyo, if you'd spent that on a couple of offensive linemen instead, are you one win better here right now? Are you even more improved as a team right now? That's an interesting question to possibly ask or consider. It's like, remember the Titans when their players said bad actions reflected bad leadership? Yeah. You got to have the leadership. You can't just have the talent. You need the leadership with it at the same time. JMG, how much will JSN get for his next contract? All the money. Probably somewhere in the neighborhood of about $42.5 million, $40 to $42.5 million. Seattle has some leverage here because he technically has 2 years of club control left under his contract, but you're not looking to play that card too heavily from a Seahawks perspective, just to keep him within the realm of reason. But it's going to be about a $42.5 million, probably a year contract on his next deal. Mofo, if it's LA that we have to beat to make the Super Bowl, even if it's in LA, I like our chances. I think experience would be our downfall experience would be a downfall in that instance. Could be, especially being as young a team as you are. And I think I could easily see this year play out, Mofo, where you end up having to play the Rams 3 times, to your point. Definitely could see it going like that. But then kind of going either way at that point. Catalyst, yep, Miller was a purified gamble. And it may pay off. Like, it may be that we get the returns of this a couple of years down the line where you can move them for a really nice pick, like a high second round pick, or God forbid, maybe even a first rounder. But for this team, for the potential of this team, for the potential of the 2025 season and getting more out of this season, I think if in retrospect, Catalyst, that this team knew and John Schneider knew that Stam was going to do this and Clint was going to do this, and this team was ready to do that. I think in retrospect that they might take a different approach on those 2 picks in the second and third round. If they were a little more understanding of this is the way that this was going to play out. Hindsight 2020, but I mean, here's the thing with the hindsight 2020. I said all of this stuff at the time. I said all of this stuff at draft day, that this is not the direction you should take. Because you could see you had a finite amount of resources to deal with from an offensive perspective because of the dead money that you'd eaten with DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, and Geno Smith. Because of that, you knew you had to maximize the most of what you had left remaining on the board. Draft picks, money, you got to maximize that because your offense is going to be a little bit lean and light otherwise. Kevin says, I swear there should be a continual meme of you signing off. It is a thing. Yeah, they keep me going in here, Kevin, they keep me going in here. I don't know what to do. What position would you like to see us, what position would you like to see get drafted for our first round pick? Bad draft, I'm hearing, in terms of talent. Maybe trade the first. Trade it for Max Crosby. Package a couple first round picks. Go get Max Crosby. You're then still sitting on your second and third round pick. Then you just pick the value on your second and third round pick. So you don't try to extend out for need at that point. You just take who's the most valuable guy we got on the board where we're selecting there. Fill out the rest of the roster with the cap space that you have to spend, because you don't need to get difference makers in free agency. You'll need functional play. So maybe you get functional play from a safety to fill in for Kobe Bryant, who's not expensive as Kobe Bryant.Maybe you find another edge. You wouldn't need another edge out there if you made a trade for Max Crosby. Maybe you can go sign kind of a veteran corner who can be just kind of a viable guy opposite Witherspoon to the other side, because you really only need one at that point. You do have money to spend this offseason. So I don't like the draft as it's set up so far, Ricky, to your point. I have a lot more work to be done, but I would say the Crosby trade would be definitely one that I would look to make. You're going to have to do something with this edge group anyway in the near future. Lawrence isn't going to play forever. Uchenna goes into the final year of his deal next year. Derek Hall's in the final year of his deal next year. You're going to probably lose Boye Mafe to free agency this offseason. So there is a hole there that needs to be filled in addition. Can I give JSN my youth? You got to go find a witch if you want to do that, man. I think JSN and Justin Jefferson contract with a lot of guaranteed up front is better than paying him $42 million a year. I'm okay with that too, BP. One thing's for sure, you got a lot of flexibility from John's perspective in how you set this up, because the team is in good cap situation, number one, and because they also have the club control over JSN for 2 years, including the 2 franchise tag years if they wanted. We need a tight end with high potential. That's got to be Arroyo. Mo. Arroyo is the guy that they're going to have targeted to hope that development will come with time. You take a guy that early in the second round, that's what you hope he will become. You need to get a right guard, an edge for next season. Definitely that's going to be the priority. Yeah, I think Crosby takes this defense from top 5 elite, borderline historic. I'm trading 2 firsts and a second, a heartbeat for him. I'm not going to blink the eye in the beat in the least, mofo. You take that guy out of Loserville, you take that guy out of the dregs, you take that guy out of having to live life down by 30 points every single game, and you're going to find a new gear to this guy, a new sign of life to this guy, being able to actually go play for a winner. Say nothing if you can't just concentrate on him. You can't just run double teams out to him every time like you can with the Raiders right now. You can't just dedicate a running back to help the edge all game on him, because we got the dogs up front to challenge you if you do that. Who would you not mind leaving out of free agents? Who must we re-sign your mind? I don't have a lot of necessary re-signs in my mind, Ricky. I'm open to kind of going every different direction here with all of these free agents. I think Maffe's done a lot to say, hey, we got to sign this guy to a deal. I think Kenneth Walker is a guy who's maybe the most likely guy that I would look to maybe see if I could re-sign, but even then it'd have to be onto a contract where I'm not paying him Saquon money. I'm going to pay him like a Chuba Hubbard kind of contract, for instance. I don't think you're looking to pay Kobe Bryant. I think you're going to let him walk. Drake Thomas is probably going to be allowed to walk. Yeah, I don't have a lot of the in-house free agents I'm looking to really re-sign here, Ricky. Ortiz, Brandon, I actively wait for you to say we're going to put a button on it and then put in $5 donation. I watch us roll for another 5 hours. I know that's your guys' game. I know your guys' game. I know your game, War Chief. He says, man, Crosby in theory would be wonderful, but that's why you draft. We don't have a lot of draft capital. But that's why you draft. We don't have a lot of draft capital. No, we are a little bit low on draft capital on this. I would say, though, the one thing with that BP is you're low on draft capital, but you also have a very full team that you don't have a lot of needs to fill. You know, Witherspoon, Eamon Wari, Murphy, Leonard Williams, Jaron Reed, Derek Hall, Uchenna Nwosu, DeMarcus Lawrence, Nehemiah Pritchett, Julian Love, Ty Akata. All these guys just on the defensive side of the ball alone are all coming back. All of them. Tyrese Knight, Ernest Jones coming back. I mean, you're returning like your whole defense save for outside corner and strong safety. So an offense ain't that far off of the same kind of thing. We're fine on the receiver core potentially. Like we'll just roll with what we got. You got your tight ends. You got your book and tackles. You got your left guard. You need to address, you have center depth. You do need to get better at center and right guard, but you have depth there. Even Bradford's coming back another year. So, that's the thing with this BP is you don't have as much need for the draft picks to fill out this roster as you would have in the past. Oh, I know it's a Royal. Thank you though. Oh, all right. Just making sure, man, hopefully you can develop in that guy. That's certainly something you need in this offense, especially Mo, with how much we run the 12 personnel, is to have a tight end that can be that mismatch weapon. I don't need to let Myers walk. He's got another year on his contract, JMG. I think he plays out the final year of his contract here. B, I'm just curious, B, if Kubiak leaves and we don't go back to West Coast offense, what would happen to Robbie Oots? You're going to stay with the West Coast offense, feed me. Partly because it's also a fit for what Sam Darnold does. So you're not going to deviate far from that. You'll go from like to like on that. Maybe you don't get as good a Kubiak OC if he leaves, but you will bring in a West Coast offense. I almost all but guarantee it. I'm letting Myers walk at RB. Yeah, it's just you're going to wait a year because there's still the dead money if you try to release him this offseason, BP. So you just let him go through one more year, and then at that point, you're going to let him walk. Mo, so I like Drake. Yep, nose for the ball, man. Could have had a decent center and right guard, even a good nose tackle last draft, but a certain general manager wanted a tight end that hardly plays and a quarterback that can't play. Just saying. I know, man. I know. I get on the theoretical point, and I hear what you're saying, Brian. I think it's hard. It's hard to know when these coaches are going to get plucked or not plucked in this day and age. And guys, if he goes on a nice run at the end of this year, if he goes out there and he has a good playoff experience with Sam Darnold, calls a great game, that can be all it takes in this day and age, especially if we get a lot of opening jobs out there across the sport. We already have the Giants. We already have Tennessee. We might have the Raiders thrown on top of that. We might have the Dolphins thrown on top of that. Hell, even the Jets could come into the fray on this. You never know with the Browns with Stefanski. You never know with the Bengals with Taylor out there and how they're going to look at the situation. Even Tomlin with the Steelers. I mean, they've got to start to feel like if they can't get this together, that maybe they're underperforming a bit too in their outlook of things. So some of it's about the number of jobs that will be available. Thanks, Brandon. Who are you going to watch? Crosby, Big Cat, Big Murphy, Peely, Kick-Ass too. Laughing out loud. The D-line is elite. Laughing out Reed. Oh, it'd be amazing adding Crosby. I'd be watching Crosby and seeing what he does, because he'd be like a kid in the candy store after all these years of being impelled by run-heavy approaches and being down in football games to now you're actually going to be up in the third quarter by 2 touchdowns and I just get to pin my ears back and come after the quarterback 24/7. Hell yes. I'll take another of that. Kubiak leaves and Mike Macdonald. I would be Mike McDaniel. If he gets fired, would be my first candidate to replace Kubiak. I would give him all the money to come in here and be an OC if Kubiak were to move on. Yeah, Ricky. Great thought there. Yes. You can see Brian here. Yes, with the exclamation point. And that's 2 exclamation points from Brian. So you know he means it. Nolan, if you're Kubiak, would you want one of those open positions, or would you rather stick with the team and build on the thing while waiting for a good head coach opening? I myself would probably try to wait for more of an idealistic job to show up. I don't think the Raiders is an idealistic job. I don't think the Giants is an idealistic job. None of these are. These are all places with a lot of work that needs to be done with you walking in. But these coaches do tend to just take the jobs when they're offered. We've got a couple of examples of guys that waited their opportunity. More often than not, Nolan, if you get the offer, if you get the job opportunity, you jump on it and you don't spend much time quibbling over whether or not it's the ideal environment for you, especially if you're going to be a first-time head coach at that. If it wasn't a Kubiak question, just wondering if Robbie would just become blocking tight end, but he would be useful if he's not a fullback. Yeah, I mean, he could become more of a blocking kind of tight end that you slide him into, but I do think you're going to a West Coast offense that's going to utilize a tight end even if Kubiak moves on. I think this is the system that fits to Sam. This is the system that fits well to running the ball consistently, which I know Macdonald wants to do. I don't see you going to some spread system after Macdonald having his adventure with the air raid grub offense initially. But Brian's right. Brian brings up a good point. Kubiak talked about the stability that he wants and not moving his family, and that's another X factor. I think when it comes down to this on this question, it's hard to say. I could give you a guess, but I am pulling it from the depths of the darkness and not knowing anything of it to be based upon, because nobody knows what's going on inside of Kubiak's mind. Nobody knows what jobs are going to be available. Nobody knows if there's going to be a team that's going to like or want Kubiak as a first-time head coach. It's a lot of question marks, and I think anything here at this point is nothing but pure, raw conjecture to try to say otherwise. Keldad says, Raiders are pitiful. Be careful what you wish for. The grass is not always greener on the other side of the fence, Keldad. Be careful pushing to move on. You might end up in an awful environment. You might see the end of your career staring you right in the face. Can you see it? I'm going to do the John Cena Gino. Can you see it? I can't see the end of my career. M. Jordan, thank you for mentioning that. Please hit the like button. I'd really appreciate it. We're almost up to 400. We can crack that mark today with you hitting that like for me. Have you checked out the Oregon Center for this year's draft? I like him a lot. Maybe a second or third round guy. I have not had a chance to as of yet. I am really early right now on my my scouting evaluation. And I've got to admit, I'm a little bit behind in my approach this year. Not Vexo. I've got to admit that. So I don't feel good about that. But here is currently where we're at as far as my my pecking order goes. I've looked at 4 wide receivers. I got 4 of those 4 guys in the first round right now. Spencer Fanu is my right tackle. He's a first rounder. Ione, I've got as a second round left guard out of Penn State. Jeremiah Love, second round running back. I got the quarterbacks a little lower than others do in Simpson and Mendoza. Jonah Coleman, Justin Haynes. Haynes will probably come back to college. He had a season-ending injury. Lenora Sellers makes Jalen Milroe look refined. And I watched this guy last night, Armaj Reed. He's kind of a whatever. There's some good, there's some bad with him. And then these are my defensive guys I've looked at. Bain, Reese, Hill, Delane, Terrell, Caleb Downs in the first round, Peter Wood second round, Harold Perkins in the fourth, Amari Washington in the fifth. So just kind of getting into the lay of the land on this one. But I will be checking out that Oregon Center. I've heard about him. So I will be taking a look at him for sure. I see Arroyo had 1 target. Lots of games where he doesn't get targets. Is that more on Arroyo or is it something else? Frustrating with a high pick he doesn't produce even in year 1. And we are gonna kind of wrap it up here on the last. So we'll go and kind of put a light on the question. I need to get some food. I'm starting to get hungry and we're over 7 hours here. So this will be a hard stop on this one, Ricky. Yeah, it's a frustration for me too. I don't know why you take a guy in the second round that you don't really have a plan of attack for that upcoming year when your offense is going to need help. It's going to need guys that can provide, especially when you don't provide the reinforced help to the offensive line. So the Arroyo pick continues to be one that was a head scratcher for me in the moment of the draft. I didn't understand at the time. He wasn't going to have a pathway to play a lot behind Barner. Just kind of was like a bonus pick you took just for kind of the hell to pick it. And so watching another game here where you have one target in his direction and then you ignore him the whole rest of the game doesn't make a whole lot of sense of why you made that guy a second round pick at this point. I have big questions about whether or not he was really even a second round graded guy. Remember, I had more of a fourth round grade on Arroyo, partly because of the injury part that goes on there, partly because he's not a pure tight end. He's an H-back. He's not going to give you much as a blocker, which he really hasn't this year. So it is frustrating. I don't have a good excuse as to why they took this approach with it to not have any plan when you made him this pick. You're so in love with him and then you forget about him every week. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. All says, okay, next week, Vikings, let's run the ball, control the game. Today we win. Go Hawks. There we go, man. I'm with it. Yeah, Raiders season seems awful familiar to what's happened in Pete's final seasons here, but even worse. Yeah. They just got less talent. This is what you take Pete and some of the issues in his game, and now you put him on an awful organization. Those warts are made even bigger. Those warts are made to look even bigger. Now, is that all just that Pete's like gone on the trash can? No, it's just that when you go to that bad organization, just like when you take a quarterback that's got a great supporting cast to an awful supporting cast, some of the detriments to his game are going to be put on brighter display. That is for sure. All right, well, we're going to wrap it up on this at this point. Brando doing Rams play-by-play. I'm down. I know we are rivals, but wish us luck. Hey, I wish you luck today, Albert. We want the Bucs to win, but let's have a good game. I'd love to do the play-by-play. I've got to get over, and we're going to do a little bit of a family dinner here tonight, so I gotta break away. But got good 7 hours and 20 minutes in, so we cooked this up pretty well today with you guys. If you can for me, please do hit that like button on the way out the door today. It helps the channel grow. Helps me show. I really, really, really do appreciate it as well, as we're almost over 400 likes here on this channel today. David says, yeah, I feel better about the Seahawks in our loss. Yeah, I feel better about the Hawks in our LA loss than our victory over Tennessee today. Well, not alone on that, David. There's some folks that are a little bit disconcerted coming out of it. For me, a win is a win. Hard to get wins in this NFL. Keep stacking them up. Nobody's really been blowing out these tight ends, save for a couple of games this year that they've had. A lot of good teams have been in very tight contests, David, including the Rams, who played a very similar game. Now we played against the Rams today. Hell, or the Titans today. Don't forget with this, David. On the road, that Rams team was down at halftime against this Titans team. Say what you will about the way this game ended. You were never outside that opening 3 points by them on that first drive. You were never down in this football game to this Tennessee Titans game. So, the Rams fans didn't freak out about that game. I don't think we should freak out too much about this game. You added a win. You're on the road here. Let's finish this season off right and go get some more dubs and maybe go get even this first round buys. We have the Cowboys losing. See what happens to the Rams and Buccaneers game tonight. And maybe we can have this, as I keep saying, stage set for us to sort of shock the NFL world. If you can have a chance to go get that bye and get that opening home field and get that first round bye and home field advance throughout the playoffs, 3 times you've gone to a Super Bowl in your history has been as the number one bye with that first round bye and with that home field advantage to get you there. It's a big, big, big benefit to the Hawks if they can get it. So I'm still dreaming big, fans. Maybe you're a little bit knocked off your path here after this win, but I'm still dreaming big. I'm still looking for the height of the heights this year. I still think this is a team that rounds into contending state potentially, and then nobody knows where the end of this season is running. But it's going to be fun to watch it play out through the rest of this run, and hopefully the Seahawks team can just keep building upon these performances, keep improving with time, and get to their best form. That's the key. Get to your best form. Get to your hottest brand of football as you go into the playoffs. That is a thing. And a lot of times when you look at the NFL history, the teams that go out there and go get the Super Bowl, how Eli Manning got 2 Super Bowl wins. Not because his teams were dominant and great with New York, because they got hot at the right time of year. He got hot at the right time of year. That is a thing. That is the thing you see very often in football. Let's see if we can maybe lock in at the right time of year this season, be playing our best football into February, and then go make some noise. I thank you for watching today. If you can for me, hit that like button, sub on up. We're almost over. We're looking to get over 30,000 subscribers this year. I'm not this year, but we're on track to try to get there as the next mark to go. We're motoring along well. We got our sights set right down on already here, 2,100 just about. So we're moving. We're moving fast. 21,000, sorry. But I appreciate you guys watching today. Thank you for all you guys do for the channel. Unbelievable amount of support. 74 different donations and member notes and all that today in the chat. You guys are just amazing in that way. I really, really, really do appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. We'll be back this week with a bunch of shows lined up for you. So I hope you're ready for that. But until then, please don't you ever forget. Don't you do it. Don't you dare do it. Even those that are a little bit shaken here after this win today and we should have more comfortable. Well, that's fine. That's valid. That's okay. But still don't forget. Don't you ever forget. Even in harder wins than they should have maybe been from your perspective, keep the faith, dream big, and know that we've got still everything to go out there and take this season. The story of the Seattle Seahawks in 2025 has not been told, but it's been a hell of a story so far, and I can't wait to see how it finishes. Thanks for watching, but don't you ever forget, go Hawks.